Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of super rich villain right here on GMT Recap. At the outset of the story, we find ourselves at the birthday celebration of the Venerable Tsu, the head of the four major clans in Tahang, specifically the Duong clan. All the distinguished members of the aristocratic clans in Tahang have gathered to partake in the festivities. Within the banquet hall, an atmosphere of refined smiles envelopes the attendees, with one exception: a young and handsome man suddenly finds himself in a state of confusion. This is Duong Du, the heir of the Duong clan, a man of both striking appearance and prestigious education. The countenance of Duong Du tightens as he mutters, "Damn, what kind of world is this?" In truth, just a few days ago, our protagonist was an avid reader of online literature like many others. Little did he expect to suddenly acquire an antagonist system. This system transforms him into an antagonist character within the pages of novels. Surviving each storyline rewards him with the opportunity to reach the grand conclusion. However, with every new beginning, the experience is akin to starting from hell, as he is subjected to various poses by the overbearing male lead, Long Wang. In this instance, the system thrusts the protagonist into a peculiar book, the setting being the flower capital game, and he currently finds himself on page 57. The protagonist of this book is named Deep Tan, originating from a wealthy clan in Yen Kin. Tragedy struck his family, leading to their annihilation when he was merely 5 years old. Rescued by an elderly man who took him abroad, Deep Tan underwent training to become a top-notch assassin. He is not only the founder of the world's leading mercenary organization, known as Dragon Soul, but also renowned by the alias Dragon King. In addition, his medical talents have positioned him at the forefront globally. This time, he conceals his identity to return to the old world and investigate the family massacre from years ago. Seizing this opportunity, he surrounds himself with a team of 10 beauties, expanding his harem. Eventually, he reaches the pinnacle of life as Duong Du, the eldest son of the Duong family, with assets totaling billions. However, despite material success, Duong Du is willing to risk everything for the woman he loves, Long Wang, Deep Tan. Pursuing her for 3 years, this love faces a major challenge when the head of the Duong family decides to enter into a marital alliance with the Du family. This forces Duong Du to rearrange his life. On the birthday party day, when Deep Tan learns about the patriarch's decision, she is determined to execute her plan. During the feast, she will take action and take Tham Tuyet away. Simultaneously, to punish Duong Du, she places a stone foot on him, turning him into a vegetable. After Duong Du listens to the explanation, he shows anger. There's an issue with this setup, it completely contradicts the core values of socialism. We shouldn't hastily seek to escape this situation. While he is contemplating, he suddenly hears a call, "Young Master Duong." Tham Tuyet, beautiful and alluring, approaches and says, "Please, stop following me. Cancel the marriage alliance, I don't agree to marry you." Upon hearing, Duong Du casually responded, "I agree." Surprised by Duong Du's straightforward acceptance, Tham Tuyet wondered, why would he agree so easily? In Duong Du's mind, he thought, certainly not a real marriage. "I thank the ancestral lineage of 18 generations for your great kindness. In the next life, I will repay it. Quick, escape with Deep Tan. It's hilarious, his harem needs you." This line of thought seemed peculiar, catching Tham Tuyet's attention. She involuntarily turned around, exclaiming, "Who is saying that?" It sounds like Duong Du's voice, but he didn't speak just now. Duong Du asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to call off the wedding? Let's go, meet the seniors and discuss." Tham Tuyet agreed to follow Duong Du. As they walked, Duong Du pondered, "It's easy now. Cut ties quickly with this foolish woman. That way, Deep Tan won't bother me. I intend to survive until the end of the novel." Unfortunately, the most beautiful woman, Tahang, becomes Deep Tan's concubine, causing misfortune to the Tu family. Truly, a twisted literary plot. Tham Tuyet was puzzled, this voice again. Only the two of us in the corridor. It must be Duong Du's voice. But what about Deep Tan? He's just a bodyguard I hired not long ago, claiming to be my bodyguard and involving my family. What kind of joke is this? After a while, they reached the room where the seniors were waiting. Two elegant gentlemen were already there. Duong-du, you've come at the right time. There's something we want to discuss with both of you. Your father just talked to Mr. Tu and felt that you and Muknoyet are well suited, intending to decide on your marriage. How do you feel? Duong-du boldly replied, I don't feel compatible, Dad. What's not compatible? Everyone knows about this to hang. I've been pursuing her for 3 years. Duong-du solemnly continued, recently, I have reconsidered, respected seniors. Forced arrangements are not beneficial. Marriage is a lifelong matter, and the right to choose should be left to us. Thank you all for your concern. Uncle Du, you know why I'm saying this. Is it because Muknoyet forced me to say it? Rest assured, I'll handle today's matter to everyone's satisfaction. Duong-du thought, does Uncle hope I get beaten to death by that guy Deep Ton? Duong-du immediately defended himself, no, Uncle, I really. Well, it's okay, no need to say much more, you understand. Then, Muknoyet's father scolded, speak for yourself. How has Duong-du treated you all these years? He has shown deep affection and heavy care for you. When you were sick in the hospital, he stayed there taking care of you for so long. In terms of conditions and appearance, that Du girl is inferior to you in what aspect? Forcing that boy to say such things, he really makes me furious. Duong-du thought, answer quickly, and let's end this. Argue with her father. Our affair will come to an end, and everyone can go their separate ways. I'll find other girls to have fun with. If she still doesn't say anything, I'm really in trouble. Does she not want to escape with her so-called Dragon King, her Deep Ton? Muknoyet heard all these thoughts, infuriating her. This guy keeps talking as if Deep Ton is mine. What does he think of me? Why should I run away with a bodyguard? What kind of person does he think he is? Pursuing me for 3 years, speaking on behalf of his heart, really? Muknoyet, feeling bitter, spoke after her contemplation, Dad, I didn't ask him to say that. I support the arranged marriage. Duong-du, hearing this, was horrified, oh, she's playing games with me. I said we should break off the engagement together. Who wants a romantic relationship with her? Who wants to follow the plot of a novel? The Dragon King's harem is where she belongs. Please wake up and don't go crazy. Muknoyet smiled, thinking, he's much more interesting now than his previous flattering demeanor. Quite amusing, hee. Her father, pleased, exclaimed, great, the two of them agree. We don't need to worry anymore. Let's announce this to the public. Duong-du thought, she must be out of her mind. She really got me killed. Soon, Deep Ton will cause trouble. It was difficult enough to become a handsome wealthy antagonist. That's the end, damn novel plot. Muknoyet, hearing this, thought, things will truly happen soon, just as this guy is thinking. A while later, everyone gathered in the grand hall. Now, the heads of the Duong and Tu families made a statement, dear friends, today we have some joyful news to share with you. Our Duong family has decided to unite in marriage with the Tu family. From today onwards, Muknoyet is about to become the daughter-in-law of our Duong family. In a corner that truly resembled a Dragon King's presence, Deep Ton appeared, stating with gravity, what's this? Muknoyet is the woman I admire. Anyone who dares to interfere will meet their demise. Duong-du, upon seeing this, became anxious. This is bad. He's here, and he brought hostility with him. Why does everything seem normal? Today, I'm bound to face trouble. Muknoyet also pondered, that the family didn't bring any bodyguards today, but Deep Ton showing up is just as that person said. At this moment, Deep Ton declared loudly, I do not agree to this marriage. Mr. Tu immediately scolded, who are you, a mere little bodyguard? It's our Tu family's affair. Why would you meddle in this? Someone, quickly escort him out. Deep Tan thought to himself, escort me out? I am the Dragon King, reigning in foreign lands, a noble in European aristocracy. Even there, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner. Anticipating a conflict, Duong-du swiftly intervened, don't provoke, don't provoke. Let's talk calmly. Today is my father's birthday, it's not suitable to resort to violence. Witnessing this scene, people began to discuss, unexpectedly, Mr. Duong's demeanor is so dignified. If it were me, I would have dragged him out and beaten him up. Hearing the discussions, Duong-du shrugged in resignation, what's all the commotion about? Can't you guys be a bit more civil? Your insults might bring momentary joy, but I could end up in the crematorium right now. Deep Tan, seething with bitterness, thought, it's all because of this wretched fellow. If he hadn't latched onto Muk Noyet, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Duong-du, in turn, mused, damn it, why is he staring at me like that? Did I insult him? I didn't do anything wrong, he's the one who got involved. What else does he want? If he wants to snatch someone, go ahead, but don't target me. Upon hearing Duong-du's thoughts, Muk Noyet couldn't help but burst into a beautiful laughter. Yet, Deep Tan deluded himself, Muk Noyet must be laughing because I stood up for her. Indeed, I am her only support. Deep Tan asserted, Muk Noyet, no one should sacrifice their freedom for benefits. With me here, you can go wherever you want. Anyone who tries to stop you will face dire consequences. Duong-du, feeling satisfied, chimed in, exactly, that's right. Go on, quickly. Once the male and female guests join hands, success awaits their escape. As long as this guy takes Muk Noyet away, the ensuing events won't concern me anymore. Deep Tan stepped forward, ready to take Muk Noyet's hand, come with me, Muk Noyet. However, he's quite delusional. Muk Noyet immediately brushed his hand away, furrowing her brows as she said, what are you doing? Have you gone crazy? Hearing these words, Deep Tan felt like thunder had struck next to his ear, standing still in disbelief. Muk Noyet thought, after listening to that guy mutter for a while, I figured it out. This is like a world from a novel. According to the usual plot, this bodyguard, Deep Tan, will gradually fall for me, and then I'll become part of his harem. But based on what, I wonder? Here's some advice for you. Deep Tan, bewildered, asked, Muk Noyet, I know you're afraid of something. Rest assured, with me here, the Duong family won't dare do anything to you. Who is the eldest son of the Duong family, anyway? Duong-du thought, well, he's gone mad. What does it have to do with me? I've ignored this bodyguard already. Give him 100,000 and let him run away quickly. Don't bother me, big brother. Muk Noyet spoke up, you've overthought it. You're just a bodyguard in my house. From today, consider yourself dismissed. Leave immediately. Despite the harsh words from this Deep Tan, he still thought, right now, she's defending me, that's why she said that. Truly, she is the woman I admire, the Dragon King. Understanding and reaching consensus with the one I like, Muk Noyet, I won't leave you. With me by your side, you won't have to worry about anything. The Duong family is just. Hearing this demon's endless talk, Mr. T even landed a punch on him, you wretched fool, get lost quickly. Don't cling to my daughter anymore. In my whole life, I only have one son-in-law, Duong-du. If you're tangled up, the Tu family won't spare you. Though angered by the blow, Deep Tan calmly thought, must endure, must not reveal my identity. As the Dragon King, the most crucial thing is to learn patience. If they don't welcome me here, I'll leave. This young man is intentionally staying out of sight, letting the Tu family deal with me. Quite a clever calculation. Duong-du sweated nervously, are you crazy? What does this have to do with me? Want to be entangled with me? I know deep relationships exist, but it can't be like this. Please, to Muk Noyet, quickly go with your husband. Muk Noyet thought bitterly, this brat mumbled for a while, continuously claiming that Deep Tan is my husband, and I am his fiancée. If he doesn't want me to get close to him, then I'll just keep doing it. Muk Noyet then stepped forward to kiss him, but Duong-du, clueless, raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Damn it, why is she so malicious, wanting to kiss me? Fortunately, I'm one step ahead. If she succeeds in her intention, I won't have a way to survive." Seeing this, Deep Tan became even more furious. "My own woman, yet she's kissing another man." Yes, Muk Noyet had to do it because of compromise. She is trying to protect herself from the Duong family, a family that no longer needs to exist. After a drama-filled feast at the Duong family's house, the male lead, Duong-du, returned home, frowning in anger. "Damn system, are you messing with me? Why doesn't today's plot match what was supposed to happen?" Muk Noyet, in the original story, should have looked down on him. But clearly, today Muk Noyet has some issues. Her IQ has evidently improved significantly. Sacrificing so much to protect her Dragon King, perhaps it's the butterfly effect caused by changes in the protagonist. Anyway, give me my rewards, system. The protagonist has successfully survived the first plot. The Lamborghini should be in the garage now. Please check and deliver. Duong-tu angrily exclaimed, "Damn it, now in my house, besides the main thing which is money, what the hell is the use of this thing you gave me?" While he was cursing, his subordinate approached and reported, "Young master, this was brought by Madam and she said it's a gift for Mr. Vong." This subordinate is Ha Tien, the captain of the Vong family's guard team. "Alright, you've worked hard, sir." In the novel, the Vong and Duong families have been close for generations. The patriarch of the Vong family treated the male protagonist well since childhood. However, one day, he suddenly became paralyzed. Vong Tuyet, the granddaughter of the Vong family, and also Duong-du's former girlfriend, hurriedly returned upon hearing the news. Duong-du couldn't help but think, "Damn, isn't this like a plot from a 62-star ancient costume drama?" According to the original plot, Mr. Vong becomes paralyzed and cannot be cured. But Deep Tien is the male lead of the novel, a divine physician naturally very skilled, some divine medical skills or something like that. This part of the plot is the best time for him to shine. Deep Tan saves Mr. Vong, gains the trust of the Vong family, paving the way for him to conquer the female lead. Damn, am I giving a gift only to end up getting beaten up? Ha Tien hurriedly asked, "Young Master Duong, are you alright?" "Oh, I'm fine." "If you're fine, that's good then. Young Master Duong, I know you're still unhappy about today's events. Rest assured, I've instructed someone to cause trouble for Deep Tien." Duong-du appeared surprised upon hearing this. Ha Tien continued, "I specifically sent over 30 people this time, making sure he pays the price." Duong-du, with a mocking expression, responded, "Well done, are you really afraid that I will live to see the ultimate outcome?" Seeing Duong-du's pale face, Ha Tien inquired, "Young master, are you okay?" Duong-du stood up immediately, "I'm fine, but today I realized that you're wasting your talent as the captain of the security team. Our Duong family has a mining company in South Africa. Can you go there to manage it for me?" Ha Tien, surprised, replied, "Sure, yes. I'll arrange it for you tomorrow, and the salary there will be tripled." Ha Tien rejoiced, "Hoo-hoo, thank you, young Master Duong, for trusting me. I will definitely work hard." Duong-du secretly celebrated, "Very good, dealt with one fool. In Africa, he can't escape to come back for revenge on me. I can confidently visit the Vong family according to the plot." A moment later, at the Vong family's house, Duong-du was rushing in when suddenly he collided with a beautiful girl, and the impact was strong enough to make her two ample assets jiggle uncontrollably. Duong-du couldn't help but think, who walks without looking? As he looked up, he realized it was the beautiful girl Vong Tuyet, his former lover. "Referee, she's dribbling and colliding with others, that's a foul. The material of this dress is really good, probably a special kind. If it were a shirt, it would have stretched long ago." Suddenly, Vong Tuyet heard these thoughts and asked in surprise, "What are you talking about? Did I say anything? Are you okay? Why did you come to my house?" "I'm here to visit Grandpa T, he's still asleep." "Sit down and have a cup of tea first." They had broken up years ago when Duong-du was discovered deceiving her. They hadn't been in contact since then. However, this reunion piqued Vong Tuyet's curiosity. In the class reunion last month, she learned that Duong-du had been framed by someone, and she felt deep regret. Meeting Duong-du today, she realized that after so many years, she still hadn't forgotten him. Pouring tea, Vong Tuyet thought, what's the use of not forgetting? It's too late, both the Duong and T families announced the engagement yesterday. In contrast to Vong Tuyet's complex inner thoughts, Duong-du next to her didn't think as much. He focused on watching her brew tea, thinking, brewing tea and still looking this beautiful. Tham Tuyet is the #1 beauty. From what I see, Vong Tuyet is the most beautiful woman in the Ta family. This demeanor, this tea-making skill, Tham Tuyet is far behind her. Her always graceful appearance seems to imply that I owe her money. Engagement, marriage, what's the point? Sooner or later, this marriage will have to be abandoned. Vong Tuyet heard what Duong-du had just thought, making her startle and turn around. No mistake, this must be Duong-du's voice. Even though he didn't speak aloud, I heard it clearly. Duong-du couldn't fathom why Yuxue was staring at him so intently. You're okay, right? Tuyet feigned indifference and replied, I'm fine. Then she thought, it seems like I can hear his inner thoughts. Moreover, he still thinks he's the top beauty. Clearly, over the years, he hasn't forgotten about me and even pretends to pursue someone else. Tuyet spoke up, I heard you got engaged to Tham Tuyet today. Congratulations, you finally achieved your wish. Well, this is a long story. Anyway, getting married is not an easy matter. Duong-du thought, what the heck is marriage? It's all because Tham Tuyet is causing trouble. She's a nerve-wracking woman who already has someone else in her heart, yet she deliberately exposes me to bullets to act in a drama. Tuyet, with a seductive expression, asked, any discord in your relationship? Suddenly, she moved closer, presenting a pair of top-grade melons in front of Duong-du, making him blush. Just a friendship, no romantic involvement. Why are you asking about this? Damn, why did she suddenly come so close to me? She smells so good, is this her body odor? Her bosom is so white, oh, and her clothes are really beautiful too. Tuyet heard it and smiled, he always used to praise like that when we were in love. Why get angry with someone like that? You're my first love. Can't I be a little close to you? Pay attention to maintaining some distance. After so many years of separation, using this trick is useless. I don't like Tham Tuyet, and I won't go back to her. Saying that, but thinking differently in her heart, damn, how can she be like this? And holding my hand, this is cheating. Please, be a bit normal. This is not your style. Maybe she shouldn't stay away from men, except for someone like Deep Tan. However, she really admires her own ears. If only she could hug her own head, it would be great, can be used as a pillow. Tuyet heard these thoughts and laughed. Duong-du, still confused, didn't understand what was going on. She's indeed beautiful, but this woman is a bit abnormal. She's not normal. Having lost face like that, how can she endure it? Tuyet remained indifferent, even tightening her hand against her chest. Duong-du, feeling frightened, pulled his hand away. I'm afraid of this woman. If Tham Tuyet had an issue yesterday, let it be. This Vong Tuyet seems a bit foolish. Duong-du immediately stood up, making up an excuse to leave. I'll go freshen up for a moment. I'm afraid you're too much for me, so I'll hide in the restroom for a bit. Tuyet said, wait for me, okay? Duong-du startled and turned back, thinking, indeed, she's the protagonist of a novel, a classic fall. It turns out Vong Tuyet just stood up and tripped, adopting the posture of a dramatic fall. She fell, and I didn't even help her up? Duong-du grimaced, thinking, gosh, should I not have lent her a hand? After helping her, I'll slip away like that. A while later, the two were back sitting on the sofa. Duong-du, my ankle is sprained. Can you help me with a little massage? I don't know how to do it myself. Duong-du thought, today, I want to check the plot, receive the rewards, and get close to the second female lead. It's a self-preserving act. UC Tuyet struck a seductive pose and said, "You're lying. When we were dating in college, I got a sprained ankle while playing tennis, and you massaged it for me. Do you hate me that much now? Right, so if you're genuinely uncomfortable, I can help you call a doctor." In Duongdu's mind, he thought, "Consider that I hate you, quickly stay away from me. Anyway, we're not compatible. You belong to Deep Tan's harem, and I'm just the antagonist used as a shield. If he finds out about this, I'm done for tonight." UC Tuyet thought, even though I don't understand the role of a shield character and what those words mean, if he tells me to stay away, I'll comply. No such thing. Didn't he help me with the massage? So he should go for a while. I'll tell everyone that he took advantage of me. Oh, please, don't be like that. Can we reason a bit? If she talks nonsense like this outside, Deep Tan will surely bear a grudge against me. I've never seen an antagonist in novels, seizing a woman from the male lead and still surviving. With no other choice, Duongdu reluctantly massaged the beauty's foot. "Massage is fine, but please don't talk about it outside." Duongdu then showcased his superb massaging skills, focusing only on the foot, but UC Tuyet couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Duongdu was also startled. Isn't it just a foot massage? Why is she making those sounds? After completing the task of massaging, Duongdu looked at UC Tuyet, who was now beaming, and said, "But it still hurts a bit here." "Alright, stop it. There's no more pain. Okay, if you get injured again, just come find me." "Oh, there's another time? Spare me, please. If not, what will happen, sweetheart?" I can hear the heartbeat of this guy and even catch his rhythm. I can't let him off so easily. Duongdu, irritated, thought, "Damn system, come out here. Why did even the character set up for Vong UC Tuyet collapse?" The system appeared with a smirk and then disappeared, saying, "Truly helpless, this system." Suddenly, UC Tuyet's phone rang. "Hello, I know. The new energy conference will be postponed. I'll be there in half an hour." Upon hearing this, Duongdu thought, "The new energy project, it just came back to me. This isn't a trap set by Vong Nu Long and Deep Tan. To invest in this project, the entire capital of 50 billion from the Vong family was poured into it, causing the Vong group to fall into a severe crisis. Vong Nh Long took advantage of the power struggle opportunity, and Deep Tan played the role of a good person to help Vong UC Tuyet resolve the crisis. Successfully bringing Vong UC Tuyet into his harem, then dealing with Vong Nu Long, and finally, the Vong family would still fall into his hands. UC Tuyet thought to herself, "How does Duongdu know about this investment? This is the highest level secret of the company. Indeed, my cousin Vong Nu Long has promoted this project. Could it be that he secretly cares about me, using the power of the Duong family to help me investigate these matters?" UC Noyet spoke. "The company has an urgent meeting, I'll attend it first. I'll find you later." "Okay, just do your work." As UC Noyet walked away, she thought, "Good for Vong Nu Long, good for Deep Tan. If I investigate thoroughly, no one should hope to survive." Sitting alone, Duongdu also pondered, "I understand. UC Noyet has issues, but it won't affect the overall story trend. As usual, Deep Tan will return to the Vong family shortly, showing a cold and domineering attitude. He will definitely conquer UC Shui. This time, I'm sure it will lead to a great outcome, ha ha ha." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Duongdu." Surprised, Duongdu turned around to see a beautiful maid. "It's me, greetings Duongdu." Duongdu blushed. "Oh, Noyet, it's been a while." Remembering, he thought, she's Jang Tuyet, the most famous female doctor in the city. She's only 20 this year, but her medical skills rank in the top 10. Her grandfather is also a renowned figure in traditional medicine. With such a beautiful face, she's undoubtedly in the harem of Longbang Deep Tan. After his return, he chose the city as his first stop, as there are many beauties here. When he reaches the 10th in the harem, he wants to conquer the entire wealthy family in the city to establish a foothold for himself. Jang Tuyet said, "How has Mr. Duong's health been lately? I prescribed medicine for him not long ago. Is he taking it on time? If he hasn't mentioned it, he still needs to thank me. My grandfather, after taking my medicine, has become much healthier. Why are you so distant with me? Hi. As they walked and talked, if that's the case, you don't need to be distant anymore. Or, come in and rest for a while. The Jang family has been practicing medicine for generations, and they have a long-standing relationship with the Duong family, spanning hundreds of years in the city. Due to the protection from the Duong family, no one in the city dares to cause trouble for the Jang family. Conversely, if anyone from the Duong family falls ill, members of the Jang family quickly come to provide treatment. She and Duong have known each other since childhood, and their relationship is like siblings. Duong thought, if I'm not distant with her, then today would be enough. Who told her to be in Deep Tan's harem? It's a pity that my little sister Tuyet is being manipulated. The author's mind is full of nonsense. Unexpectedly, Jang Tuyet overheard Duong's inner thoughts. Am I in Deep Tan's harem? Who is Deep Tan? Tuyet immediately asked, Duong, what did you just say? Duong startled, ha, I didn't say anything, did I? Why do these women seem a bit strange today? Tuyet still didn't understand what was happening. Clearly, it was your voice, Duong. By now, the two had arrived. The last servant greeted, Dr. Jang has arrived. Master Vong just woke up. Can you treat him now? Yes, let's go. You too, Duong. Inside the luxurious room, the elderly Vong, with silver hair, was delighted to see Duong. Duong quickly greeted, Mr. Vong, please lie down. Wait for Tuyet to heal you, then I'll come to play chess with you. At this moment, Deep Tan had long appeared. Why is he here again? Someone next to him asked, DP, are you sure you can cure my grandfather? Deep Tan raised 5 fingers, it's only 50%, the probability is not very high. This pink-haired person was Vong Long, the only son of the second household of the Vong family. Feeling less talented than Vong Shui, he chose to ally with Long Vong Deep Tan to compete for the family's power. Deep Tan said, 5 fingers mean it's under my control. Deep Tan thought, these rich heirs are all fools. A successful general leaves countless corpses, and they will be the dry bones under my feet. As for Jang Tuyet, sooner or later, she will become a woman in my harem. At this moment, Deep Tan thought, Jang Tuyet is not only beautiful and talented but more importantly, she has a vast network of relationships in the Jang family. The medical family has saved countless prominent figures. Once I have the Jang family, the days of conquering the city are just a matter of counting on my fingers. At this moment, Vong Long beside them spoke, how is my grandfather's condition, Jang Divine Healer? Due to a stroke, his blood vessels are blocked, coupled with some complications that led to paralysis on one side of his body. But that's not a big issue. I've used 13 demon needles to clear his blood vessels. Jang Tuyet, who had just appeared cold, shifted to a charming tone and said, Duong, come here and help me sterilize the silver needles. Duong was surprised, you're not doing well. Noyet replied, come here quickly. You used to be quite skilled. Only you know the sequence of my needles. Hearing this, Deep Tan felt uncomfortable. This guy from the Duong family is really annoying. He always interferes with the women I like, shameless. Perhaps I can blame myself, after all, those women are infatuated with me, who wouldn't be? Deep Tan loudly declared, close the windows, and everyone move back a bit, don't crowd around. Is Jang Divine Healer really planning to use 13 vitamin needles to treat Mr. Vong's paralysis? Is that right? I find it inappropriate. I fear she hasn't identified his real problem. Applying acupuncture in this way to clear blood vessels will only harm the patient's body. If you're not sure, I think it's better to let me handle it. People immediately began discussing, what is he? It's his turn to teach divine healers how to treat illnesses, truly laughable. The first time seeing someone who can instruct Jang Divine Healer in diagnosing. Duong Du thought to himself, haha, the classic situation has arisen. Stir up animosity, wait a bit after causing the animosity, then make a bet. After that, let Tu Noyet continue with the treatment, and in the end, when an issue arises, he will step in to demonstrate. By then, the Vong family will be convinced by him. Tu Noyet will also appreciate his medical skills. But speaking of Tu Noyet's treatment method, there is no issue. Just worried about causing harm to the old man's body, so the needle insertion is too cautious. It should have been stronger, just stimulate the external points to alleviate the blockage. Tu Noyet heard these thoughts as if she had been enlightened. Vong Nu Long spoke up, elders, I invited Deep Tan. He is also proficient in medical skills and has come to treat my grandfather. Just give him a chance. One of the elders scolded, messing around with the health of our elder is a child's play? Bringing in someone randomly to let him try? What can this kid do? Deep Tan responded, oh really? Jang Divine Healer is younger than me. How does he know that my medical skills are inferior to hers? Let's make a bet. If Jang Divine Healer can't cure him, then I will save the old man. But you all have to apologize to me. And if Jang Divine Healer can cure him, what then? Deep Tan pointed, if she heals him, then I, Deep Tan, will crawl from inside the Vong family to the outside. I've set my word, so let it be done. Deep Tan arrogantly said, Jang Divine Healer can also make a bet with me. Any bet is fine, I won't go back on my word. Sorry, I won't bet. Please be quiet and don't disturb me. In fact, Jang Tu Noyet had been listening to Duong Du's thoughts for a long time and understood the whole process. At this moment, she had no positive feelings for Deep Tan at all, even finding his smile extremely detestable. Tu Noyet thought to herself, betting? How can a doctor take something as sacred as the medical profession for a bet? Deep Tan still harbored illusions, after showcasing my medical skills, she will fall in love with me. After all, women are creatures who inherently adore the strong. Ha 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 ha. On this side, Vong Nu Long also thought to himself, can Deep really pull this off? But he's laughing like that, meaning everything is still under control. Duong Du on the other hand contemplated, oh, it seems my memory is correct. After treating the old man, there's still stagnant blood in the body, not completely expelled. There will be a problem with Tu Noyet's treatment. In a few minutes when Deep Tan puts on a show, Tu Noyet will fall for him, ultimately becoming his harem member. Tu Noyet now inserted the first few needles. Master Vong, how do you feel? Master Vong spoke softly, much more comfortable now, I can speak. Everyone was delighted to see, this is great, the old man seems to have recovered. Jang Divine Healer is truly formidable in medical skills. Deep Tan remained indifferent, it's definitely healed now. Let me count. If the old man is still fine in 3 minutes, I can kneel down and apologize. On this side, Tu Noyet anxiously checked the pulse, it's just like the thoughts of Duong Du. Before, seeing the old man's health too weak, I wanted to slowly adjust with traditional medicine. But now, everything has changed, and I have to change the treatment plan. Tu Noyet softly asked, Duong Du, can you help me sterilize a needle? Duong Du wondered, why does she need another silver needle? Could it be that she has discovered the issue? I have to thank myself, Duong Du. If it weren't for me telling her, how could she know? Tu Noyet then used another silver needle, pricking a bit of blood from the toe, surprising Deep Tan. There's no reason for this woman to discover this hidden disease. If her medical skills are so formidable, the treatment should have been completed in one go. This doesn't make sense. Why did it turn out like this? At this point, one of the elders spoke, Deep Tan, 3 minutes have passed. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise now? Deep Tan's expression changed. Today, I originally intended to conquer the Vong family as a noble and conquer a beauty at the same time. But now I really can't leave here. However, kneeling down as the Dragon King to apologize is definitely impossible. But in the future, Jang Tu Noyet is sure to be my woman. Bending my head to apologize to my wife might reluctantly be acceptable. Deep Tan then laughed, ha ha ha, the 13 devil needles are truly famous. It seems they are no less than my divine tramstaff. Du thought, it's starting. Quickly changed the topic, right? However, his divine tramstaff has been displayed, making Tu Noyet fall for him. Indeed, the Dragon King can always flirt effortlessly. Tu Noyet, feeling annoyed, thought, what does this guy want to flirt with me for? Knowing medical skills but lacking medical ethics. Treating patients should be done with kindness, not betting on the patient. Such a person is truly trash, deserving to be pursued by me. Tu Noyet spoke up, so formidable, huh? Are you a man of your word? Weren't you planning to kneel down and apologize to me? Hearing this, Du was also surprised. Is Tu Noyet right? Isn't it some kind of snakeskin peeling procedure? He has already displayed the divine tramstaff. Shouldn't you use medical skills to build rapport rather than compete? On the other side, Deep Tan blushed, a woman dares to humiliate me like this. If I hadn't observed you and your family's network, you would be a corpse by now. Just as the situation was heating up, Vong Nulong approached and said, just now was just a joke. Don't take it seriously, everyone. Both are medical deities, so mutual learning and competition are only appropriate. Deep Tan also said, just now was a moment of anger. However, today's actions were indeed disrespectful. If Miss Jung doesn't mind, let's share a meal today as my way of apologizing. Du chuckled inwardly, keeping one's word is truly a Dragon King's trait. He failed in flirting, but found another way out. He's indeed a cunning fox. The foot-operated pile driver is admirable. Tu Noyet, infuriated, replied, I don't mind sharing a meal. Thinking irritably, hearing Du muttering, I already knew he's a lascivious guy. Deep Tan, hearing Tu Noyet's response, was like turning into stone. What are you saying? In the midst of the tension, Vong Tuyet rushed in anxiously, Grandpa, is your health better now? While running, Tuyet's large and tempting assets kept swaying, capturing Deep Tan's unwavering attention, and his desire reached its peak. At this moment, he thought, indeed, the woman I've set my eyes on. It won't take long for her to be under my control along with the Vong family. Tuyet passed by him without sparing a glance, thinking to herself, just returned from a business trip to the company, discovered that Vong Nulong is still pushing the new energy project. It's truly a trap. The specific situation needs further investigation. If there isn't enough evidence, I'll play it safe. Tuyet spoke up, this time, I truly appreciate the healing skills of Master Jang. Between us, there's no need for gratitude. It's been 3 hours, and I have to return for my free medical examination. So, Master Jang, be careful. If you have some free time, feel free to come and visit. Before leaving, Jang Tuyet turned back to say to Du, why don't you bid farewell to me? Oh, I see, you forgot to say goodbye. Du broke into a sweat, thinking, little sister, it's not that I don't want to bid you farewell, but I dare not. That foolish Deep Tan considers you his woman. If I show familiarity with you, he'll take offense. Tuyet, feeling irritated, thought, considers me his woman? Ugh, disgusting. Meanwhile, Deep Tan, with a thoughtful expression, pondered, how can I call him a brother when the woman I like is considered his? And he even speaks so familiarly. He then initiated a conversation, Jang, in a few days, if it's convenient, I'll visit your place. I've heard that Master Jang's medical skills are extraordinary, and I want to broaden my knowledge. If it's not inconvenient, I'd appreciate the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Deep Tan fell silent. This is the first time things haven't gone smoothly in courting a girl. But I can't lose my cool now because the courtship plan is not over. Vong Tuyet is still here. Deep Tan softly called Vong Nulong's name. Nulong understood and turned to say to Tuyet, you're right, sis. Let me introduce to you a talented and handsome young man. Vong Tuyet turned to look at him with a bored expression. Nulong continued, this is Deep Tan, his medical skills are no less than those of the divine healer. Deep Tan approached politely. Hello, Miss Vong. UC Tuyet, emotionless, said, has anyone told you a story? What's going on, young miss? Your laughter is quite repulsive. Upon hearing this, Deep Tan stood silent, thunder roaring in his ears, his heart aching, thinking, laughing looks repulsive, the very thing that makes me proud and irresistible, the unbeatable girl charming technique, and it dares to say. Deep Tan spoke, Miss Vong, perhaps you've misunderstood me. We can talk more another time if there's a chance. In embarrassment, Deep Tan left. Vong Nu Long chased after him. Outside, he said, Deep, today's incident was unexpected. Don't take it to heart. Deep Tan asked bitterly, I look repulsive when I laugh? No, it's just a bit special. What's the connection between that guy from the Duong family and yours? Our families have been close for generations. Master Duong is very close to us. He used to be my sister's ex-boyfriend. Angry, Deep Tan exclaimed, What? He's my ex-boyfriend? Duong Du is quite bold, isn't he? Are you determined to confront me? The woman I saw, you won't let go of her either, right? After leaving the house, Deep Tan took out his phone and called, and on the other end, he said, What instructions does Long Vang have? Deep Tan asked, How's True AM infiltrating into the Duong family's business? It was successful, and currently, she holds the position of the director's secretary, which is excellent. You have 1 week to bring what I need here, and after a month, I want the Duong family wiped out. On the other side, Duong Du sneezed repeatedly, saying, Who's talking about me? Hey, this unreliable system, the plot has already unfolded, where's the reward? The system reported the success of signing the main character, having passed through the second plot phase, with rewards of a healthy and resistant physique. This reward is quite satisfactory and can deal with someone skilled in using medical poison like Deep Tan. It seems there is a little more hope of surviving until the end. As he was about to leave, Vong UC Tuyet rushed out to stop him, asking, What's wrong? Duong Du thought, Why is my sister blocking my way? I know she secretly loves me, but this is not good because I am the man she can never have. Vong UC Tuyet half smiled upon hearing this and said, So the man can't be obtained, huh? I just want to have him. Let's see if he can handle it. Vong UC Tuyet remarked, Is it not allowed to talk to you? Do you hate your ex-girlfriend that much? Duong Du straightforwardly replied, Why bother knowing everything and still ask? If I don't hate you, then I would have to endure a beating, little sister. Our relationship is just fate, do you understand? Stop creating unnecessary trouble. Back then, if I hadn't obtained my current physique, you wouldn't have a chance now. UC Tuyet said with a hint of sadness, Fine, I get it. I won't force you anymore. Suddenly, UC Tuyet pointed and exclaimed, Deep Tan, who allowed you to come back? Duong Du, surprised, turned around and asked, What? He's back? Wait, I don't see anyone. What are you talking about? At this moment, UC Tuyet swiftly approached and, holding her phone, started recording. Just as Duong Du turned around, he kissed UC Tuyet. The deed was done. UC Tuyet said, Young Master Duong, why are you acting like this? I've recorded it. Did you think I was deceiving you? Duong Du helplessly thought, Is she still the female lead? This is a mess, and recording it this time means trouble. If that foolish Deep Tan sees it, I'll be in trouble. A night as a married couple during the day, even though we don't have any official days, good or bad, it's still the first love. Isn't it right that 10 days still count as a relationship? Why did you deceive me? UC Tuyet exclaimed with excitement, Deceive you? What on earth did I deceive you about? Am I, a girl like me, actively pursuing you? Duong Young Master, can you please tone down your arrogance a bit? Duong Du pointed and demanded, Delete the video. Name your price, and let's settle this. Fortunately, I am now a wealthy antagonist. Using money to resolve issues is not only convenient but also lets Vong UC Tuyet see me as a practical person. Money talks, after all. UC Tuyet chuckled in response, money? We have plenty of that at home. It seems like I don't need it, hee hee. As a business genius with exceptionally high intelligence, after listening for a while, Vong UC Tuyet fully understood the world she was in. The world I'm in is based on a novel plot. Duong Du is the antagonist, and I am Deep Tan's harem. A harem? What a joke! As long as there's an opportunity, that guy Deep Tan won't live to see another day outside of my control. Duong Du retorted, alright, stop creating unnecessary drama. Delete the video, or else don't blame me for turning against you. So, what exactly do you want, madam? If you don't want money, then what? Do you want my fit and handsome body all day? But I don't understand. I have some money outside, I'm good looking, standing at 1.8 meters, with an 8-pack abs and a radiant aura. What else is there for you to be attracted to when I'm outside? Vong UC Tuyet said, then turn away. If you turn away, I'll post it online. Duong Du, infuriated, responded, you find that amusing? Do you really think I won't dare to hit a girl? Look at these fists, as hard as rocks. Someone as adorable as you, if I were to land a punch, you might cry for a long time. Quickly delete the video. Isn't it something the female lead should understand? Fine, let me hit you, so you can see where I'll land the punch. Despite being agitated, Duong Du reluctantly softened his tone. Come on, what do you want, after all? Just say it. Vong UC Tuyet pushed Duong's face mockingly and moved closer. Come on, go into the room with me first. No, I've decided it's not allowed. Are you determined to confront me? Follow me into the room quickly. Duong Du stood in silence, not answering, thinking, it's just going into the room, better than having the video spread. If she really causes trouble, I'd rather die than let the female lead control me. After all, I am the antagonist. Transitioning scenes, the eyes landed on a messy room, scattered belongings everywhere. This woman's room is quite chaotic too. But these black stockings aren't bad, paired with a gray ribbed skirt and black stockings, I can totally. Oh, there are also fishnet stockings and white stockings, more interesting than this one. Upon entering, Duong Du immediately remarked, why is your room in such a mess? Don't you hire someone to clean up? Unbelievable. Even the dogs in the countryside would take a detour when they see me. A proud beauty like her, creating a bit of resentment, is quite unpleasant. UC Tuyet laughed and said, aren't I preparing to have someone come clean up? Duong Du, suddenly realizing, said, what do you mean asking me to clean the room? Hee, hurry up, others want to clean my room, not yours. Besides, you've helped me clean up before. Back in university, you cleaned up for me a few times. It was mischievous, not just cleaning up, but overall, it's better than other tasks. But of course, there will be a smell. What if it gets transmitted to me? After finishing cleaning, I need to wash my hands thoroughly. UC Tuyet, feeling a bit annoyed, retorted, you only have a foot odor. We've been apart for a few years now. Besides chasing after Tamak Noyet, have you had any contact with other girls? You're not really pursuing Tamak Noyet, that's just an act. It's to facilitate playing with other girls in private life. No need to hide it, right now, you have 4 girlfriends. Duong Du spoke with his mouth, but his thoughts differed, laughable. For these past few years, I've been busy chasing after someone. Even her hand, I've never touched. UC Tuyet joyfully thought, this man is so shameless. UC Tuyet exclaimed, you despicable man. Duong Du smirked, thinking, this woman indeed can't stand me anymore. Stirring her up a bit more, making her angry, and having her chase me away would be perfect. Let me express my inherent flirtatious nature. I don't believe she won't find me disgusting. With this in mind, Duong Du lifted a dried squid and said, your silent thoughts aren't very good, huh? Let me personally pick a few for you later. Playing foolishly, he lifted it up, ready to be snapped by UC Tuyet's camera. Only now did Duong Du realize, oh, I'm dead. Oops, accidentally got photographed. just kissed her and got involved in this kind of thing. How can the purity of a girl like her be maintained? Duongvu, surprised, said, "Why aren't you acting normally? Why did you use your phone to secretly take pictures of me? In a normal situation, you should be calling me a pervert and telling me to leave." Vong Tuyet triumphantly replied, "Well, what else can I do? My ex-boyfriend is bothering me like this. If this gets leaked, it would be very difficult for me to handle." Duongdu retorted, annoyed, "This surely isn't something Vong Tuyet could come up with in the original plot." Duongdu reluctantly softened his tone, "I'm just kidding, don't be like that." Tuyet felt delighted inside, "With these in hand, he won't dare to disobey me in the future. Hee, don't even think about escaping." Vong Tuyet said, "Right, let's talk about something serious. Recently, I'm considering investing in new energy sources. What do you think?" Duongdu chuckled, "Very clever, I'm already falling for it. Although Deep Ton is a fool, today's incident with Mr. Noyet is unstoppable. That's right, I am the #1 antagonist using righteousness for revenge." Then, Duongdu confidently stated, "Investing in new energy sources is a good direction, little sister." But secretly thought, "Hurry up and start the new energy project. Trust yourself, this project can definitely make a lot of money. The premise is to have a cooperative partner with no issues. Laughable, Fash Company is a trap. When this project fails, that's when Deep Ton will appear to flirt." Vong Tuyet immediately said, "If you value this project, then I will invest, but I am still hesitating. Now, the potential cooperation partner and Fash Company from France seem promising, but I always feel this company is a bit unreliable." Duongdu reassured her, "You've thought a lot. I've had interactions with this company, very proficient in researching new energy sources. Collaborating with them will grant access to the latest technology, and by then, there's no need to worry about making money." Duongdu thought to himself, "This naive girl's intuition is quite sharp. Fash Company does have some issues, but Deep Ton has managed to hide them. The company's fraudulent activities, such as faking invoices and tax evasion, will only be exposed after some time. To put it plainly, it's a fraudulent company." Vong Tuyet secretly chuckled, "Haha, I've completely figured out how to control Duongdu. Now it's like having a remote control in my hand, just press a button, and he'll react. If even he confirms it, then there probably isn't any issue. I plan to delegate the management authority of this project to Nu Long. Do you think his capabilities can handle this project?" Without hesitation, Duongdu replied, "Nu Long is intelligent, renowned in our industry. With his talent, there should be no problem handling this project." In the contentment of his heart, back again, everything has come back. Finally, everything has returned to normal. For Vong Nu Long to take over this category, it's all settled. If she doesn't let him do it, how can he hide the issues in this category? The deputy director Lai with Vong Nu Long and her company is in cahoots. He gains a lot of benefits, intentionally throwing incendiary remarks to help. Vong Tuyet, upon hearing this, pondered, "Director Lai, huh? This new energy category, he always tries to promote. Moreover, he talked to me a few times, saying this category is enough to resist the development of the Vong family for the next 20 years. Duongdu suddenly spoke up, "Is it cleaned up now? Can I leave this time?" Vong Tuyet smiled, "Well, yes, you can go now." Duongdu doubted, "Have the videos and images been deleted?" Vong Tuyet immediately replied, "Why would you doubt me? The photos and videos have been deleted. If you don't believe it, check it yourself. Do you think I would keep something like this for show?" The secretary promptly said, "Director 2, I'll leave now." Tomuk Noyet, with a melancholic expression, sighed, "That guy has obviously liked me for 3 years. It's safe to say he's completely smitten. Oh God, what am I going to do? Whatever, I'll go home early." In the underground parking lot of Dong Hai Corporation, Tomuk Noyet called Duongvu, "Are you free tonight? I want to talk to you for a bit." Duongvu, puzzled by the call, asked, What does Tamak Noyet want from me? Duong Vu then responded, if it's about calling off the engagement, why didn't you say so from the beginning? Let's quickly figure out how to explain it to both families. After a moment of silence, Tamak Noyet spoke, who said anything about calling off the engagement? Actually, I don't even understand what I want to talk to him about anymore. Maybe I just want to meet him. Duong Vu, on the other end, coldly remarked, if there's something, say it directly. If not, get lost. Contact me when it's time to call off the engagement. Tamak Noyet, with a hint of bitterness, said, do you hate me that much? Fine, I still have to go out for drinks with a few friends. If you want to call off the engagement, just say it. If there's nothing, don't contact me. Duong Du chuckled, I used this attitude, and she still wouldn't be sincere, insisting on being the protagonist of her own drama. Tamak Noyet retorted, you shameless man. I won't cancel the engagement, instead, I'll marry into your Duong family. Just wait for it. Duong Du was taken aback, are you out of your mind? Before he could say more, the call was abruptly cut. This is not good, is this woman truly going insane? It's not easy to feel that the plan is about to succeed, and now Tamak Noyet is doing what? Suddenly, Duong Du received a message, Big brother, what are you up to lately? Don't forget I still have a lifeline. I'm the antagonist here, you have to take advantage of the antagonist's position to solve difficulties. Duong Du rode his war horse to the club, and everyone around was amazed. Isn't this a supercar? I heard there are only 2 in the country. Where is the second young master? Driving such a cool sports car, when will I be able to reincarnate into such a wealthy family? Duong Du wiped his nose and stepped out, fantastic. This is the feeling of being the second young master. A young man with green hair waved, Big brother is here. He was Tan Min, the eldest son of the Tan family, one of the 4 major clans in Dahang, loyal younger brother of Duong Du, and the Prince Charming at the club. Duong Du got straight to the point, brother, I'm done trying to please her. You need to figure out a way for me to make women hate me. Tan Min asked, which woman? Duong Du immediately responded, Tamak Noyet. In the end, even the boss can't pursue her anymore. It's simple, I'll follow your example and become a playboy. The master's advice makes sense, as long as I'm a dog's excrement, won't women naturally leave me? Tan Min suggested, now, let me introduce you to a top-notch woman, at least on par with Tamak Noyet. Duong Du was curious, that good? On the same level as Tamak Noyet? I'll find out, and when the time comes, I'll take her to work, making Tamak Noyet jealous to death. Then, a stunningly attractive girl, dressed provocatively, half glasses and half exposed, approached, her sweet voice flowing like honey, hello, Master Tan. With a seductive tone, Tan Min introduced, finally, my little sister Langham is here. Let me introduce you, this is Duong Du, my good brother. Langham, in her short and delicate dress, gracefully sat down, Duong, you are truly handsome. I'm Langham, pleased to meet you. I'm even happier to meet such a handsome young master like you. Suddenly, Duong Du found herself thinking, is this not Diane Fox spirit? Deep Tan's movements are so swift. Now that she's arranged to come over here, the target shouldn't be me, it should be Tan Min. Langham also heard Duong Du's inner thoughts, what's going on? Speaking with the stomach now? Definitely not straightforward, this can't be a confession. Langham's true identity is a master, the highest level within the organization, Long Soul, the most powerful assassin. Tan Min silently thought, the big brother is indeed a big brother, truly handsome. Women seeing him basically can't help but take a detour. How about it, does this big brother have enough charisma as an elder brother? Duong Du, feeling irritated, thought, charisma my foot, he's an assassin, I'm his target. Now he's being handed over to me. I consider him my little brother, yet he's treating me like this. Langham, bewildered, thought, indeed, this isn't a confession but rather me hearing the inner thoughts of this man. Stay calm, don't act without careful consideration. On the other side, Duong Du remained composed and alert, thinking, stick to the usual approach, make her dislike me, then she'll leave on her own. After some thought, Duong-du spoke up, Miss Lang, with such beauty, I wonder if you already have a boyfriend? Langham, quick-witted, approached Duong-du lightly and said, I don't have a boyfriend. Does Mr. Duong want to introduce someone to me? So I can have a reason to leave. On the contrary, I want to see how much you know about the organization. Duong-du thought, if her target is Tan Min, she shouldn't be paying attention to him right now. Could it be that she knows Tan Min likes substitutes, so she's deliberately acting to show Tan Min? If that's the case, taking advantage of her to deal with Tamuk Noyet would be beneficial. What are Lang Miss's hobbies? Let me see if I know someone who shares common interests with her. Hobbies, I like dancing and music. How about Mr. Duong? Haha, it seems we have some similarities. I enjoy listening to music and watching movies not meant for children. Langham heard this and immediately teased, oh, Mr. Duong is really annoying. Duong-du thought again, don't play this game, I've had enough of these sugar-coated bullets. Women will only affect my enjoyment of life, especially Deep Tan's woman. But Deep Tan is cunning too, even the women in our organization are not spared. Intentionally assigning dangerous missions that cannot be completed, then playing the hero to rescue a beauty. Langham, surprised, exclaimed, how does this man know about this? In the past 2 years, I've indeed failed in 2 missions, both times saved by the Dragon King himself. Suddenly, on the other side, Tan Min, enjoying his beer, unexpectedly sprayed out. Duong-du looked surprised, what are you doing here? It turns out that the formidable sister, Tamuk Noyet, had arrived at the scene of the supposed love affair, with an overwhelming presence. As soon as she entered, Tamuk Noyet was already brimming with anger, directly confronting Duong-du. Duong-du, still calm, draped his arm around the beauty and said, so, coming to talk about canceling the engagement? Have you seen it? I'm hugging this beauty like this, and yet you can still endure. Don't hesitate any longer, quickly go crazy. Today, I allow you to splash this glass of wine on my face. Don't pity me just because I'm a beautiful flower, bring out the dignity of the female lead and go. Hearing Duong-du's words, Muk Noyet smiled, indeed, he deliberately staged this drama to provoke me and force me to give up on the engagement. I won't play into his hands. Muk Noyet sat down and said, whether we cancel the engagement or not, it's challenging for us to be together. What do you think? I saw you drinking alone here, so I thought I'd join you. Both Duong-du and Tan Min were bewildered. Finally, we understand why the boss said, Tamuk Noyet is acting strangely. That extremely proud and cold Muk Noyet can endure her yet to be married husband hugging another woman and can speak so calmly. Duong-du was speechless. The horns have grown on your head, and you can still endure this? I allow you to slap me once, then cancel the engagement. Don't be like this, or else Langham will have to report to the Dragon King, saying that things between us are very pure. Duong-du continued, so, please go drink somewhere else. You're disturbing me and Miss Lang's drinking here. Have you seen it? What's called shameless and intolerable? If you can't hold back any longer, then leave quickly. Don't force me to become even more shameless, my moral limits are very flexible, I can do anything. Langham, hearing this, was also at a loss. This scoundrel has calculated everything, taking advantage of my facilities and using me. Muk Noyet had a different thought, the acting is terrible, treating me like a fool. He wants to force me to leave, but it's not going to work. You guys go ahead and drink, I don't care. When he's tired of playing, we can go home, alright? Duong-du felt like being struck by lightning, thinking to himself, is this something a creature like a woman can say? Where is her status and position? Calm down, those lines are mine. Don't disrupt your identity any further, quickly finish this glass of wine and get back to yourself. Muk Noyet laughed, don't look at me like that, I understand now. For the past 3 years, I've caused you a lot of grievances because I wanted to test your feelings. But starting from today, I want to make you the happiest man in the world. Whatever you want to do, I won't blame you. Duong-du replied, it's up to you, you can take your time drinking. Miss Lang and I need to go to the restroom for a moment, don't disturb us. Duong-du then took the beautiful woman away, leaving Langham in surprise, and even Tan Min was taken aback. Boss, why is everyone acting so crazy today? Muk Noyet said, although I know he's acting this attitude and resistance, could it be that the affection from the past 3 years was all fake? Scene transition to the restroom at the headquarters, where Duong-du was bringing the beautiful woman inside. Langham asked, why did you bring me here, Mr. Duong? Duong-du replied, giving you a gift. I really appreciate understanding women like you who won't open their mouths just to demand money. Women who chase after me for money, like to Muk Noyet, I find them tiresome. Now that I've returned to talk about canceling the engagement with her, next time we can drink together again. Langham looked annoyed. Why does this feel so strange? Let it go, I should still report to the Dragon King first. Transitioning to the underground parking lot, Langham got into a luxury car and called Long Vong to report. On the other end, Deep Tan eagerly listened. How's it going, Hamgi? Is the mission going smoothly? In the past, hearing Deep Tan call her Hamgi would bring joy to her heart. However, after hearing Duong-du's inner thoughts and discovering Deep Tan's deception, this familiar address felt somewhat repulsive, even insincere. Langham replied, I've approached the target, but when getting close, I encountered Duong-du and Muk Noyet. Why did Duong-du bring Muk Noyet there? They were drinking at the bar. Is he planning to get Muk Noyet drunk and then play some tricks? Langham continued, they didn't drink much, but they were close together, and Muk Noyet seemed quite proactive. Deep Tan's blood boiled. Impossible. In Muk Noyet's heart, there's only me. How could she be intimately involved with another man? She should look out for herself. Did you protect her well? Langham hurriedly explained, this way, we can report to Long Vang. Or, I can change the plan, infiltrate the Duong family to approach Duong-du. That way, I can better protect Muk Noyet. She's no longer in the mood for the mission, she just wants to get close to Duong-du, gather more information from him. Since he knows the organization's secrets, the information I've been gathering, he might provide answers. A. Deep Tan spoke first, alright, Hamgi, change the plan at Tan's place slowly. Make sure to remember not to let him touch my woman, got it? While speaking passionately, a man behind him loudly exclaimed, hey, your new boss is quite something. Who allowed you to make phone calls during working hours and be so loud? Deep Tan turned around indifferently, a small security manager dares to mess with my boss Long Vang. If this were not within the country, he would have become a corpse by now. The security guard behind retorted, if you don't want to do it, then leave. Deep Tan, furious, declared, wait until the plan is complete, and when Tu's woman is in hand, I'll deal with all of you, one by one. Returning to the scene at the bar where Duong-du was, Muk Noyet had passed out due to excessive drinking. Tan Min said, boss, it only took you 3 minutes. Once you're done, send this girl away. She's dangerous, don't get involved with her in the future, whatever the boss says goes. After Ing-du entered this body, memories merged, and he felt a strong bond with his brother Tan Min. Tan Min immediately asked, so what should we do with Muk Noyet now, big brother? Duong-du looked at her with a headache, feeling annoyed. Well, let me take her home. A while later, Duong-du led Muk Noyet to his luxurious car. If you drive, you can't drink, and if you drink, you can't drive. To live until the end, one must have a safety consciousness to survive the hands of the main characters. Being a wealthy person is indeed refreshing. It would be even better if this world didn't have Deep Tan. At this point, Muk Noyet was unconscious, paying no attention to her extremely tight dress. Duong-du, unaware of the discomfort caused by the dress, pushed Noi-T straight ahead. Go to the other side. The driver uncle was also surprised, oh my heavens, is this still the playboy from the old days? Despite Duong-du pushing the beauty away, she still leaned towards him. One just wants to rely on you, hee. Oh, I remember now, when this woman was still very young, her mother died of cancer. Her father, Tatrong's son, had strict demands on her. In her loneliness and pressure, she developed a strong and filial personality, becoming increasingly cold and independent. After getting drunk, she removes all masks, revealing her vulnerable side, like a small dog trusting unconditionally. Du teased Muk Noyet, "Why are you still moving your feet and hands like that?" Surprisingly, Muk Noyet grabbed Du's collar, causing him to blush. Two large and soft melons pressed against him. Muk Noyet blushed with a seductive expression, "Come on, give me a kiss." Ignoring Du's resistance, Muk Noyet pressed closer and said, "Don't come over here, my brother will drag you away." Brother Vong, who was driving, interjected, "My young master is driving, and we're on a bridge. I can't help you." Du, helpless and frozen, let Muk Noyet pin him down. The two passionately embraced, and Muk Noyet's kisses kept coming. After a while, the excitement faded. Angrily, Muk Noyet said, "I kissed you so much, why didn't you kiss me back?" Du awkwardly replied, "Oh, well, you're so open like this doesn't seem like Muk Noyet. This seems like a hungry female demon." Muk Noyet retorted, "Who said you're not pursuing me anymore? Didn't you say you would pursue me for a lifetime before? Did you break your promise? But I've been pursuing you for 3 years and still haven't caught you. So why don't you try pursuing me for another 3 years? Let's see how that goes." Muk Noyet exclaimed with excitement, "Then you'll turn into a big dog, haha." Du, hearing this, remained silent and expressionless. Suddenly, Muk Noyet continued, "I'm sorry, I know you're not happy. So, can we change it to me pursuing you now? Please pay attention to me, don't ignore me." Du was surprised by this action and couldn't find words to respond. Just as he was about to speak, Muk Noyet fell asleep as if she had suddenly become drunk or something. Du sighed, "This woman has finally stopped." After a while, the car brought the two back to the Du family's mansion. Du had no intention of taking Muk Noyet home, saying, "She's already this drunk, it won't be easy to explain to the family if I take her back. Anyway, the Du family's mansion is spacious, there's no shortage of places for her to sleep." Upon arriving home, their father scolded, "You brat, it's not bad, huh? Now that the marriage matter has been settled, you're starting to reveal your true nature. And you even bring a woman home to play." Their father then prepared to give his son a lecture, loosening his belt. Du hurriedly explained, "Dad, please calm down. This is not someone else. This is Muk Noyet. How much did I make her drink that she ended up like this? Dad, I've liked her for several years, but there are certain things that can't be rushed. People have to be willing." "Oh, Dad, I've thought about it a lot. I really have no intentions with her, believe me." The father exclaimed, "If you don't have intentions with Muk Noyet, then who do you have intentions with? Is it the girl from the Vong family or KHTM from the Tan family? Quickly, tell me." Du also frowned and said, "All right, Dad, stop making wild guesses. I'm not interested in anyone." Turning away, Du yawned, "I want to go to my room and lie down on my bed worth tens of thousands to sleep." The father couldn't say anything more. The life of a wealthy person is simple like that, not ostentatious and boring, huh? Just enjoy it. After a night filled with various incidents, the next morning arrived. In a luxurious room, our beautiful Muk Noyet had also woken up, looking exceptionally stunning even without makeup. However, her heart was far from calm. Muk Noyet was perplexed, thinking, "I just wanted to talk to him, why did I take the initiative to kiss him?" While in the car, even though she was drunk, her rationality was still intact. Under the influence of alcohol, she didn't want to maintain her rationality. She wanted to act more instinctively, do things she wouldn't dare to do, and say things she wouldn't dare to say. Muk Noyet recalled the kissing scene from the night before, feeling mentally disturbed. "Oh my, I can't face anyone anymore, hoo." Lost in thought, she heard a voice from outside, "Muk Noyet, are you awake? Come out for breakfast." Quickly responding, Muk Noyet said, "Yes, coming," and then got ready, putting on her shoes before stepping outside. As she greeted the morning, she bumped into the imposing figure of Du, who was already standing there. Muk Noyet awkwardly turned her head away and walked off without a glance. Du thought to himself, this is the reaction she should have. A little coldness towards me, do you know? The female lead should have the demeanor of a female lead. I reluctantly forgive her for last night's incident, hee. The scene shifted to the luxurious dining room of the wealthy family, where the entire family was having breakfast. The father scolded, "What's this? Just eating alone, why not set some more for Tuyet?" The mother eating silently, and Du replied, "She can take whatever she wants by herself, she's not a child." Du felt bitter inside. "I'll never feed her. Never. I don't care whether she eats or not. I'm not a pirate. I have no interest in taking care of someone else's harem. Women will only affect my life until the grand finale." Tuyet felt a pang in her heart, hearing, "Can't even fold food properly," acting like someone eating his flesh. With a sad expression, Tuyet said, "It's okay, uncle and aunt, I can fold it myself. I drank too much carelessly last night and caused more trouble for you. I'm really sorry." Despite the polite response, Du's grandfather had negative thoughts, an actor indeed. Du quickly clarified, "I really didn't take her out for drinks. If you don't believe me, you can ask that kid Tan Min over there." Tuyet added, "Yes, it was my insistence to drink with him. It's all my fault, so please don't scold him anymore." Du stood up with a strong reaction, "Both of our parents have seen it. In reality, we are not compatible. This marital matter should still be." Before he could finish his sentence, the stern father stood up, ready to discipline his son. "Say that again, let me hear it properly." Tuyet hastily intervened, "Dad, don't hit him. Maybe I still have some areas to improve, which made him unhappy. I'll make amends." The father, satisfied with Tuyet's response, said, "Still, Tuyet understands. Not like this rotten kid from your family." Du, feeling helpless, remarked, "I don't know who's the real family member and who's the adopted one here." The mother of Du, with a very fit figure, spoke up, "Come on, Tuyet, eat a bit more." Overall, this meal concluded with the voices and laughter of Mr. Mrs. Duong, and to Tuyet. Du, seeming like an outsider, under the pressure of his father's belt, dared not tell more lies. Switching scenes to the Vong conglomerate, where Vong Tuyet worked. After hearing the previous thoughts of Du, the information in her hands increased day by day. After a few days of investigation, the truth was laid out before her. Fash Company indeed had significant issues. However, compared to Vong Nh Long, she had to pay attention to someone else, Deep Tan. He carried too many secrets, veiled by a layer of mist. At the moment, the only thing she could investigate was an investment company named Hoa Kim. Half a month ago, this company had invested a large sum in Fash Company's stocks, becoming the largest shareholder. However, this company was not under the name of Deep Tan. She needed to slowly lure the snake out of its hole. Vong Tuyet took out her phone and called her assistant, "Hello, Anna, please find Vong Long. Let him know I agree to this cooperation. The finance department will transfer the funds there within 24 hours. There's one more thing, tell him to quickly contact Fash Company and transfer money there to expedite the project." Transitioning to Vong Long's office, he picked up the phone to hear the updates from his assistant, then joyfully said, "Vong Tuyet has finally agreed. Once the plan succeeds, the position of CEO will quickly fall into my hands. As for our cousin, she can obediently get married. A woman competing for power with me, what's the point? I have to inform Mr. Deep quickly." Vong Long also called Deep Tan. At this moment, he was working as a security guard outdoors. "Alright, I got it. You just wait to take over the dang Vong conglomerate." As he hung up, a wicked smile appeared on his face. "The Vong family's assets of over 100 billion will soon be all yours." Feeling pleased inside, Deep Tan maintained a cold and imposing demeanor, acting like a big brother. However, the big brother now was scolded by an elder figure behind him. "Hey, newcomer, is your brain full of beans? Won't you die if you don't show off for a day?" The elder bluntly added, I warn you, if I see you slack off at work again, I will punish you, got it? Deepton helplessly nodded and replied, yes, I understand, team leader. I'll pay more attention, please don't scold me again. Moving to half an hour later, Vong Tuyet was on the phone with her assistant, who reported, the CEO of Fash Company has received the 30 billion. Satisfied, Tuyet smiled, finally took the bait, hee. After this amount is transferred to Fash Company, it will be difficult for them to withdraw. Just wait, there will be an interesting play. After giving instructions to her secretary, Vong Tuyet held her phone, pondering for a while. Then, she messaged Du, come out for a meal, there's a business opportunity to discuss. I'm not free. Oh, what's wrong? It's a dilemma. Last night, while cleaning up my phone, I found a forgotten picture. Not sure what would happen if it's posted online. It turned out to be a picture of Du holding her dried squid. Du involuntarily stared at the photo and sweated. This isn't just any photo. I'm in her room. If others see this picture, they'll think I'm a pervert stealing a girl's underwear. Du was sweating profusely. Oh my, I thought I deleted all of them. A little trust between people, is that too much to ask? On the other side, Vong Tuyet, delighted to have caught Du's bluff, said, give yourself 5 seconds to think, rearrange your words. Du responded to the message without hesitation, where to meet? Tuyet replied, at Tham High Restaurant. Behave yourself. Switching to the evening scene at Tham High Restaurant, Vong Tuyet had arrived and been waiting for Du since the afternoon. Upon seeing him, she eagerly waved, over here, dear. Du walked over with a stern expression, why discuss business in a place like this? Vong Tuyet responded with a joyful expression, exactly, it's very romantic here, perfect for discussing matters of the heart. Du thought to himself, indeed, it's romantic. Many people book private rooms here, and some haven't even finished their meals yet. Even if they go to a private room, it's useless. I won't be intimidated. Have you ever heard the saying, a bird is not worthy of a dragon? Although she can't be considered a bird. Ha 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 ha. Hearing these words, Vong Tuyet felt a surge of anger, am I not worthy of you? Today, I want to be worthy. Let's see how you'll handle it. After considering this, Vong Tuyet expressed coquettishly, her voice sweet as honey, darling, what would you like to eat? Du remained indifferent, whatever. I don't find eating with you enjoyable. Also, don't call me darling or anything like that. Du was furious and thought to himself, this woman is truly peculiar. We're not here to discuss business. What kind of business is this anyway? I'm not selling myself. Miss Vong, please don't behave like this, we're not compatible. You're a good person, not suitable for me. Vong Tuyet, indifferent, continued, then let's order a meal of love. As she spoke, her slender legs, white as snow, lightly touched Du. Despite his firm demeanor, Du couldn't ignore the advances. What are you doing? Tuyet replied, my legs are tired, quickly massage them for me. Du looked in astonishment at the long legs in front of him, saying, how can this be? Try crossing your legs over here. This isn't a meal. It would have been better to get a private room, being seen by others is embarrassing. Unable to resist, Du reluctantly sat down and massaged the charming woman's legs tenderly, saying, I can call a service to come and do this for you. Vong Tuyet looked content and said, why touch someone else's legs? You're truly a pervert. Indeed, women mastered the art of pretending to be unattainable. Du helplessly shook his head, why make it seem like I'm some rogue? No, I've been too passive. Always thinking of avoiding her, that's why she feels easy to bully and mock. If I take the initiative a bit, her face can be as thick as mine. I'm the boldest person in the village, even dogs run out to look and get scared of her, right? Having finished his thoughts, Du cheerfully said, you really want me to massage your legs, huh? Vong Tuyet grinned and replied, go ahead, do it quickly. Duong-du sat down and, with masculine hands, massaged the legs of the beautiful woman. Vong Tuyet was satisfied, her face blushing, and a tingling sensation spreading. Duong-du thought to himself, I knew it all along. This woman is just good at talking. When it comes to the real battlefield with guns, she's not my opponent. Feeling embarrassed now, huh? Want to play around with me? This is her payback. She ignited the fire and now has to put it out herself. Vong Tuyet looked embarrassed, blushing, and remained silent, while the person kept trembling continuously. After 10 minutes, the massage session came to an end. Duong-du frowned and thought, why is she still not reacting? If she were made of wood, she would have caught fire by now. Where's her shame? At this point, why resist me? Quickly let go of your last bit of stubbornness. Surrender to me immediately and apologize loudly, Mr. Duong-du. Hearing these words, Tuyet smiled faintly and thought, it's ridiculously funny. I'm sure I won't lose. The appearance of embarrassment is all an act. Massaging my legs for free for so long, Duong-du immediately leaned back, his face contorted, and said, stop massaging. I'm tired. Tuyet looked satisfied and secretly chuckled, hee, little Duong-du is really adorable. Hey, why are you blushing? Come on, let me see. Forget it, eat your meal. No need to discuss business now. What matters now is not business. Tuyet spoke seriously, recently, I've been planning to invest in a project, but I'm still short of 30 billion. How about you join me in the investment? 30 billion is not a small amount. Tell me what project you want to invest in first. She smiled and added, last time it was a new energy source. Didn't you find it promising? Duong-du raised 2 fingers and replied, alright, I'll invest in this project. But you have to agree to 2 conditions. Hearing this, Tuyet looked bored and asked, what conditions? Just say it. First, don't bother me if there's nothing urgent. We're not related by blood, you know? Second, give me your phone. I need to delete my videos and photos. Tuyet took out her phone and said, go ahead, delete them. A promise must be kept, you know? Duong-du happily raised his phone and said, of course, I have to keep my promise. A true man always keeps his word. As Duong-du looked at the phone screen, his face turned bright red, and he was startled and embarrassed. An extremely sexy image of Vong Tuyet in a cute bunny cosplay, craving a 20-centimeter carrot. Duong-du thought to himself, this is truly irresistible. I didn't expect her to be so daring. Unfortunately, our positions are different. I can't personally take pictures for her. But who took this provocative picture for her? Please don't tell me it's a guy. Just thinking about it makes me uncomfortable. Tuyet, hearing his inner thoughts, chuckled silently, hee, I took these selfies myself. Who would let others take pictures of themselves? Only you would have that opportunity. But a little jealousy is a good thing. Tuyet smiled and asked, have you deleted them? Why are you staring at my phone for so long? Duong-du continued to gaze at the phone and replied, I've deleted them. Don't do these boring things in the future. Alright, transfer the money quickly. I'll inform you once the project is successful. Tuyet furrowed her brows, thinking, this time, I have to make a big move, so that guy Deep Tan gets a heavy blow. He's the protagonist, and Duong-du is the antagonist. This move should play him to death and see how he handles being the main character. A few days later, the news headlines reported a scandal, Fash company from France was caught evading taxes, and all its accounts were frozen. Deep Tan held his phone, reading the message, Long Vang is in trouble. Fash company is heavily fined for tax evasion. Our Hoa Kim company has already transferred 30 billion, but it's not enough to cover this huge gap. After reading, Deep Tan felt a burning sensation inside. Why is there a tax evasion investigation? Who leaked the information? Fash company is a ticking time bomb. My power play against Vong Tuyet has been ruined. The 30 billion investment from Hoa Kim Corporation is now in the hands of the French government. Unbelievable, 30 billion. For Deep Tan, facing a loss without gaining any profit was like a wound, and even the fertilizer trucks passing by would have to taste whether it was salty or bland. Without securing advantages, he wouldn't sleep well. Losing such a large sum of money at once, his heart was now bleeding. Moreover, Hoa Kim had invested in one of the Long Seoul Organization's companies, with total assets of around 500 billion. With a significant stock market fluctuation, they incurred losses close to 100 billion. As Deep Tan stepped out of the restroom, another message arrived: Long Bang still has intelligence. Needs to report to him again. The most crucial loss this time is that someone took advantage to clean us out. It's the Yong Kwang Group and Duong Family Group. Deep Tan, with a headache, pondered, why would these two families do something like this? Where did the problem originate? My plan shouldn't have had any loopholes. In frustration, Deep Tan muttered, Vong Nu Long surely wouldn't betray me, and Vong Tuyet probably doesn't know anything. Could it be that useless Duong Du has discovered something? It must be him. Deep Tan hurriedly called his assistant. Has my identity been exposed? The assistant replied, no. Long Bang's identity is absolutely well protected. Deep Tan sighed in relief. That's good. It's not just a loss of 100 billion. Once I control the four major clans, I can recover these amounts 100-fold. As long as my identity remains secure, I'll switch to a different approach to win over Vong Tuyet. There are countless ways to conquer a woman. Thinking of Duong Du, Deep Tan's blood boiled. That guy, Duong Du. The money he earned this time, I will make him repay with his life in the future. I want TRM to investigate the weaknesses of the Duong TH group within the next half-month. I want the Duong family to have no peace. Switching scenes to the Duong family, Duong Du was at home checking the system messages. The host has successfully survived the plot twists, and the Mingyu Hotel has been transferred to the host. Duong Du was speechless after reading, how did I survive the plot twists? Which part was it? The system reports success in surviving and obtaining the plot details from Chapter 88. In this chapter, the scheme of Long Bang, Deep Tan succeeded, trapping Vong Tuyet, and the 50 billion assets of the Ing Vong Corporation were frozen. Duong Du, reading with a genuine expression, silently chuckled, after acting in this drama for so long, I finally get my reward. But this Mingyu Hotel sounds quite ordinary. Although it's a 7-star hotel, the Duong family is already so wealthy, and now they give me another hotel. It's like adding a drop to the ocean. Duong Du grumbled at the system. This system, why not change the reward to some life-preserving technique or something? Could there be something special about this hotel? Switching to the De family, one of the 4 major clans in the town, the De family was once as prominent as the Duong family but had not stood out in the past 6 months. Even the prestigious title of the 4 great clans is on the verge of slipping away. Without Tham yet showcasing excellence among the younger generation, it seems inevitable that the clan will be ousted from the ranks of the 4 great clans sooner or later. Tham yet, radiantly beautiful, stepped out of her Mercedes. Upon her arrival, she encountered the notorious Deep Tan, who approached with a greeting. It's been a while since I last saw you, Yet. Yet, with a disdainful expression, replied, what brings you here? Deep Tan maintained a cheesy grin, secretly delighted. She puts on this cold attitude to keep me at a distance, all in the name of self-preservation. How naive. Following her, Deep Tan continued, I remember you, so I came to see you. MC Noi, without bothering to look at him, dismissed, don't speak like that. We have no close ties, so please spare me the drama. Deep Tan shamelessly insinuated, don't pretend. A girl's eyes can't deceive. You're concerned about me because you fear I'll be harmed by the Duong clan, right? But let me assure you, the Duong clan means nothing in front of me. I'm more capable than you can imagine. Soon enough, you'll know who truly stands at the top. MC Noiti's face exuded a fierce aura, her eyes sharp and resolute, ready to unleash a storm upon him. However, her father intervened, shouting, it's you again. Last time, you brought disgrace to our clan. How dare you show up today? Deepton chuckled in response. I intended to be modest, but today I'll make it clear to both of you that even the Ying clan is just an ant in my presence. Confidently, Deepton declared, in 3 days, it's Muk Noyet's birthday, and I'll be hosting a celebration for her. I've booked the most luxurious suite at the Min Noyet Hotel for her unforgettable birthday party. In the previous episode, Deepton's grandfather visited the residence of Muk Noyet, clad in extravagance, and proposed organizing her birthday party at the Min Noyet restaurant. Interestingly, this was the very restaurant recently gifted to Duong Du by the system. Upon hearing the name Deepton, Mr. Muk Noyet expressed dissatisfaction. In my entire life, I have never encountered someone so audacious. And to top it off, he reserved the most luxurious private room at the Min Noyet Hotel. You truly deserve a star. Even the two Nding families beside might not be as fortunate. If you can pull this off, I'll gladly bow down to you. Wow, that's playing big, big brother. A year before Muk Noyet's birthday, Duong Du personally met with the owner of Min Noyet Hotel to negotiate and secured a price of 300 million, including the most luxurious private room for Muk Noyet's birthday celebration. Despite the influence of the Duong family and such an exorbitant price, Min Noyet Hotel rejected the offer as usual, stating clearly, rules cannot be broken, unless the Duong family buys the hotel. To Muk Noyet's father shouted, if the mighty Duong family couldn't make it happen, who do you think you are? Deep then tilted his head and said, it seems I need to show everyone my true capabilities. Immediately after speaking, Deep Ton turned and called his subordinate, Long Na, come here. A man with thick facial hair responded, what instructions does Lord Dragon have for his subordinate? This man, named Long Na, was one of the 8 generals of the Long Han organization. Despite his unappealing appearance, his loyalty and business acumen earned him Deep Ton's trust. Normally, when going out, Deep Ton always had Long Na by his side. One reason was for giving orders conveniently, and the other was to highlight his own handsomeness by contrasting it with Long Na's unattractive appearance. In his hand, Long Na held a suitcase that looked like a nuclear briefcase but was actually filled with documents. Deep Ton, radiant and dazzling, commanded, show them the documents. Yes, Long Vang. Long Na promptly handed a stack of documents to Deep Ton. As he raised them, he confidently declared, these are confidential documents. Based solely on this information, the De family can gain profits in the tens of billions. The head of the De family, upon hearing this, silently pondered, this man seems to truly possess cunning strategies. If he collaborates with the Duong family, it could bring significant benefits to the De family. While the father was contemplating, Muk Noyet, with an air of nonchalance, interjected, that's what he says. If it can't be done when the time comes, then don't bother me anymore. In Muk Noyet's heart, she thought, in any case, the most luxurious private room at Min Noyet Hotel is undoubtedly unattainable. When the time comes, if he can't deliver on his words, he won't have the face to trouble me further. Even if he can actually secure it, I will still reject him. Deep Ton chuckled happily and exclaimed, ha ha, excellent. The most eloquent words, breaking through the 9 peaks and 4 horses' reins. With that, Deep Ton concluded his statement and turned to leave, saying, well then, I'll head back first today. You all can wait here. With me as a son-in-law, the De family will become the second most prominent in this business. After Deep Ton departed, Muk Noyet's father, upon hearing those words, stood in silent contemplation, thinking, this is indeed a good opportunity to test this person's true abilities. If he can deliver, then having him as the son-in-law for the De family wouldn't be a bad choice. Meanwhile, in another scene, when Duong Du acquired Min Noyet Hotel, he joyfully conducted an on-site inspection. Looking from the outside, Duong Du marveled, not bad, this reward from the system does resemble a person. I suggest doubling it next time, ha 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 ha. As soon as he entered, the hotel manager came out to greet him, saying, hello, Mr. Duong, Manager Vong, don't be so presumptuous. Manager Vong politely invited, Mr. Duong, let me show you around inside, okay? All set, let's go. Stepping into the grand hall, Duong Du was awestruck by the opulence and splendor of the hotel. Even the courtyard was adorned with refreshing beauty. After the two finished their tour, they proceeded to the crucial room, namely the CEO's office. Manager Vang said, "Mr. Duong, the person in charge from the Long Tan group has come to our hotel and wants to reserve the most luxurious private room to organize an event." As soon as he heard this, Duong Du was startled to realize, wait a minute, this isn't the plot from chapter 95 of the Star Story. In this chapter, Deep Tan no longer pretends and starts to demonstrate his abilities step by step to prove himself to the Ta family. He reserves the hotel's most luxurious private room, a room never opened before, to host an extraordinary birthday party for Ta Tuyet. During this event, the faces of the Ta family members swell, unable to underestimate him any longer. Ta Tuyet is also conquered by his romance, completely falling for him. After gaining control of the Ta family, the influence of Deep Tan in the Ta business grows stronger every day, beginning to engulf the Duong family. Duong Du pondered, is this system deceiving me again? Why is the system suddenly so generous? There must be an intention. Now Min Noyet Hotel is like a hot potato in my hands. If Deep Tan successfully conquers Ta Tuyet, then the Ta family will become his force. Combined with the Long Tan group and other forces, the situation for the Duong family and myself will be very dangerous. It's not just that, with the nature of this crazy guy, Long Na, he surely won't refrain from using schemes, and there might even be a threat to lives. In any case, it's a matter of life and death. If I want to survive and live comfortably, I need to think of a solution. But personally intervening could be risky. If I remember correctly, the talent of this crazy character, Long Na, is quite outstanding. One of the settings for the antagonist character in this literary work, being a subordinate of the antagonist, always adept at causing trouble. Manager Vang noticed Duong Du staring at him and asked, "What's the matter, Mr. Duong?" Duong Du, with a scheming smile, replied, "General Vong, regarding reserving the most luxurious private room, I can agree to it, but absolutely cannot allow the birthday party to be successfully organized." "Do you understand my intention?" Manager Vang looked intently and said, "Mr. Duong, what do you mean?" "If you disagree, just refuse directly." "Isn't that enough after the refusal?" The manager couldn't help but understand the situation. "I get it, do you want to prevent?" After receiving the hint, Manager Vong understood. In general, now just go meet the guest. Want to reserve that most luxurious private room is clear. In a scene a while later, in the lobby of Min Noyet Hotel, Manager Vong welcomed Long Na, saying, "I don't know how to address you properly. I am Vong Duk Fat, in charge of this hotel." Long Na confidently stated, "I am Long Na. My boss wants to reserve your hotel's most luxurious private room for a birthday party for his woman, Miss Tuyet. How much is it? Give me a number." After hearing this, Manager Vang stood frozen, thinking, Miss Tuyet? What, does Duong want to compete for the same woman with Mr. Duong? Does Duong intend to agree first and then ruin the plan? So, he deliberately wants to provoke the other side. Opportunities are unfolding. After pondering, Manager Vong's sly expression appeared as he said, "Mr. Long, greetings. Our Min Noyet Hotel is eager to establish a connection with your esteemed company, so this time we'll break the norm by opening the most luxurious private room and not charging any fees." Long Na, looking foolish, happily exclaimed, "If your company has such intentions, I, on behalf of the Long Tan group, accept your friendly gesture. Here is our party plan, take a look and confirm, okay?" "Let me see." Manager Vong, holding the plan, smirked to himself, "Haha, the plan is quite romantic indeed. Alright, for this birthday party, if I don't step on your face, then I won't be a member of the Vong family anymore, hee hee." The handover of arrangements concluded. At this moment, in Duong Du's office, the system displayed a notification: the host is truly arbitrary. Due to thick-skinned behavior, the special reward has been activated. Practice in the ancient martial art, Invincible King's technique, can be used once. Duong Du read it and was surprised. What ancient martial art is this? In urban fantasy literature, if it doesn't involve cultivation, ancient martial arts are undoubtedly the most powerful existence. According to the system's introduction, if one cultivates the Invincible King's technique to perfection, the body will become as unyielding as the Invincible King, meaning you won't be able to break through their defenses. Ha ha ha. Duong Du felt elated, saying, "But it can only be used once, that's a bit of a pitfall." Duong Du then put on a fake innocent face and pleaded with the system, "Oh, system, skip that part, can I use it more than once, hee hee?" Duong Du shamelessly begged the system for a while, but the system kicked back with just 3 words, "cannot," and then disappeared completely. Duong Du, looking like a 7-ring philosopher, muttered, "Whatever, it's better to have it once than nothing to protect the body. From now on, even if that Deep Ton guy is as strong as he can be, he can't think of killing me with just 1 punch, it'll take at least 2 punches." Duong Du's eyes twinkled with joy. "I wonder what the system will reward after the birthday party. This party is also a big plot, hee hee." Not long after, news about Min Noyet Hotel agreeing to reserve the most special deluxe room spread throughout to Chao and Hang Chao, places even the young master of the Duong family couldn't secure. Surprisingly, it was accomplished by an unfamiliar boss of the Long Seoul Corporation. The entire upper class was curious. I wonder who this mysterious boss of Long Seoul Corporation is and how he holds such influence. Who is his woman, and how can she have a birthday party in the most special room at Min Noyet Hotel? Transitioning scenes. At this moment, Long Na's team has arrived and invited Muk Noyet, saying, Mr. Deep Ton asked me to come and pick you up to organize your birthday party at Min Noyet Hotel." Upon hearing this, Chao silently thought, can he really reserve the most luxurious room at Min Noyet Hotel? Well, whatever, let's go and see. Regardless, today I have to make things clear with him. After pondering, Muk Noyet turned around and said, "Alright, let's go." Her father, seeing this, rushed to intervene. "Muk Noyet, do you really want to go? This is not appropriate at all. You and Duong Du have already promised to get engaged." Even this guy Long Na wondered, who is Duong Du? Deep Ton thinks he can kill me with just 1 finger. Is this second-generation playboy into family enough to compete for a girl with the Dragon King? Returning to the story, Muk Noyet reassured her father, "Dad, it's okay. Just go there, and I'll handle everything." Her father, somewhat reassured, allowed Muk Noyet to prepare before heading to the party. Transitioning to Min Noyet Hotel, in the room where the party is taking place, at this moment, Deep Ton is dressed in a luxurious high-quality suit. From episode 1 until now, it seems like there's only been one outfit. Now he is quietly admiring the night scenery by the transparent window with a glass of red wine, feeling eager within. "Tonight, I will prove to the family that I am their true son-in-law, a genuine tycoon." Lost in fervent imagination, a gentle call interrupts him, Deep Ton. He snaps out of it, turning back with a radiant smile, "Oh Muk Noyet, you're finally here. Have I accomplished what I said I would?" Muk Noyet, in a tight-fitting dress, walks over and says, "Deep Ton, I don't know who you are, but I want to tell you that." Not letting Muk Noyet finish her sentence, Deep Ton raises his hand gently, saying, "Shoo, don't say anything more. I have a special gift for you." Immediately, from the transparent window frame, a magnificent fireworks display is launched, looking grand. The fireworks even spell out the words, "Happy birthday to Muk Noyet." Seeing this romantic scene from the window, Muk Noyet is also slightly moved. Indeed, he is playing big. On the other hand, people passing by on the street, upon witnessing the scene, are amazed and full of admiration. "Oh my, today's birthday party, and it's organized by Miss Tu, it's so incredibly romantic. How much money must have been spent on this? Oh my, is this what they call a wealthy love affair?" The fireworks have been non-stop for 60 minutes, it's truly a spectacle. When will it ever end? Inside the banquet hall, Deep Ton reveals a joyful expression, with a smirk on his face. "Hee, this arrangement is truly enough. Long Na indeed doesn't disappoint me." Suddenly, while Muk Noyet is watching, she brightens up with joy, exclaiming, "Oh, here it is." Deep Ton also changes color, not believing his eyes, standing in silence with a bitter heart. It turns out that the final message displayed after the fireworks show reads, "Duong Du loves you." Deep Ton turns purple with rage, his heart burning like fire. How dare that guy, including the name of that wretched fellow even at the end. Outside, people are surprised. Is this Ing Du, the young master of the Duong family? Oh my, Duong Fu is indeed incredibly romantic. Hee, I knew Duong Fu was preparing for this party. At this moment, the hotel manager, Mr. Vong, also observes from a corner, looking satisfied. This time, Duong Fu will surely be very pleased. Hi. In a parallel development, Duong Du thought that the birthday party had been successfully organized, so he hurriedly rushed to the hotel. In his infuriated mind, he pondered, what is Vong Duk Fat up to? Wasn't he supposed to prevent this birthday party? As an antagonist, shouldn't he cause some trouble or something? As Duong Du swung open the door, he was met with a crowd of people attending the party. They stared at him, making Duong Du feel uneasy. He thought, why are they looking at me? Is my handsome appearance so hard to ignore? As Duong Du entered, it coincided with the end of the fireworks display, and Muk Noyet noticed the illuminated text. Muk Noyet blushed with joy, saying, I never expected this meticulously prepared birthday party to be his. It's cold outside, but inside, it's warm and lively. Duong Du stood bewildered as he saw Muk Noyet blushing and continuously gazing at him. He asked, what's wrong? Muk Noyet shyly replied, thank you for today's birthday party, I truly enjoyed it. Duong Du shook his head, it was clearly my disciple's idea to sabotage this birthday. Yet, Vong Duk Fat did something else entirely. Duong Du looked out the window and saw the words, Duong Du loves you. He exclaimed, finally, I understand what's going on, making Muk Noyet blush like that. Deep Tan's anger flared up like a burning flame of resentment. Did you do all of this? Duong Du frowned, what did I do? From behind, Vong's manager and a group of well-equipped bodyguards spoke up, that's right, this is the grand gift that our young master Duong is giving you. If you're not happy, you'll just have to endure it. Vong's manager cheerfully conversed with Duong Du, young master Duong, how do you like the birthday party this time? Oh, everything is arranged by you. The proud-faced Vong's manager nodded, yes, that's right. Vong's manager secretly thought, the boss of the Dragon God Corporation, how audacious, daring to snatch a woman with young master Duong. You deserve it. Helpless, Duong Du whispered to his disciple, I just wanted to quietly shoot arrows from behind, but he directly threw a bomb at us. I never expected the villain with big eyes and thick eyebrows to be so thorough. Deep Tan, fed up with these guys, threw a punch, you deceitful bastard, today you won't escape from me. Take this beating. Suddenly, Muk Noyet rushed out to intervene, disrupting the scene. Apart from using force to bully others, do you know how to do anything else? Deep Tan was stunned by the beauty in front of him, causing him to pause, my own woman, yet she dares to protect another man. No, she's not protecting Duong Du. She's protecting herself. If I, in a moment of emotion, kill the Duong scum here, it would indeed be a big deal. The sign next to Long Na reads, Young Master Long Deep, don't be emotional, stay calm for now. Long Na, with a stern face, walked up to the manager Mr. Vong, your Moonlight Hotel, what's the meaning of this? Our young Master Deep is organizing a birthday party for Miss Tu, why do you dare to do this? Do you believe I can make your hotel go out of business? Manager Vang sneered and replied, ha, organizing a birthday party, isn't it our young Master Duong organizing a birthday for Miss Tu today? As for you, I haven't received a single penny from you. What do you have to say? Long Na suddenly realized, finally, I understand why he didn't take his money. It turns out this old man has been waiting here since the afternoon. Manager Vong continued, scolding Deep Tan, our Duong family has already engaged with Miss Tu. This Deep youngster is truly shameless. He dares to pursue a girl with an engagement, a wicked guy who even dares to cry here. I've lived for decades and never encountered such a shameless case. Duong Du stood helplessly, holding his head, oh my god, please, don't argue anymore. Manager Vang cleared his throat and chuckled quietly, young Master Duong is a modest and kind person, so as a subordinate, I have to step forward to restore his dignity, hee. Deep Tan, being scolded by the old man, felt embarrassed, since when has the mighty Dragon King been humiliated like this in front of others? These insignificant people, be prepared to face my wrath. Small mistakes that are not tolerated will lead to bigger consequences. Now I can't reveal my identity in front of them. Deep Tan smirked at his own fantasies, Muk Noyet, it won't take long for you to know who is the right choice for your life. With the plan shattered and no chance of turning things around, Deep Tan and the Ha Long Na subordinate left. They didn't bother causing any more trouble. Manager Vong looked proud. Against my young master Duong, you're not worthy. I alone am enough to defeat all of you, ha ha ha. Manager Vong then spoke up, alright, the most detestable person at today's party has left. Let's continue celebrating Miss Tu's birthday. The birthday party continued splendidly. Muk Noyet stood in front of the beautifully decorated cake, silently praying for herself. It was so tempting that one couldn't help but drool, my friends. The young masters beside her were also joyful, clapping their hands to congratulate Muk Noyet, including a three-headed monster. Duong Du stood there helplessly, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, Muk Noyet happily approached and said, "Today, I thank you. This is the happiest birthday of my life. I think I'll never forget this day, hee hee." Despite the touching moment, Duong Du blushed and said, "It's nothing, as long as you're happy." Muk Noyet quickly asked, "Can you guess what I wished for today?" Duong Du, bewildered, replied, "How could I know what you wished for?" Seeing Duong Du puzzled, Muk Noyet signaled him to come closer, saying, "Come here for a moment, I'll tell you quietly, don't let others know." Out of habit, Duong Du lowered his head, but surprisingly, Muk Noyet immediately hugged him and gave him a passionate kiss, a burning one. If this doesn't shake him, I don't know what will. Duong Du blushed, covering his face. "Oh, I slipped up, couldn't avoid this one." The assistant manager's underling, witnessing the scene, joyfully clapped his hands and cheered. This time, young Master Duong successfully captured the girl's heart. Manager Vong walked over and whispered, "Young Master Duong, are you satisfied with what I arranged today?" Well, I am quite satisfied." Duong Du regained his composure and turned to say, "Old Vong, timing is perfect. I have something to discuss with you." "Mr. Vong, I've thought it over. With your talent in working here, it's truly a waste of skills." Duong Du patted Vong's shoulder. "Perfect timing, my family has opened a new business in Siberia. You can go there as the regional manager, and your salary and bonuses will triple." Manager Vong modestly replied, "Young Master Duong, I dare not accept this. I'm just doing some trivial and insignificant work here." Though he said so, deep down, he was emotionally moved, thinking, "Young Master Duong is not bad, I can rely on him." Duong Du continued, "No need for false modesty. This is an honor that you should accept. Our Duong family won't mistreat someone with merit. Once you finish handing over your duties tomorrow, get ready to leave. I also have matters to attend to." The manager's eyes were touched as he handed over the money, but when Duong Du turned, his expression turned angry. "Next time there's a traitor like that, send them straight to Siberia, let them eat sand instead of rice." Manager Vong, unaware of what happened, happily messaged the elderly group, "Brothers, helping young Master Du in courting girls is indeed very useful. I've been promoted just a few days ago, and young Master Du has already recommended me for another position. Remember, if young Master Du wants to pursue a girl, you must be proactive and give it your all. Anyone who dares to compete for women with young Master Du will be crushed, especially that fool named Deep Tan." A reply came, "Understood, it's Deep Tan, right? In the future, we'll all keep an eye on him." Manager Vong contentedly thought to himself, "I can only help you guys up to this point." Outside the hotel door, people dispersed after the party, discussing, "I didn't witness that scene, but young Master Du is indeed very romantic. The sky was full of fireworks, so enchanting." Deep Tan, overhearing outside, felt bitter. "Damn the Duong Du, daring to humiliate me like that in front of everyone. Just wait, it's not over yet." Furious and burning with anger, Long Na, blaming himself, said, "This is the first task given by the Dragon King, and I messed it up like this. If the Dragon King gets angry, it's like turning a river into a sea, wailing." Long Na spoke up, "Dragon King, today's incident is due to my negligence. I willingly accept the punishment." His straightforward expression surprised even Deep Tan. He held Long Na's hand and said, "No need for that, you're my brother. What's this little matter between us?" Long Na, touched, replied, "To think that the Dragon King sees me as a brother, boo-hoo. and doesn't even blame me. Wandered through half of life, fearing not finding a good master. Now that I can work well for the Dragon King, I will surely exert all my efforts. Deepshin, displaying a dangerous tone, said, but today's incident cannot be overlooked like this. We need a different plan. Deepshin ordered Long Na, immediately, gather people to prepare for revenge. Within a week, I want Min Noyet Hotel to shut down. That Ving guy must also die, paying for the humiliation today. If not returned 100-fold, then I'm not Deep Tan anymore. Long Na, with a determined face, agreed for vengeance. Yes, Dragon King. What about that kid with the last name Duong? Should we eliminate him as well? Deepshin responded, for now, we don't need to worry about him. I've assigned Langham and Tri-Am to approach him. Let them handle it. He's probably already dead. Long Na, with a sneer, remarked, Langham and Tri-Am, ranking 3rd and 4th among the 8 great generals of the Long Soul organization. If the 2 of them join forces, there won't be any mistakes. This time, we can rest assured. Scene shifts to the Duong family mansion, where Duong Du has returned home and collapsed onto the bed, completely satisfied. Today is another day without any effort. Thinking about Deep Tan's expression today, it's now even harder to continue living. While pondering what to do next, the system notification appears, announcement, successful completion of the protagonist's survival through plot events. Reward, a transcendent medical scripture, automatically learned. Duong Du, after reading, lights up as the sun rises. Oh my god, a gift is coming, a gift is coming. With sparkling eyes, Duong Du exclaims, this system suddenly opens its heart, showing me such a great reward, directly maxing out my medical talent. Now I am the top medical expert in this world. Dr. Duong Du has descended. Duong Du speaks to the system, is this transcendent medical scripture guaranteed? The system replies, are you intentionally causing trouble? How can my system sell you something worthless? Come on, stop playing this game, giving me the last hotel was already a pit to bury me. Can't you see? Being hit in the blackened heart, the system remains silent, responding only with a few ellipses. Duong Du continues to interrogate, pretending to be dead now, right? It seems that if it's not necessary, it's better not to use this medical skill. While fervently lecturing the system, a phone call interrupted, Mr. Duong, tomorrow the secretary's office will have a new secretary. She will be in charge of your daily schedule. Hearing about the new secretary, Duong Du wondered, I don't know if it's good or bad, but having a beautiful girl around would be fine. The scene shifts to the next day at the Duong family company. Duong Du is in his office when the manager leads in a beautiful girl, introducing, young Master Duong, this is Tri-Am, the new secretary I just hired to assist you. She has completed her training and can officially start working today. The beautiful Tri-Am steps forward to greet, hello, young Master Duong. I am pleased to be of service to you. Duong Du happily waves his hand in greeting, Tri-Am, right? Welcome to our Duong Corporation family. In Duong Du's mind, a thought arises, this girl looks very beautiful, and the air of a well-bred girl is evident. Just why does she have to be so well endowed? If we ever get married, won't I starve to death? Suddenly, Tri-Am startles as she hears Duong Du's inner thoughts, am I having hallucinations? Before she could regain her composure, Duong Du comes over and pats her shoulder, saying, just starting to work, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'm very friendly with girls, there's no need to be tense. Just be comfortable, as if you were at home. After leading the person in, the manager respectfully offered, young Master Duong, I'll take my leave now. If you're free in the evening, would you like to come to my house for dinner? I've bought a bottle of wine and would like to invite you to have a drink with me. Duong Du replied, I have something to attend to this evening. Next time, I'll extend the invitation to you. Please arrange the work for Tri-Am first. After giving the instructions, Duong Du turned back to his desk, muttering to himself, in recent years, a man must know how to protect himself. I really have to be careful. Who knows what the intention is after going there? Will she serve me red wine or white wine? Tri-AM stood there, silently thinking, it seems like I can hear his inner thoughts. With a calculating smile, Tri-AM thought, this time, Long Vang sent me to infiltrate Duong Corporation to investigate confidential matters. If I can hear his inner thoughts, this task will be quite simple. Suddenly, Duong Du remembered something. Wait a minute, Tri-AM. This is not the spy that Fool Deepton sent, is it? It makes perfect sense. She's not only beautiful but also an airport. It must be her. Hearing this, Tri-AM couldn't hide her frustration and said, do you always have to bring up the airport thing? Can you at least maintain a bit of dignity for me? At least look at me, I'm still beautiful and charming. Trium's face twisted with fear, now my cover is blown. The recovery plan seems to be a complete failure. No, I must remain calm and avoid rash actions. Duong Du spoke up, Tri-AM, could you make me a cup of tea first? Oh, yes, young Master Duong, I'll do it right away. Please wait for me. Duong Du pondered, based on the plot, Duong Corporation is entirely collapsing due to the spy within Duong's family, and it turns out Tri-AM has made significant contributions. She not only has excellent combat skills but also possesses top-notch hacking skills in the world. Duong Du chuckled silently, she doesn't just want confidential documents, once I let her steal them, I'll create a fake portion for her. I'm too clever. Is she clever enough? Beautiful Tri-AM heard every bit of it. She sneered, you think I'm a fool? I'm the world's top hacker, at least I have a brain. No matter how real or fake it is, you won't be able to tell. Just wait and see. Duong Du, served by the beautiful secretary, had a radiant face. Tri-AM, please pass these documents to Mr. Chu in the business department. Tri-AM, still irritated after hearing Duong Du's inner thoughts, reluctantly agreed, yes, young Master Duong. At this moment, Duong Du also took on the demeanor of a serious executive, diligently working. Tri-AM stood aside, mocking, the fool took the bait. As Tri-AM was retrieving documents, he overheard Duong Du's internal musings, be careful when hiding these fake documents. There are still plenty of things for you to steal these days, take them back to that odious Deepton. But this is for your own good, consider it a disguise for your revenge. He is the true enemy. Speaking of which, our Duong family owes a debt to your father, so set aside the grudge for gratitude. Tri-AM, upon hearing this, was stunned, realizing, Dragon King is my real enemy, and the Duong family has a debt to my father. Tri-AM also left the room, feeling emotionally tangled. She was somewhat startled, finding it hard to believe this truth. Growing up in the Dragon Soul organization, personally trained by Deepton's master, she was loyal to Deepton. However, being an orphan, she was curious about her family's identity. She always wondered if her parents abandoned her or for some other reason. Thus, she silently conducted investigations. Yet, no matter how she investigated, she couldn't find any relevant information about her parents. It seemed as if there were no two people like them in the world. Trium's countenance reflected a melancholic contemplation as he expressed, many years have passed, and I was on the verge of giving up. Yet today, Duong Du unexpectedly brought up this matter again. How much more does he know? Why is the Dragon King my adversary? What connection do my parents have with the Duong family? Lost in thought, Tri-AM sighed, I'll have to investigate the Duong family first. If they have a debt to my father, following this lead should surely uncover the truth. Seated in the investigation office, Tri-AM received a call from Deepton. Hello Tri-AM, how's the progress of your investigation? I've obtained the initial documents, I'll send them to you shortly. Deepton cheerfully added, you're doing great. Only you can put my mind at ease. Once you complete the task before Langham, you can become my woman before she does. Tri-AM, hearing this, grimaced in disgust, why do I suddenly feel like I don't want to eat anymore? Could it be that Duong Du's revelation about the Dragon King as my enemy has greatly altered my mood? Tri-AM promptly sent a message in response, I'll deliver the Dragon King's documents shortly, we'll talk later. On the other side, Deepton frowned uncomfortably, Tri-AM has never made such a suggestion. Finish your message first. What happened next? Fast forward 15 minutes at Duongdu's office. Triam hurriedly reported, "Young Master Duong, the documents have been delivered. Is there anything else you need me to do?" Duongdu, after a tense work session, stretched and said cheerfully, "Right, recently the company is planning to enter the gaming business. I need you to survey and report on it for me." Trium's bewildered expression looked quite adorable. "What kind of survey? Please clarify, young Master Duong." Duongdu stood up, holding the TV remote. "We have a total of 25 games here, all bestsellers in the market. I hope you can play through all of them and report daily progress to me. Also, the company provides snacks, bubble tea, and other items for free. Ordering food from outside will also be reimbursed. You can call whatever you want to eat. Focus on this work during this period. If you get tired, you can take a nap in the rest area. It's okay. Alright, start playing, don't be lazy. There are cameras in the office, I can see everything." Having said that, Duongdu walked away with a satisfied face. It's not very appropriate for you to leave, to avoid causing trouble elsewhere. Just spend the whole day playing games. Triam gently sat down on the sofa. "It's truly amusing, being easily deceived like this. I thought so initially, but my hands are still engrossed in playing games non-stop." On July 13th, enthusiastically immersed in gaming, and continuing on July 14th, boredom finally set in, leading to a nap. On July 16th, still gaming, she questioned herself, "Triam, oh Triam, why are you sinking so low? Is the survey completed?" By July 17th, her face remained absorbed in gaming, without a care in the world. Like this, Duongdu had peacefully lived through 5 days. Little did anyone know that on the 6th day, in his Min Noyet hotel room. Scene shifts to the interior of the Min Noyet hotel room. The female staff member, as usual, knocked on the door to announce, "Hello, valued guest, it's been over 2 hours since the checkout time. May I inquire if you're still inside?" The receptionist kept calling, receiving no response. Curious and perplexed, she mused, "Is there no one in there?" Using a spare key card, she opened the door and entered to inspect. As soon as she stepped in, the receptionist felt a chilling sensation down her spine. "Why is it so cold in here?" She checked every corner of the room but found no one, except the bathroom left unchecked. Entering, her face turned pale, sweat streaming down her forehead. "Oh no, what is happening here? Is there anyone? Please come out." So, it turns out a girl had an accident. Due to policy, let's keep it discreet, guys. News about someone hesitating in the Min Noyet hotel spread quickly outside. Upon hearing the news, the guests in the hotel promptly checked out, making everything much more complicated. Duongdu quickly rushed to the scene to see what was happening. When he arrived, the new hotel manager, True Lap, was already waiting there. True Lap, with a sorrowful expression, said, "Mr. Duong, it's my lack of carefulness at work. Such incidents occurred right after I took over the hotel." Expecting a harsh reprimand, Duongdu instead calmly patted him on the shoulder. "Don't blame yourself. Now, tell me exactly what's going on. The scene has been sealed off, and the police are investigating. Preliminary speculation is that it might be a case of suicide." Hearing these sensitive words, Duongdu raised his eyebrows in surprise. People staying at the Min Noyet hotel are quite wealthy. Their lives are supposed to be full of joy. Who would think so negatively? The media has exaggerated this. True Lap continued, "The police found that the victim's hair was slightly missing, and it's possible that it was taken, but they couldn't find any evidence." Duongdu leaned in, asking, "So, where are the cameras? How is it possible that the camera didn't capture anyone entering her room?" Duongdu pondered, contemplating the possibility, could the perpetrator behind this act be from the Dragon Clan? Last time, when Deep Tan was humiliated at the hotel, seeking revenge would be quite normal. To tarnish one's reputation to this extent, it's a complete loss of morality. I must find an opportunity to bury him. Lost in thought, Duongdu was startled to see 2 figures within his view. Two middle-aged men walked together, smoking and chatting. One was missing a hand, and the other was blind in one eye. True Lap, noticing Duong Du's intense gaze, gently inquired, "Mr. Duong, do you suspect them?" "Oh, no, not them. I can guess who did it." "You go console the victim's family, leave the culprit to me." The scene shifted to the next day, and the normally bustling Min Noyet hotel was now eerily quiet. Long Na approached and said, "Isn't this Mr. Duong? Haven't seen you for a few days. Why is the business of your hotel in such a miserable state?" Mr. Duong calmly replied, "It's none other than thanks to Mr. Long. Every day, you bring a bunch of people here to cause chaos. Ha, it's hopeless. The deceased is a high-ranking member of our Longshan group. I must reclaim her rights. In fact, the purpose of my visit today is quite simple. I don't fancy your hotel. Now, either you go bankrupt or sell it to me." In Long Na's mind, he thought, last time, Dragon King was humiliated here, merely causing this hotel to lose business is not enough. I want to acquire this hotel at a low price, to let the Duong family bear the brunt for the sake of my elder brother, Dragon King. Long Na boldly raised 5 fingers, saying, 5 billion, either sell the hotel or go bankrupt, make your choice quickly. True Lap listened with growing anger and cursed, why not just rob it? In bitter resentment, he thought, if I increase the price fourfold, I might reluctantly sell the Min Noyet hotel. This guy is not just setting high conditions. On Duong Du's side, his face tightened like a strung bow as he retorted, "You've thought too much. After letting your people cause trouble here for a year, my hotel won't be sold to you. You might as well disappear from my sight." Long Na, displaying Hong Kong gangster tactics, kicked the table, shouting loudly, "What did you just say? If it's good, say it again." True Lap, horrified, observed, "Is this guy a monster?" He broke the table with one kick. Duong Du smiled inwardly, thinking, this is the tactic that this crazy dog Long Na often uses to negotiate with others, deliberately intimidating to disrupt the opponent's psychological defenses. Knowing the trick well, Duong Du pretended to be trembling with fear, calling out, "Bodyguards, quickly come here. There's someone causing trouble." Long Na stood confidently like a rock, stating, "Mr. Duong, calling 20 bodyguards here would be useless. You are a sophisticated person, but I am not. At most, what happens to you later is none of my concern. I will leave the flower world." The cute chibi image of Duong Du reappeared, only to give a dismissive smirk, like a dragon mocking the journalists. Duong Du pretended to be even more frightened, saying, "All right, I will sell." Long Na arrogantly threw the contract on the table, saying, "Sign and seal it, and I'll have the money transferred to you right away." Ha ha, in the face of the Dragon Soul organization, everything is just like ants. Duong Du maintained a cunning expression, calling for his vice president to quickly bring the seal. True Lap sighed and obeyed the command. After a while, Duong Du signed and sealed the contract. Long Na held the paper triumphantly, saying, You useless too, you can leave now. Remember, this is the price to pay for daring to offend Deep Tan, my big brother." With the matter settled, Duong Du and Vice President True Lap confidently walked out. True Lap, still infuriated, questioned, "Mr. Duong, why did you agree to their conditions? How can our Duong family allow others to humiliate us like this? Our Duong family is at the top among the 4 major families in the market. We might not be a sky-covering force, but we shouldn't let a conglomerate like Long Tan ride on our heads. Mr. Duong, enduring it like this seems illogical." Duong Du's face remained bright and confident as he spoke, "In 2 days, you will know. Don't be impatient like this, you have to trust me. The play has just begun." At this point, Duong Du and manager True Lap had walked out to the car. Duong Du turned to ask, "By the way, has manager Vong's family already moved?" True Lap replied, "Last night, they took the train to Siberia. Following Mr. Duong's instructions, we fabricated manager Vong's itinerary to make it appear as if he had gone to Africa." Duong Du, pleased with the information, said, "Good, I'll go ahead then." As Duong Du climbed into his luxury car, he took out his laptop, silently thinking, with these insignificant followers of Deep Tan, he will undoubtedly seek revenge for Vong Yusi Fat as well. Now that Vong Yusi Fat is safe and the hotel has been handed over to them, it's time to show a bit of authority to Long Na. After his contemplation, Duong Du immediately began typing on the keyboard, anticipating an interesting show. The scene shifted to the lobby of the Min Noyet Hotel, where Long Na happily made a call to Deep Tan. Brother, Long Na has taken revenge, the Min Noyet Hotel is secured. I forced those Duong guys to sell it to us for 5 billion. Deep Tan on the other end responded with satisfaction, oh, that's good. In his thoughts, he mused, the Min Noyet Hotel is where I was humiliated. Long Na can buy it back at a cheap price, earning more than 10 billion for himself. His capabilities are indeed remarkable. Deep Tan, with a resentful tone, asked, oh, right, what about that guy with the last name Vong? What happened to him? The dog from the Duong family dared to lecture me in front of everyone, he must not be allowed to live. Long Na quickly responded, I've had someone investigate. A few days ago, he took a plane to Africa. So, you should hurry and have someone take care of him there. Insulting me means he surely can't exist anymore. Deep Tan, joyfully, thought, this is just a small profit. The real play is officially beginning now. Tri-AM has also obtained some confidential documents for me. The other pieces on the chessboard have also been arranged. This entire complex is just a testing ground for me. Ha ha. The scene shifted to the police headquarters in Dahang City, where a female police officer named Bok Yuyan was investigating a case related to the Min Noyet Hotel incident from a few days ago. The case was still under investigation. She was convinced that he was the culprit. Bok Yuyan pondered, how can evidence be found now? A young police officer named Tu Truong, seeing Bok Yuyan diligently at work, silently thought, Captain Bok works too seriously. It would be nice if she could relax a bit, perhaps even have a romantic interest. It's a pity. Beautiful Bok Yuyan remained focused on her case. A while later, she suddenly stood up, exclaiming, we have a lead in the Min Noyet Hotel case. Immediately, Bok Yuyan's face became serious as she pointed and called, quick, Tu Truong, call Chief Vong here for me. Tu Truong, who was daydreaming, was startled by the call and jumped up. In a short while, Chief Vong arrived at the office to meet Bok Yuyan. She eagerly said, Chief Vong, please take a look at this. We have a lead on the murder at the Min Noyet Hotel. Chief Vong, also surprised, took a look. After examining the lead, he quickly said, immediately convene a meeting, form a task force for investigation. I will personally lead the team. The Western Division Sub-Bureau swiftly went into action. After a 2-hour meeting, the investigation task force left the Sub-Bureau to begin their work. Bok Yuyan was part of the team, but the chief rejected her, saying, you've had your meal, rest carefully. Feeling a bit frustrated, she had no choice but to run across the street to the food district to have her meal. While Bok Yuyan was annoyed and searching for food, she suddenly heard a call, Police Officer Bok, please stop. Surprised, she turned around, and the person said, you're Deep Tan, right? In fact, Bok Yuyan recognized Deep Tan from a previous incident. During a bus robbery, he had bravely intervened and caught the thief. However, after getting off the bus, the thief called others for revenge. Despite that, Deep Tan defeated them all, leaving them lying on the ground. When Bok Yuyan approached to make an arrest, she was also quite surprised. He was a person with hidden depths and difficult to gauge, leaving a somewhat impressive impression. However, the most profound impression was his radiant and dazzling smile. Feeling a bit peculiar, she turned back to Deep Tan to initiate a conversation. I thought Officer Bok wouldn't remember my name anymore. Bok Yuyan glanced and saw Deep Tan holding a bag full of bottles, filled with curiosity. Is this your side job? Deep Tan, with a somewhat rustic demeanor, replied, not really. I just met an old lady who was collecting bottles despite her old age. I felt sorry for her, so I brought this stack of bottles to help her, and also bought some fruits for her. Hearing these words, Bok Yuyan was also moved. She silently thought, this man is truly kind-hearted. Deep Tan immediately said, do you want to have a meal? would you like to eat with me? I'll bring these bottles back to the old lady and come back right away. Bak Yuyan gently replied, no need, I'll buy something to eat. There are still many tasks to handle. Watching the beautiful figure walk away, Deep Tan thought to himself, courtship requires understanding the appropriate distance, especially with a beautiful woman. The more beautiful she is, the slower you have to take it, to make her willingly devote herself to my harem. Deep Tan proudly held a plastic bag full of bottles, and he said, just now, I spent 10 yuan to buy plastic bottles from the old lady collecting scrap metal over there. Why did I spend 10 yuan? Because he didn't have any smaller bills on him, and this batch of plastic bottles isn't even worth 5 yuan. Deep Tan chuckled to himself, thinking, now that I've arranged a few more encounters, it should be enough. This type of woman is too easy to win over. Bak Yuyan, I'm sure I'll get this woman. In the political arena of Tahang, most are students from her family. To control Tahang, the power of the Bak family cannot be ignored. Meanwhile, after Long Na took over the Min Noyet Hotel, he immediately changed its name to the Dragon God Hotel and began to address the negative images created before. The hotel's business slowly started to recover to normal. At this moment, he sat in the office, holding his attractive secretary in his arms, looking mesmerized. He was about to engage in some workplace excitement, but before he could make a move, the office door suddenly swung wide open, and a group of police officers rushed in. The small secretary, who was previously joyful, also panicked, exclaiming, they're coming in here, and are they planning to arrest us? Long Na, irritated and indignant, asked, what are you people doing? Haven't you heard of knocking on the door? At this moment, Bak Yuyan approached and presented her police identification card, saying, you are in charge of this Dragon Hotel, correct? Unfazed by the imminent threat of arrest, Long Na confidently replied, indeed, it's me. What's the matter? His bold demeanor seemed to defy the heavens. Unperturbed, Bak Yuyan issued a command, quickly handcuff him and take him away. Slightly taken aback, Long Na retorted, do you know who I am? I am responsible for the Dragon Corporation. Dare you lay a hand on me? All right then, the police stood still, like a pack of uniformed candies, unflinching in their resolve. Pulling out their heated weapons, they made Long Na lose some color in his face, unwilling to utter another word. Only the sound of 7 harsh words echoed, I want to call a lawyer. Let me call my lawyer. Swiftly, this celestial news spread throughout Tahang. The resplendent Min Noyet Hotel, suspected of drug trafficking, had Long Na as its overseer and legal representative. This time, things were utterly doomed. The Min Noyet Hotel was promptly inspected. Meanwhile, Duong Du discreetly orchestrated all of this, lying comfortably on the bed, engrossed in playing with his phone. After encountering the 2 crippled ruffians before, Duong Du had a hunch that these 2 were no saints. Immediately, he quietly ordered an investigation into the hotel. Indeed, evidence of drug trafficking by these 2 individuals was uncovered. Therefore, Duong Du straightforwardly handed this hot potato to Long Na. The other party received a tempting offer and conveniently pocketed 5 billion. Failing to do so would undoubtedly result in the hotel being unable to retain its existence once the matter was discovered, and Duong Du himself would face misfortune. As for accusing Deep Tan, Duong Du had grown accustomed to it. One should strive to survive. When survival becomes untenable, one cannot willingly offer their neck for others to strike. Duong Du lay comfortably on the warm bed, watching the news with a sneer, deserves it, serves him right for framing me with someone else's life. Casually, Duong Du cursed the system, you dare to set me up, I know you're not doing this out of goodwill to offer delicious treats. The system, offended, retorted with 3 words, the dog barks again. Irritated, Duong Du engaged in a verbal quarrel with the system, getting to the point, get lost. After cursing for a while, there was an unexpected call from the policewoman Bak Yuyan. Duong Du was surprised, why would she call me? He looked at the phone and thought, what does she want from me? Could it be that she found out I sent her an email? In reality, Duong Du and Bak Yuyan were quite familiar with each other. After all, they both belonged to prominent families in Tahang. However, Bak Yuyan had a particularly negative impression of Duong-du, mainly because he had a close brother named Tan Min, a notorious player into hang. Sharing the same pants, Duong-du was also despised by Bak Yuyan. Duong-du lifted the phone to listen, saying, "Hello, is this Miss Bak? What does she want to talk to me about tonight?" Bak Yuyan spoke straightforwardly, "Come to the police station branch immediately." "Why go there? Just come here, don't talk nonsense. If you don't come, I will send someone to your house to arrest you." Threatened, Duong-du could only respond helplessly, "Anyway, I'm not the owner or the one in charge of the Min Noyet Hotel anymore. I'm just going for formality's sake, just to be present there." Seeing Duong-du leave, the father's face twisted inquiringly. "Today, my good-for-nothing son, are you going to meet that brat Tan Min again?" Duong-du smiled brightly in response, "No, Dad, I'm going to find a prison to sit in." Cut to the police station. Bak Yuyan emerged with handcuffs dangling from her hand, looking exceptionally cool. She addressed her colleagues, "Look, if you see any mischief, this lady here is bringing them to jail." Arriving at the location, Duong-du sat down and pondered, "Even though deeply feeling that my dignity is being looked down upon, it's okay. I like it, and I hope these police officers can work more diligently." Bak Yuyan, standing nearby, involuntarily startled, "Whose voice was that just now? It seems like his voice." Bak Yuyan sarcastically threw a piece of paper and said, "Don't just sit there and laugh. As the former owner of the Min Noyet Hotel, you are also considered a criminal suspect. Record what you know here." Duong-du smirked in thought, "Don't provoke me further. I'll tell you everything I know. If it weren't for Long Na insisting on buying, I would have reported this directly. But I have no other choice. If Long Na insists on buying the hotel to trap me, this fool would have killed someone in the hotel, staged a suicide at the crime scene, and then caused trouble. If no clues are found, why not report him?" Bak Yuyan finally confirmed that she wasn't in a daze or hearing things wrong. This was clearly Duong-du's malicious voice. Bak Yuyan thought to herself, "Considering the way he wrote the email, I suspected that Duong-du had reported it. Wanting to intimidate him to get some clues, but I didn't expect to receive so much information." Bak Yuyan clenched her fist in anger. "Well, for the Long Tan Corporation." Duong-du thought to himself again, "Oh, I just remembered the hair of the woman he killed. It might be hidden in his house. I'll send an email to her later. I seem to have forgotten about this." Hearing the inner monologue, Bak Yuyan thought, "At home, huh? If this is true, then there's evidence to charge him." Bak Yuyan spoke more gently now, "All right, let's conclude the investigation here. Thank you for your cooperation in this investigation." Duong-du stood up with excitement and said, "The job isn't tough, but life is really challenging. If Miss Bak could treat me to a barbecue to compensate, that would be great." Bak Yuyan replied, "Fine, but next time I'll treat. I'm busy now." Suddenly worried, Duong-du exclaimed, "Oh no, did I take the joke too far? Does this woman really want to treat me to a meal? Well, she shouldn't be joking like that. I don't dare to eat with her. If she's attracted to my handsome appearance, it will affect my sexual behavior." Bak Yuyan looked exasperated. "Look at my face. Do I seem attracted to your handsome looks?" Bak Yuyan turned around and said, all right, I'll take you outside." Duong-du took a few steps and suddenly looked straight ahead. "Oh, he's here." Angry-faced Deep Tan appeared and approached. Upon seeing Duong-du's face, he silently cursed, "This dog, why is he with Bak Yuyan again?" Duong-du also stared and thought, "Why are you looking at me like that? Thought you'd snatch Bak Yuyan with me, as if all the beauties in the world belonged to you, you indifferent guy." Bak Yuyan stood to speak. "What's going on? Why are you here? Seeking revenge?" Deep Tan smiled and replied, "No, I'm here to visit a friend of mine, he's already been detained here." Duong-du smirked, thinking, a friend of mine who committed murder. Hearing Duong-du's inner thoughts, Bak Yuyan's admiration for Deep Tan instantly disappeared. Being friends with a murderer, how can this be anything other than trash? Bak Yuyan said, "The severity of his violation is very serious. For now, you can't visit him. Please leave quickly. Deep Tan explained, Officer Bak, I need to clarify something to you. I am the owner of Long Na, so if Long Na has really committed a crime, I will be the first to accuse him. But this time, he is completely harmless. He just took over the Min Noyet Hotel a few days ago. The previous owner of Min Noyet Hotel is this Mr. Duong, so he should be the one you should be detaining, not Long Na. Bak Yuyan retorted, I don't need you to teach me how to work. The one in charge and the legal representative of the hotel now is Long Na, so my decision to detain him is correct. Frustrated, Deep Tan thought to himself, this woman just needs to go along with me. Pretending to be serious here serves no purpose. Meanwhile, Duong Du thought, seems like Bak Yuyan doesn't like him. Normally, by now Deep Tan should have earned her admiration. This guy intentionally created a meeting to pick her pocket, even went to buy a bag of plastic recyclables, claiming to help an old lady collect bottles. Considering the prestige of these two incidents, Bak Yuyan should have screamed in her heart that she loves him, that would be more accurate. Bak Yuyan, hearing these thoughts, furrowed her brows in anger. In that first meeting, this Deep Tan deliberately arranged things. This man is truly despicable. Changing her expression, Bak Yuyan turned to Duong Du and said, thank you for your cooperation in the investigation today. It's late, you should go back and rest. Next time, I'll invite you to have a meal. Then, she turned angrily to Deep Tan, as for you, as the owner of Long Na, proving that Min Noyet Hotel is your property as well. Perfect, you are also prepared to undergo investigation. Duong Du looked bewildered at the scene, what's going on here? Why suddenly so gentle with me? Stop it, don't be so gentle with me. A surprising turn of events occurred. Tamu Noyet suddenly appeared at the police station, surprising Deep Tan, why is Tamu Noyet here? He happily thought, this girl talks tough, but when she really encounters trouble, she still rushes here with a smile. Deep Tan greeted, Mu Noyet, you came here. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Noyet hit him with a large pear. She glided past him as if he didn't exist in the room. Mu Noyet gently approached Duong Du and asked, Duong Du, are you okay? Duong Du, seeing Mu Noyet, felt perplexed, oh, please don't come over, don't provoke the Dragon King guy anymore. Look at his expression. Give me some space to live, or the dog will probably send someone to assassinate me tonight. Tamu Noyet calmly said, this Deep Tan probably thinks that I have intentions with him, crazy. Mu Noyet approached Duong Du, making him blush. Mu Noyet softly said, I guess you have nothing to do now, right? So, let's go home. Duong Du sweated, thinking, why is she using this trick? Don't do this, Miss Tu. I have a child who weighs over 50 kilograms. Deep Tan was infuriated by this scene. How can the woman I like be intimate with someone else like this, right in front of me? What does she mean by this? Does she really have no interest in me? It shouldn't be like this, right? Her gaze wouldn't deceive me. Duong Du, in a state of confusion, wiped his hands and thought, if I can't interfere, I'll quickly run away. As he was about to leave, a familiar voice spoke, Duong Du, are you okay? It turned out to be Miss Vong Tuyet, full of concern, running over. Duong Du, I heard that the owner of the Min Noyet Hotel has been arrested and threatened me nearly to death. Vong Tuyet, upon receiving a message, hurriedly ran to the Western Police Station. However, she did not expect Tamu Noyet to be here, and moreover, she was holding Duong Du's arm. Seeing Vong running towards her, Tamu Noyet's inherent female instincts were on high alert. The two locked eyes as if they were about to engage in an endless battle. Vong Tuyet expressed herself, oh, isn't this Miss to die? Our number one beauty in to hang. How come you're being proactive like this? I thought you didn't like men anymore. Muk Noyet, with one arm around Duong Du and the other clenched in frustration, exclaimed, what does this have to do with me? Duong Du, perplexed, thought to himself, what are they doing, pushing each other with their hands? Don't stand there arguing over a handsome guy like me. I'd be heartbroken. Vong Tuyet, flying back, also joined the fray, grabbing Duongdu's hand, asserting, hugging my boyfriend's hand has nothing to do with you, right? If you really like handsome guys, I can introduce you to some, don't bother my sweetheart. Furious, Muk Noyet retorted, your boyfriend? Tell her, does the future husband of someone have anything to do with her? Your future brother-in-law, Vieng, also has thick skin, claiming someone else's fiancé as her boyfriend. Vong Tuyet sarcastically fired back, oh, he's your soon-to-be husband. Well, then you must know him very well. Do you know what he likes to eat, his preferred fragrance brand, black or white socks? Can you answer that? Muk Noyet was caught off guard by the unexpected comeback, rendering her speechless. After a moment, she conceded, I know, but does that matter? The most important thing is that he likes me. Everyone knows that Tahang likes me, he even organized my birthday party a few days ago. This time, Vong Tuyet found herself silenced by this argument. Frustration and resentment filled her. Out of options, she triumphantly took out her phone, thinking to herself, alright, you want affection in front of everyone, don't you? I'll show you what genuine affection is. Seeing Tuyet's sinister expression and the phone she pulled out, Duongdu noticed something amiss. Don't tell me those pictures are still saved. Vong Tuyet, don't do this, for heaven's sake. Fortunately, the well-endowed police officer, Bok Yuyan, intervened, alright, stop arguing. I still have work to do outside. Duongdu helplessly stood between the two women and said, did you hear that? We need to follow the policewoman's instructions and leave quickly. Witnessing this scene, Deep Tan became infuriated, two women I like, and they're fighting over another man. Duongdu and the two women left the police station, but the two kids didn't let go of each other's hands, sparking discussions among onlookers. What's going on? Two women serving the same man? Who is he sending messages to? Can you lock him up in jail? In a hushed voice, that's Duong, the young master of the Duong family, the Sim Lord of Tahan. I don't know what's going on with the Sim, but it has everything. Oh my, tomorrow I'll start using a Sim too. Listening to the words of Duongdu, he couldn't help but feel angry and thought to himself, they are just pawns, what I despise the most are these lackeys. In the midst of his anger, a familiar voice called out, Big brother, is this how you play big? It turned out that Tan Min had driven a luxury car to pick him up. Duongdu helplessly replied, they're just playing, honestly, or challenging. Duongdu signaled for help, save me, save me. Tan Min understood and immediately spoke up, oh, I heard that our big brother has a compassionate heart. The hotel's affairs have nothing to do with you. Let's go celebrate with some drinks. Duongdu looked at the two beautiful women with an embarrassed expression but still replied, alright, it's hard to refuse a good deed. I'll go ahead then. Vong Tuyet and Muk Noyet had faces full of anger and remained silent with crossed arms. Duongdu, getting into the car, sighed in relief, finally, I've escaped. Tan Min also sighed and said, Big brother, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Let's have a drink next time, I'm exhausted during this period, can't sleep well, and every night is plagued by nightmares. Having escaped the beauty trap, Duongdu's face brightened, full of vitality as he replied, call me whatever you want, you're my savior. Go back and rest, regain your strength, and keep saving me for a long time. Mid-conversation, Duongdu suddenly noticed something and inquired, not quite right, is your body feeling uncomfortable? Observing Tan Min's pale and lifeless complexion, Duongdu seemed to have detected something unusual. Sporting a bright smile, Duongdu asked, have you been sleeping poorly these days, or perhaps having nightmares? You look quite worn out. Tan Min, simultaneously driving and fatigued, replied, exactly, big brother. I don't know what's wrong, but I hope it's nothing serious. Duongdu furrowed his brow and said, take a few days off, go on a short trip to relax and see if it gets better, hee. Forget about it, big brother. I'm not very fond of going out. Just go home, rest, and you'll probably feel better. After a while, Tan Min dropped Duongdu off by the roadside and drove back home. Duongdu stood there, contemplative. Actually, I already know the reason behind Tan Min's unusual health. This is the Tan family's situation in its entirety. Tan Min's poor health is due to feng shui issues in his old house. The root cause of this problem is the jade Buddha statue that Tan Min recently bought and brought home last week. The jade Buddha statue was tampered with by Deep Tan, who meddled with it using hands and feet. When Tan Min brought it home, the feng shui of the Tan family was significantly affected. The previously auspicious location turned into a place of harm. Right before the Tan family was on the brink of danger, Deep Tan would take the opportunity to intervene. In the end, people in the Tan family treated him like a deity, revering him with great respect. Tan Jia's eldest daughter, Tan Ka Tam, also held a favorable opinion of him. Because of that, gradually and bit by bit, everything fell into the hands of him. Duong Du scratched his head in contemplation. This plot may seem a bit convoluted, but if placed in urban fiction, it appears quite normal. Pretend, expose, gather power and beauties, the rewards come once and are hard-earned. The system suddenly reported, host successfully navigated through the intricate plot, rewarded with the complete cultivation of the boundless yin-yang martial arts, usable once. Duong Du, reading with irritation, scolded, "This system, why does it keep giving me these single-use items? Why not just give me a pair of chopsticks for one-time use?" According to the system's explanation, this boundless yin-yang martial arts, after reaching full cultivation, could harness external force to retaliate with double the damage received, undoubtedly a top-notch ability. The system replied to Duong Du, "Haha, because the host did not navigate the plot flawlessly, did not attract the vengeance of the Dragon King Deep Tan, so the reward is limited to one-time use." Duong Du frowned, silently thinking, "I also want to navigate flawlessly, but everyone in this world is making things complicated." The scene shifted to the next day at the Western District Police Station, where Bok Yuyan and Deep Tan were in a heated dispute. At noon the following day, amidst Bok Yuyan's resentful gaze, a tall, beautiful, and mysterious woman arrived to bail out Deep Tan. This girl wore a very alluring black dress, with an extremely ample bosom and a captivating face. Just as they exited the police station, Deep Tan immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Ha, for making the trip here." The beauty who came to pick up Deep Tan outside was a young lady from the Ha clan named Ha Hoi Am. The Ha clan in Da Hang was modest, but their strength was no less than the four major clans. Upon hearing Deep Tan's thanks, Ha Hoi Am responded gently, "It's just something I should do." To explain a bit more, their clan is a branch of the major Ha clan in Yen Kin. Mrs. Ha is the head of the clan, with some acquaintance with Deep Tan's master. After Deep Tan arrived in Da Hang, he promptly visited the Ha clan to inquire about Mrs. Ha's health, with the sole purpose of having the Ha clan owe him a favor. Deep Tan, at this moment, stood contemplating with his head in his hands, to repay this valuable favor, and to use it in such a situation, truly wanting to die. Deep Tan then spoke, "Miss Ha, my friend is imprisoned because of this matter. What do you think we should do?" The beautiful Ha Hoi Am replied, "There's nothing I can do about this matter, it involves drugs, and no one can help with that. I hope Mr. Deep can understand, after all, this is the world of flowers and butterflies." Deep Tan, reluctantly lowering his voice, said, "All right, then I won't trouble Miss Ha anymore. I think I'll make a visit to Mrs. Ha in 2 days." Ha Hoi Am concluded the conversation and turned to leave, saying, "All right, I'll go back to the company for a meeting. You stay and enjoy yourself." As she walked away, Ha Hoi Am rested her hand on her chest, pondering. Grandmother said this guy Deep Tan is supposed to be an extraordinary figure. Now seeing him, he seems to have just a bit of courage, nothing special. Watching the departing figure of the beautiful woman, Deep Tan contemplated, looking at her attitude, so cold, could it be that she looks down on me? When I gather enough evidence against her, I must take action and give her a lesson. The Ha clan must be leveraged to support the future journey to Yen Kin. In the following days, Deep Tan led people from the Dragon God group to establish connections everywhere, trying to salvage Long Na from her predicament. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Long Na was dragged away for investigation, feeling that living was worse than death. Originally, he was only involved in the unfortunate incident at the Min Noyet Hotel, but now things had escalated. The police even searched his residence, finding hair belonging to the girl who had died at the hotel before. After discovering this information, the situation became more serious. This time, it was truly over for him. In a fit of frustration, Deep Tan visited the prison. Fortunately, after a week of being detained, he finally had the opportunity to visit Long Na. Upon seeing his boss, Long Na's heart leaped with joy, secretly celebrating, "The Dragon King truly can accomplish anything. With him stepping in, I can definitely get out of here." From a once bold and fearless figure, Long Na, now frightened and bloodied, cried out for his elder brother to rescue him. "Deep young master, do you have a solution?" Deep Tan cracked a confident smile and replied, "There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Long Na, pondering for a moment, said, "Tell me the good news first." "After hearing the bad news, I probably won't be in the mood to listen to the good news." Furrowing his brow, Deep Tan said, "I've instructed the lawyer to try to reduce your sentence, so don't worry." Long Na asked, "What about the bad news then? Go ahead and tell me." "After the sentence reduction, I'll still have to sit in prison for 20 years, right?" Long Na's expression darkened upon hearing this, and Deep Tan silently thought, "The Tan plan is proceeding smoothly and quickly. Well, we can already see the results." Before obtaining information about Tahan, I'll have to let Long Na stew in frustration for a bit. Conveying crucial information to his younger brother, Deep Tan left, feeling indignant, and said, "We'll meet again very soon. Try to wait for me to rescue you." The scene shifted to a street where Duk Bao's antique shop, the second largest in the antique street, stood. It was also part of the Duong family's business. In charge of this store was Tru Chao Tam, a long-serving member of the Duong family. He had worked at this antique shop for over 30 years, starting from the age of 10. At this moment, Duong young master came to visit the pawnshop. Tru Chao Tam welcomed him and said, "Young master Duong, take a look at the records. This is the sales volume from last month, and the store's profit has been consistently good these past few months." Duong Du attentively examined the documents and said, "All right, it's been hard work." While reviewing the records, Duong Du suddenly heard a familiar voice, "Miss Tan, I also know a bit about mystical feng shui." The sideways remark made Duong Du involuntarily recognize, "It's those two." Duong Du discreetly leaned his head towards the door and whispered, "So it's Deep Tan, walking with Tuan Min's younger sibling. Do you also know how to read feng shui?" Deep Tan displayed wisdom and replied, "Indeed, my knowledge is extensive. Being a bodyguard was just a temporary job for me." Duong Du observed with a raised eyebrow and thought, "Indeed, he not only has great courage but also deliberately throws a snake into someone's house, then runs off pretending to be a hero saving a beauty. I've never seen someone shameless like him. If it weren't for his lack of ethics, how could there be an issue with the feng shui of the Tan family, and he even dares to stage a drama here?" Miss Tan Ka Tam heard Duong Du's inner thoughts and startled, "Who is talking like that? It sounds like a very familiar voice. Did Deep Tan really throw a snake into our house and manipulate the feng shui issues of the Tan family?" Miss Tan Ka Tam furrowed her brow and pondered, "This seemingly harmless guy is actually the mastermind behind all the harm to our family?" The imaginary Deep Tan smirked with satisfaction as he noticed Tan Ka Tam staring at him without blinking. "Why is she looking at me so intently? She must have been captivated by my handsome appearance, haha." The imaginary Deep Tan then casually reached into his pocket, took out a talisman, and said, "Miss Tan, from my observation, there must be a feng shui issue in your house causing the flow of energy. Antique items can indeed improve feng shui realistically. So, I have a personal talisman for you to wear, hoping it can improve the situation. I learned this talisman from a high-ranking expert, and it took me 3 months to master. Just carry it with you, and it will surely protect you from negative energy." In a secluded corner, Duong Du overheard and thought to himself with a bitter smile, "Putting on airs won't create something like this casually. The key is to have a bit of my essence. Those energies are naturally impervious to attacks when infused with my blood." Poor Tan Ka Tam, this foolish woman believed she was deceived into death and resurrection, thinking this man was her destined savior. Heavens, I must intervene. Tan Ka Tam involuntarily pondered, "There's a voice, and it seems like only I can hear it. What on earth is happening?" Frustrated, Tan Ka Tam surfaced his anger, thinking, "If all of this is real, then don't blame me for being skeptical. I won't turn my face until I see evidence." After contemplating, Tan Ka Tam feigned innocence with a cute and bewildered expression, resembling a golden deer. He then took the talisman and said, "All right, thank you for this precious talisman. I'll keep it with me." The clueless Deep Tan, unaware of the truth, happily exclaimed, "We're friends, there's no need to be so skeptical." Deep Tan thought contentedly, "Finally, everything seems to be going smoothly. Long na, our outing for hamburgers in February is not far off, hee hee." Waiting until Tan Ka Tam and Deep Tan had left, Duong Du discreetly emerged from behind the shelves, wearing a deeply displeased expression. Duong Du silently thought, considering the plot, Deep Tan will soon come to the hotel to buy this piece of yin-yang fish amulet because it's a crucial prop he uses to present himself. This thing can absorb all the spiritual energy, it's better to let him take it than to keep it here. There's no use in me keeping it. So, I can only let Deep Tan take it to address the issue. Despite feeling uncomfortable, I can't just stand by and watch my brother's home being robbed of its inheritance, played to death by this scoundrel. The villain's life is also a life. After careful consideration, Duong Du smiled and called out, "Uncle Tru, come over here, I need your help a bit." Mr. Tru Chow Tam startled at Duong's call, then happily ran over, asking, "What's up, young Master Duong? Do you need something?" Duong Du immediately said, "Please take care of this yin-yang fish amulet for me. Apart from the guest named Deep Tan, no one else should be able to buy it, you know." Chow Tam scratched his head, feeling that the name young Master Duong mentioned sounded familiar. Isn't Deep Tan the kid President Vu mentioned in the chat group some time ago? Tru Chow Tam remembered and came up with an idea. After Chairman Vong adjusted him a bit, he was promoted and given a raise. Going abroad to take charge, does he think the heavens want to give him an opportunity? Then his subordinate, Duong Du, who planned to become a reporter, added, "That's right, increase the price a bit, 3 billion should be enough." Duong Du frowned and thought again, this Taoist artifact, Deep Tan surely wants to acquire it. We can't sell it cheap to him. Using some money from this wretched guy for charity would also be good. After hearing Duong's instructions, his subordinate happily said, "Master Duong, rest assured, I understand it all." Not knowing whether to understand or report further, Duong Du trusted completely and raised his hand to like, saying, "All right then, leave it to him." After the instructions, Duong Du walked away, saying, "The situation of the Tan family is progressing smoothly. After Deep Tan resolves the troubles of the Tan family, we'll figure out how to expose this wretched guy." Tru Chow Tam held a jade ornament in his hand and recalled, "I personally brought this from outside. When I obtained it, there were a total of 2 pieces, representing yin and yang respectively. The yang piece in these 2 yin and yang jade ornaments is used to eliminate negative energy, while the yin piece is used to nurture negative energy." Tru Chow Tam pondered again, if this piece is placed in a place with extremely heavy negative energy, hee. Half an hour later, true to his word, the man named Deep Tan arrived at the antique shop. Upon entering, he observed for a moment and immediately noticed a precious jade ornament with an exorbitant price. He angrily exclaimed, "Is this your money-grabbing shop? Do you think this piece is worth 3 billion, or have you inflated the value?" Tru Chow Tam, holding a glass of water, calmly replied, "Sir, we don't deceive anyone here. This is a valuable item from the tomb of a wealthy merchant, and the price is quite reasonable." Deep Tan, infuriated, retorted, "Don't play tricks with me. I know more about these things than you do. Let's cut to the chase. Will you sell it for 50 million or not? One of the things I detest the most is being cheated out of my money." Tru Chow Tam, still composed, responded, "My friend, please don't joke around. Last night, a renowned feng shui master from the island port came here, affirming the item's quality. Tomorrow, someone will come to purchase it. If you agree to buy, take it, if not, please leave. I will sell it to whoever is willing." Helpless and frustrated, Deep Tan pondered for a while, then erupted in anger, slamming the table. Eventually, he begrudgingly accepted the offered price, saying, Fine. Pack it up for me, and spare me the chatter." Deep Tan smirked cunningly in his thoughts, this thing is indeed a bit pricey, but compared to conquering the Tan family, it's nothing. Once I secure the Tan family, assets worth hundreds of billions will be mine. Tru Chow Tam, pleased with the agreed price, responded, "Great, great. I'll pack it up for you right away." As True Chow Tam turned to leave, a dark cloud loomed overhead, and a sharp, scheming gaze revealed a sinister plot. To think he wants to contend with our young master Duong. Life must be truly tiresome for him. In the previous plot development, Deep Tan visited an antique shop to purchase a protective amulet. Duong Du entrusted the task carefully to his disciple True Chow Tam. However, this disciple hatched a cunning plot that seemed to pose a threat to Duong Du. Before more details could unfold, the situation shifted. Since Jang Tuyet came to treat Mr. Vong's illness, his health had gradually improved. However, after today's meal, Mr. Vong prepared to write calligraphy. Before completing a single character, the pen in his hand suddenly dropped. Shortly afterward, his heartbeat rapidly decreased, and he even struggled to breathe. Mr. Vong was taken to the bedroom, lying on the bed gasping for breath. The whole family, from descendants to Jang Tuyet, stood anxiously. Vong Tuyet, seeing her father in such a state, felt a pang of anxiety and couldn't contain her emotions, asking, "Tuyet, why is my father like this?" Jang Tuyet, after examining the patient, sadly explained, "Mr. Vong's condition is somewhat critical. His respiratory system is gradually failing, but we can't pinpoint the specific cause of the illness." The entire family, listening to this, felt perplexed, thinking, even Miss Jang, with advanced medical skills, can't determine the issue. What should we do now? In reality, everything today was clearly caused by Deep's actions. After the initial plan failed, he devised another scheme targeting Vong Nu Long. This was the moment when Vong Tuyet had to face a difficult situation as Mr. Vong, who had held firm authority within the family, suddenly passed away. According to the family's traditional rules, the patriarchal authority would be transferred to the male successor. Witnessing this scene, Vong Nu Long couldn't contain his surprise. Instead, he appeared delighted and cracked a sly smile. He secretly rejoiced, "Grandfather, don't blame me for being so indifferent, it's just that you were overly biased." Meanwhile, Vong Tuyet, feeling sorrowful and unsure of what to do, asked, "So what should we do now? Should we invite Master Jang, the divine healer, here to see what can be done?" Jang Tuyet sighed and replied, "I can't even diagnose the illness, it seems my father is no different. This condition is quite complex, but if we find someone to come here, they might be able to help." Upon hearing this, Vong Tuyet brightened and asked, "Who is it? Please tell me quickly, I will invite them at any cost." Jang Tuyet calmly revealed the name of the person who could assist, a name that left an impression on the siblings in just 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, she disclosed, "This person is none other than Mr. Duong Du." Immediately, Vong Tuyet went to find Duong Du to explain the situation and invite him for assistance. Duong Du did not refuse the beautiful woman's request and reassured her, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Mr. Vong is a person of fortune, there shouldn't be any issues." Vong Tuyet anxiously grabbed Duong Du's hand and hurriedly led him to her father's bedroom, saying, "All right, please quickly assess my father's condition." The descendants were quietly discussing amongst themselves. At this moment, why did Jang Tuyet summon Duong Du? He probably has no knowledge of medical techniques. Duong Du entered the room. As soon as he saw Mr. Vong, his face turned somber, thinking, even Jang Tuyet couldn't figure out the issue. What illness has Mr. Vang contracted? Could it be that, after the downfall of the Vong family's situation, they deliberately introduced Long Vang as a divine healer to restore their fortunes? However, Duong Du had the ability to see through things. He pondered, what is this strange yellow thread wrapping around Mr. Vong's heart? Oh heavens, it's still moving. Isn't this the legendary needle of Deep Tan? This is cunning. 24 hours after entering the body, the host is sure to perish. Duong Du continued to think to himself, to save Mr. Vong, the only options are either for Deep Tan to personally come and remove the needle, or to try the secret method in the Tan Nang Tien Kin, using herbs such as the blissful grass, the 9 pearl tree, the jade stone branches, and so on, 11 types of herbs to create the miraculous fragrance. Soon, I must find a way to discreetly remind them. Regardless, I cannot let Mr. Vong die like this. Both Vong Tuet and Jang Tuyet heard these words and simultaneously glanced at Duongdu. Both were surprised to realize that the other was paying attention to Duongdu. Vong Tuet also noticed, saying, "You can also hear the heartbeat of Duongdu, huh?" Vong Tuet thought to herself, "Finally, I understand why Jang Tuyet wanted me to call Duongdu here. It seems she wants to find a way to detoxify by listening to Duongdu's heartbeat." Upon hearing this, Jang Tuyet spoke up, "I suddenly thought of a method, ask someone to bring the herbs here for me." Vong Tuet agreed, "If Tuyet has a treatment method, then let's take a break outside, leaving her here with grandfather for a while." Duongdu was contemplating when Tuet grabbed his hand and pulled him away, saying, "Is that it for me? So fast?" Tuet held his hand and said, "Not yet, I still have something to discuss with you. Come with me first." Duongdu, full of curiosity, asked, "Why so serious? Is there something important you want to tell me?" The scene shifted, and the two walked to the wooden chairs in the courtyard to talk. Tuet seemed a bit bitter as she said, "I find my grandfather's condition very unusual, his health was originally very good. Suddenly, it's highly likely that he has been poisoned. What do you think?" Upon hearing these words, Duongdu quickly responded, "I also think it's possible, but we need to investigate more thoroughly." In his mind, Duongdu pondered, who would poison him? This seems more like a case of being infected with a parasite. The needle of the parasite must approach the target to be effective. If Deep Tan doesn't personally intervene, most likely it's that foolish Ving Nh Long causing trouble. Hearing these thoughts, Tuet was also infuriated, her aura flaring up. "Indeed, my speculation was correct. It's that idiot Vong Nu Long causing trouble quietly." Tuet sighed and thought, "Last time, I kept him around not because I lacked evidence but to avoid disturbing the snakes and stirring the grass, intending to use that fool Ving Nh Long against Deep Tan. Unexpectedly, he's so ignorant of life and death, daring to harm his own grandfather. If that's the case, there's no need to keep him as bait any longer." Lost in weary thoughts, Tuet involuntarily fell into Duongdu's arms. Even Duongdu was momentarily startled. Despite that, he skillfully dodged away from the beautiful woman. Seeing the shy reaction, Tuet, full of playful interest, teased, "You have to be more honest next time, I'll wear a cute bunny outfit for you to see." Hearing this, Duongdu sweated nervously, "What bunny girl? Please don't make me the target of teasing." Tuet, with a charming and slightly daring expression, laughed, "This man is indeed both cool and warm, very adorable." In reality, Duongdu was already quite happy with Tuet's presence. At least, he didn't have to think about the battles at the moment. However, this happy atmosphere didn't last long, as a voice abruptly shattered the tranquil air, "Miss, come over quickly." Vong Tuet also startled, her heart pounding as she turned back to look. "What's going on?" A hurried young man announced, seemingly serious, but to everyone's surprise, Dr. Zhang has successfully cured him. "Sister, quickly go over and check the situation." Vong Tuet breathed a sigh of relief, "Oh my, you scared me to death." Duongdu also relaxed, saying, "Well done, brother. Luckily you arrived, if you had come a bit later, my shoulders would have been permanently leaned under this lady's weight." The scene shifted to Mr. Vong's bedroom. At this point, he was breathing evenly, had opened his eyes, and appeared much more alert. Vong Tuet approached him with a face expressing both concern and joy. "Grandfather, how are you feeling?" On the other side, Duongdu was standing and watching when his phone suddenly rang. Duongdu spoke up, "Excuse me, I'll step outside to take a call." He walked out and answered the phone. "Hello, what's up?" It turned out to be Tan Min calling. "Big brother, didn't you say whenever there's feng shui work at my place, I should inform you? Hurry over, many people are there today." Duongdu replied, "Okay, wait for me a bit. I'll greet Mr. Vong and come over." After checking on Mr. Vong's condition, Duongdu left. As soon as Duongdu left, Vong Tuet immediately summoned everyone from the Vong family's side. With a serious expression, she loudly addressed them, "Elders, I have something to discuss with everyone." Vong Nh Long, at this moment, trembled with fear, thinking to himself, I didn't expect Jang Tuyet to actually cure grandfather's illness. Now, Vong Tuyet is talking like this. Could she have discovered that I was involved in harming grandfather? At this point, the elders, upon hearing Vong Tuyet's words, were all surprised and curious. Vong Nh Long bitterly thought, it's okay, even if she suspects, there's no evidence proving my guilt. While in contemplation, Vong Tuyet suddenly approached, full of anger, and grabbed the collar, shouting directly in Vong Nulong's face, "Nulong, quickly come here and pay respects to our ancestors." Vong Tuyet, like an elder sister, dragged Vong Nulong by the collar and then made him kneel before the ancestors' shrine, saying, "Kneel down here and listen to the guidance carefully." Vong Nulong's elderly mother also rebuked, "Hey, little Tuyet, what are you doing? Why suddenly accuse your brother like this? Has he committed any offense?" Vong Nulong, with a darkened face, also spoke up, "Exactly, sister, is there some misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding my foot. How can you collude with outsiders and harm your own family, and still call it a misunderstanding?" The cooperation with Fash Energy Corporation some time ago almost caused significant damage to our family. And today, grandfather being poisoned with a parasite is also because of your actions. With sharp and angry words, Vong Nulong felt a tremor of fear and replied, "Cooperating with Fash was indeed my mistake, as I misjudged the person due to my inadequate abilities. But how does grandfather's situation involve me? Even if I lack humanity, I cannot do something like this." Vong Nulong's elderly mother also spoke up in defense, "Tuyet, my child couldn't have committed such a heinous act. What evidence do you have to falsely accuse my child?" Tuyet smiled triumphantly, clapping her hands and said, "Haha, evidence, of course there is. Let me call the witness to the stand and clarify everything." As soon as Vong Tuyet gave the signal, a bearded man stepped forward. "This is Tham, the deputy director of the Vong family's construction company associated with Vong Nulong." Upon seeing him, Vong Nulong stood up in astonishment. "Is it really him?" Mr. Tham walked forward and knelt down with a remorseful expression, narrating all the incidents to everyone. Vong Nulong's father, after hearing the whole story, clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in furious anger. The most detestable thing about aristocratic families is biting the hand that feeds them. The father went over to support his son, delivering a series of punches and kicks to the culprit, revealing the extent of his anger. Moreover, he used relentless force to teach the troublemaker a lesson for daring to lay hands on Vong's grandfather. This was an unforgivable offense, leaving only one option: to face the consequences. At this moment, everyone stood coldly by, observing the scene. Even Vong Tuyet remained silent, arms crossed, without uttering a word. Waiting for Vong Nulong to endure his father's beating, she finally spoke up. "This time, we can't solely blame Vong Nulong. He may be foolish, but there's someone even more sinister. Our family must seek revenge against him." Hearing these words, everyone in the family angrily agreed, saying in unison, "Absolutely, we cannot forgive this person. We must make him pay tenfold." Swiftly, the Vong family began investigating the actions of the mysterious figure Deep Tan, preparing for a revenge unparalleled. Simultaneously, all the enterprises under the Vong family's name declared war against the dragon god group, Deep Tan. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, on another front, the Tan family was also bustling with activity. 2 days ago, the Tan family suddenly released news inviting feng shui masters to resolve their family issues, offering a reward of 1 billion yen to anyone who could succeed. Feng shui masters from across the country gathered to tackle the difficulties for the Tan family. At this moment, when Duong Du drove to Tan Min's house, he coincidentally spotted Deep Tan. Deep Tan was charmingly talking to Tan Ka Tam. "Miss Tan, how is the effectiveness of my amulet for personal protection?" Tan Ka Tam smiled as she recalled, "Last time, I heard the heartbeat, so to confirm it, I secretly tore down the personal protection amulet this morning." Indeed, it was an amulet with chaotic and nonsensical drawings, with traces of a dried drop of blood on it. Suddenly, Tan Ka Tam heard the heartbeat again. "Ha, this foolish girl Tan Ka Tam must have been startled by the personal protection amulet. Fortunately, I, being compassionate last time, will expose his true face one fine day." "But where is that boy Tan Min?" Frantically, Tan Ka Tam stared around. "Who is it?" If the benefactor reveals all of this to me, I must express my gratitude. Tan Ka Tam thought to herself, that person even mentioned my younger brother's name, proving that they know each other. In that case, finding that person will be even easier. Deep Tan looked at the bewildered girl, wondering what was going on. After Tan Ka Tam and Deep Tan finished their conversation, Duong-du turned towards the house, and only then did he slowly step out of the car. Unexpectedly, Duong-du ran into the manager Tru Chao Tam. "Hello, Uncle Tru, why are you here too?" Tru Chao Tam hurriedly greeted the young master and then said, "Watching a good play and having the opportunity to interact with young master Duong, I must seize it for sure." Upon hearing this, Duong-du frowned and thought, "Interact with me?" Probably talking about the 1 billion reward from the Tan family. Ignoring it, Duong-du put on a satisfied expression and remarked, "Alright then, today I'll have to rely on you, Uncle Tru, to secure the 1 billion reward from the Tan family." "You must succeed." Tru Chao Tam, full of confidence, patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, I will get it, young master." Deep in his scheming mind, he thought, "Once I complete today's task, young master Duong will reward me with 1 billion. When that happens, boasting within Vang's group will be a breeze. I'll claim to be the top martial expert and energy specialist of the Duong family." After chatting for a while, Tan Min's subordinate came out to greet them, exclaiming, "Oh, big brother, why does everything seem so cheerful?" Duong-du approached and said, "It's not a joyous matter for you. Your family's issues will undoubtedly be resolved today." Suddenly, Tan Min smirked and said, "Don't mention this troublesome matter again. I don't know if it can be resolved. If not, I'll move out. The feng shui masters are here today, and it's a mess. Some haven't even performed the rituals, one even vomited a pile of medicine. Now, they're lying in the hospital." Duong-du listened quietly, still and unresponsive, as in tried to comfort him with a pat on the shoulder. "You can rest assured, this matter will surely be resolved today, and assured." Inside the house, the eminent masters were discussing solutions. Deep Tan, upon entering, sarcastically remarked, "So, the renowned feng shui masters are also present here. You all only have a bit of skill, especially Master Tru. No wonder the Tan family has not prospered until now." True Master, provoked by this comment, angrily retorted, "You, the rotten brat, where did you come from to dare speak so arrogantly?" Deep Tan calmly approached and said, "I'm not boasting, I'm simply stating the truth. Actions speak louder than words. If I can't deliver, I will apologize in front of everyone." True Master, still frustrated, replied, "Fine, let me see how capable you truly are." With confidence, Deep Tan pulled out a peculiar talisman from his pocket. He then pricked a small amount of his blood onto the talisman to enhance its spiritual power. The talisman suddenly glowed brightly. Deep Tan murmured, "Even a tiny bit of vital energy from my fingertip can break through." The other masters, impressed, showered praises, "Well done, well done." Suddenly, breaking the serene atmosphere of the ritual, a familiar voice echoed, "These individuals are actually nothing but mediocre. Our young master, Duong, is the one truly knowledgeable. With such feeble vital energy, he can easily dispel it with a flick of his hand." Upon hearing this voice, Duong-du recognized Tru Chao Tam and felt helpless, as if struck by lightning, muttering under his breath, "He's exposing me again." A member of the Tan family spoke up, "What are you talking about? Hasn't the ominous aura disappeared by now?" Tru Chao Tam pointed at a patch of dark aura, saying, "Disappeared? Open your eyes and see clearly." The ominous aura was sucked in and suddenly burst out from the amulet. Everyone was hit by a strong, in-your-face wave of ominous energy. "What's going on?" Duong-du, feeling helpless, remarked, "Oh no, this plot twist isn't right. After removing the amulet, he shouldn't resolve everything in one go. How can there be a problem now?" Tru Chao Tam looked towards Duong and raised his index finger, shining brilliantly, "Young Master Duong, it's your turn to take action now, hee." Upon hearing this, young Master Duong felt an overwhelming urge to punch this shameless old man in the face. "Take action? How about I take a hammer and hit you instead?" Suddenly, Duong-du noticed a peculiar glowing amulet in his pocket. He retrieved it silently, pondering, who placed this yin-yang amulet on me? As he took out the amulet, a brilliant light emitted from it, and the ominous energy in the room completely dissipated, restoring the house to its bright state. The Tan family members were all joyous, so, young Master Duong is the true master. Indeed, a person's character is revealed in times of crisis. Duong Du remained bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Who am I, and where is this? This plot is not right. Why am I suddenly appearing like this? Stop bluffing, I can't take it anymore. I must be standing here, so everyone admires and praises me. On the other side, Deep Tan, who had been observing everything, burst into anger. This person from the Duong family, how dare he do this in front of me? Fuming with rage, Deep Tan turned red. I've been standing here all this time, acting like a clown. It's intolerable. Dispose of these people, especially the Duong Du, who has insulted me repeatedly. He must be eradicated. Tan Ka Tam looked at Deep Tan's worried expression and felt concern in her heart. This is not good. If Deep Tan intends harm, I can't let him harm everyone. Just as she thought this, Tan Ka Tam rushed straight to the precious jade statue. Holding it up amidst everyone's astonishment, she decisively struck it with a loud bang. The precious jade statue shattered into pieces. Suddenly, a red light burst from the broken statue, rushing into Deep Tan, leaving him bewildered. Deep Tan was enveloped in an uncomfortable aura, muttering, "How is this possible?" True Master, upon seeing this, shouted, "This is a backlash. Only those who control malicious insects would suffer from a backlash. So, this ominous energy is created by you." Others in the group of sorcerers echoed, "Exactly, I saw it too. This snotty brat, seemingly harmless, turns out to be so malicious. Making a fuss for half a day, and it's all just a self-staged act. Truly shameless and deceitful." Angry at the contemptuous remarks, Deep Tan's face darkened, and a dense and oppressive aura emanated from him. Sensing this chilling atmosphere, Duong Du thought, in trying to act tough, he might have exposed himself. This sinister dragon is definitely furious now. Better not provoke him further, he's the Dragon King, after all. Gotta be careful. On this side, Tan Ka Tam shouted loudly, "He didn't just do things like that. Wasn't it him who released that snake into my villa before? I checked the cameras, and I never expected him to be so cruel." Hearing this, Tan Min's blood boiled, and he rushed forward, portraying himself as a hero. "Do you dare to treat my family like this? Someone grab this scoundrel quickly, I have to teach him a lesson in anger." Seeing his brother Tan Min recklessly rushing towards Deep Tan, Duong Du was filled with concern and tried to intervene. "Hey, Tan Min, don't rush in." Before Duong Du's words could reach Tan Min, something unexpected happened. Thinking he was fierce, Tan Min was unexpectedly lifted up by Deep Tan with just one hand. None of his subordinates dared to step forward, and everyone witnessing this scene was astonished by Deep Tan's strength. With just one hand, he can lift Tan Min like that. Filled with worry, Tan Ka Tam shouted, "Deep Tan, release my brother quickly. Don't harm him, otherwise, I won't spare you." Upon hearing these words, Deep Tan tightened his grip on Tan Min, making him tremble and struggle to breathe. Deep Tan coldly remarked, "I'm laughing to death. A small Tan family dares to threaten me, Deep Tan? Originally, today everyone could live peacefully. If you want to blame someone, blame the troublemaker Duong over there." Duong Du, with a helpless expression, retorted, "Oh, someone as useless as you has nothing to do with me. Why should I take the blame? If you had the opportunity but couldn't seize it, it's your fault, not mine." Deep Tan, angrily shouting, declared, "You, with the last name Duong, today I'll give you a choice. Either this Tan family will bow down to you, or you'll go down to the golden stream in their place." Tan Ka Tam anxiously interjected, "Don't act recklessly, calm down a bit. You can go, today's events don't need to be compared with our Tan family anymore." Deep Tan, indifferent, focused on Duong Du and exclaimed, "You stay quiet, don't interfere. Let this troublemaker with the last name Duong decide. Otherwise, if you don't choose quickly, Tan Min will meet his end right away." Tan Min, with a pale face due to the pressure, thought to himself, even the boss's skill in killing a chicken is challenging. Asking him to confront this deep Tan directly is like offering up my life. The boss already saved me once, I don't need him to save me again. At most, we'll be good brothers in the next life. Deep Tan, with a menacing expression, said, "What's the matter, useless Duong? Are you afraid? Do you want to watch your brother fall into my hands? Speak up, you useless guy." These words weighed heavily on Duong-du, and with his brothers also reaching their limit, Duong-du, in anger, stepped forward and said, "Release him, and I will go with you, that's fine." Duong-du furrowed his brow, contemplating, this crazy chess piece is truly insane. Although I want to live in peace, there's a limit to tolerating it. This time, I can't bear it any longer. In fact, due to some past incidents, the relationship between Tan Ka Tam and Duong-du was not very pleasant. Adding to that, Duong-du had been foolishly infatuated with Tamuk Noyet for 3 consecutive years, and her impression of him was not favorable. However, today her perception of Duong-du had shaken in an instant. What woman would hate a responsible man, especially one with a brotherly bond like this? Duong-du spoke loudly, "Release him quickly, he can hardly breathe now. Let's go outside and settle this with a fair and square duel. Each side will fight under equal terms, and the winner will decide everything here." Duong-du, determined, thought, "Although I want to live in peace, I'm not a dragon king. I have limitations compared to him. But because we're brothers, I have to step in this time." Deep Tan welcomed the challenge as desired and released Tan Min for a breath of fresh air. Squeezing for about 30 seconds more, he rendered him unconscious. Transitioning to the garden outside the Tan family's house, Deep Tan, brimming with confidence, spoke up, "Don't say I'm bullying a useless guy like you. You can even have the first 3 moves. If I frown once, I won't take a single step into this place again in my lifetime." Deep Tan, a martial arts master, could tell at a glance that Duong-du was no match. This guy is utterly useless and fragile. Don't talk about a proper fight, even if Duong-du had 100 chances, he wouldn't be able to harm me. On Duong-du's side, he confidently crossed his arms and remarked, "You go ahead and make the first move. I'm afraid of dirtying my fists by hitting you." People in the vicinity chimed in, "Truly the young master Duong, this is the demeanor of a true noble." That's right, dealing with this small fry doesn't require taking the initiative. With the natural talent of young master Duong, defeating this person is as simple as playing, like stepping on a tiny, stinky ant. Provoked by taunting remarks and insults from the heckling crowd, Deep Tan's blood boiled. He shouted loudly, "If you want to taste my punch, I'll gladly fulfill your wish," and then unleashed all his strength into the punch. The punch landed squarely on Duong-du, who stood unmoved, confidently grinning. His eyes gleamed brightly as he possessed the art of body manipulation, a gift from the system, rendering this feeble punch inconsequential. Deep Tan was puzzled. My powerful punch attacked Duong-du, yet he just stands there in silence. Duong-du smirked, "Can this immovable Ming Ving withstand one attack? After that, I'll use the infinite yin-yang technique for transformation." Though he lacked flashy attack techniques, Duong-du had a keen mind. He countered with a punch and said, "The grape-sized brain there should kneel down and submit. Your journey ends here." With the use of the infinite yin-yang technique, Duong-du's strength had been greatly enhanced. Deep Tan, attempting to block the punch, still took a beating. The forceful punch sent Deep Tan tumbling away in a bewildered manner. His entire body slammed into a distant stone statue, accompanied by a painful thud. Deep Tan also spat out water in despair, but an unexpected incident had occurred. Thanks to this move, Duong-du indirectly disrupted the balance of our Deep Tan. The unfortunate horn of the buffalo had hit a sensitive area, and blood oozed drop by drop, causing excruciating pain. It resembled how Pew Pew once described the agony of hemorrhoids. A resounding scream, a thunderous cry echoed through the heavens and earth, ah. Oh, it's truly pitiful, and this discomfort is something few can truly comprehend. Watching this scene, True Chow Tam couldn't help but feel amused, silently thinking, "Oh, what an eye-opener. I never expected our young master Duong to possess such a formidable skill." On Tan Min's side, he was filled with joy and admiration. Big brother, you're truly mighty. Everyone from the Tan family, along with the celestial beings, cheered in delight. Young Master Duong is absolutely exceptional, fantastic, he's number one. While everyone rejoiced, Duong Du's face turned slightly pale and thought, oh, truly, I went all out, and it seems there's an issue with the Dragon King's flower. Fortunately, the Dragon King had thoroughly cleaned up during his bathroom break today, otherwise, even the reluctant ones would have flown out. I wonder if he can walk naturally after this move might genuinely risk his life. At this moment, Deep Tan, in intense pain, slowly withdrew the buffalo horn. He was extremely angry, thinking, well done, Duong Du, I never expected you to conceal it so well. From Deep Tan's hand, he took out a smoke pellet and contemplated, a hero can't suffer losses in front of everyone, I have to retreat to treat my injuries. Once I'm healed, I'll come back to deal with all of you. Seeing the smoke pellet, Tan Ka Tam understood Deep Tan's intentions and immediately commanded, don't let him escape, rush in and beat him for me. Whoever breaks one of his arms, I'll reward with 10 million, and if you disable him, I'll reward 100 million. Hearing this, the crowd surged forward, eager for the reward. Deep Tan, panicking, pleaded, don't come, please. Don't come over here. Despite Deep Tan's pleas, the crowd rushed in enthusiastically, saying, charge, brothers. The harvest is right in front of us, and we shouldn't miss it. Deep Tan, frustrated but helpless, didn't know how to handle this situation. On Duong Du's side, he stood with folded arms, enjoying the spectacle. These people really know how to throw a punch. If the Dragon King is beaten to death, the story might have a chance to continue. After a tumultuous scuffle, Deep Tan, now covered in dust, crawled on the ground. At this point, he resembled a fish on a chopping board surrounded by the towering figures. Deep Tan, desperate, grabbed a jar of powder and tossed it toward the crowd, saying, hit by the mysterious language powder I personally crafted, you won't be able to catch me. The jar shattered, releasing a vapor that caused those nearby to feel itchy and uneasy, exclaiming, oh, it's so itchy. In the midst of the chaos, Deep Tan swiftly used his long legs to run for his life, shouting, don't even think about escaping from me. A determined young man tried to follow, grabbing onto Deep Tan's pants, preventing him from running further. Despite being surprised by this tenacious pursuer, Deep Tan continued to run, dragging him along, thinking, I've reached a dead end, I can only use this last trick. Deep Tan then unleashed his ultimate move, tearing apart his sacred pants. Clothes are just external items, lose one, get another. But there's only one life. So, with his cute pink underwear exposed, Deep Tan ran off, baring his buttocks, ignoring the gazes fixed upon him. Duong Du felt a bit uncomfortable, thinking, letting Deep Tan escape like this, let's see what True Luck's favorite pet is. No matter where you go, there are always unexpected encounters. Even in the face of danger, there's a chance for a safe passage. At this moment, all the celestial masters admired him. One of them stepped forward and said, I deeply appreciate the favor today. If you ever need the assistance of dragon and tiger forces, just speak up. Young Master Duong, despite his youth, possesses such high moral integrity. I believe he is the chief feng shui master in our circle. Any objections? Duong Du, hearing the compliments, was surprised and stood there dumbfounded. Master True also spoke up, saying, calling young Master Duong the leader of the underworld is not an exaggeration. Ha ha ha. Duong Du felt embarrassed, thinking, oh, why such praise? I'm so embarrassed that even digging a royal palace with one toe is possible. Don't exaggerate like this. Duong Du spoke up, seniors, your praise is too much. It's just a small task, nothing worth mentioning. Please don't think too much about it. Go and rest now. Gradually, everyone started to move inside for rest. Some people discussed, young and talented, yet very humble. Young Master Duong is truly a virtuous person. If one has a child, it should be someone like young Master Duong. As Duong Du was about to leave after handling things, suddenly, a sweet voice called out, Mr. Duong Du. When Duong Du turned around, he saw Tan Ka Tam with a worried expression, as if she was about to cry. She ran over and asked, Duong Du, are you okay? Did you get injured anywhere? Tan Ka Tam used to have a negative view of Duong-du, thinking he was a playboy like her younger brother. However, now she had fallen into the trap of love. Concerned for him, Tan Ka Tam approached with a gentle expression and said to Duong-du, "I'm really grateful today." Duong-du was startled and a bit frightened. "Why are you coming over here? This doesn't seem right. Weren't you supposed to dislike me a lot?" Before this, Tan Ka Tam and Duong-du had known each other for many years, and their relationship could not be described as respectful or even friendly. At least, they were more like acquaintances who barely acknowledged each other. Their discordant relationship stemmed from a peculiar incident. 10 years ago, one day, Tan Ka Tam was sleeping peacefully at home, looking very alluring in her deep sleep. At that time, Duong-du happened to come to the Tan family to invite Tan Min for an outing. However, he accidentally opened Tan Ka Tam's room. Tan Ka Tam, who was still without a stitch of clothing, startled and sat up, and what met Duong-du's eyes was a nosebleed-inducing sight. The two of them faced each other in a daze. Tan Ka Tam was also startled and immediately tried to cover up. Then, like lightning, she rushed forward and kicked Duong-du directly in the face for the crime of peeping. At that moment, she was so angry that she didn't bother putting on any clothes and went straight to kick Duong-du. For a teenager just over 10 years old, this kick was really painful. At that time, Duong-du's face swelled up as he stood frozen. From then on, the relationship between the two was self-evident. They understood each other, the offense of peeping was long gone. Returning to reality, Duong-du replied to Tan Ka Tam with ease, "You're right. Tien Min is my brother, so this is the right thing to do." Duong-du looked down at the two mounds and thought, "It's been a while since we last met, and I didn't expect this girl to grow up so successfully." The first time we met, it was clear that this area had just started to develop a little. Duong-du also thought with a hint of bitterness, "Come to think of it, that rotten Tien Min deliberately deceived me to help him fetch something. He deceived me into going to this girl's room, wanting me to become his brother-in-law. How could he lose his morals like that?" That kick was unjustly delivered. Tan Ka Tam listened attentively to Duong-du's inner thoughts, and with a burst of energy, she glanced at her younger brother, Tan Min, saying, "So, it turns out Tan Min tricked me back then." But with the intelligence of a fool like him, doing something like this isn't surprising. Suddenly, Vong Tuyet appeared from somewhere, seemingly having heard Duong-du's inner thoughts as well. Vong Tuyet, angrily thinking, remarked, "This brat Tan Min is quite audacious. How dare he snatch a man helping his sister?" Caught between the two intimidating auras, Tan Min's mind went blank. He quickly employed the tactic of drinking water to cool down. It was truly pitiful for this younger brother to be stuck in the midst of a fierce battle between two fierce sisters. The hostile energies of Vong Tuyet and Tan Ka Tam collided, and the two women glared at each other, as if ready to devour each other alive. Vong Tuyet asked Duong-du, "Are you okay?" Duong-du, remaining silent, just shook his head, feeling relieved to have less trouble in his life. As soon as Duong-du shook his head, Vong Tuyet rushed forward, rolled up her sleeves, and took control, saying, "Let me check your body first to see if there are any injuries." Duong-du, fearful, thought, "Oh my, what is she doing? Checking my body already? Please, sisters, don't do that." Vong Tuyet chuckled and said, "Ha ha, I genuinely just care about your health, nothing else, don't overthink it." Duong-du broke into a sweat, saying, "Why can't I think about it? This is not normal at all. There must be something. Is this a health check or a body check?" After contemplating, Duong-du suggested, "If you want a check, just call a doctor." Hearing this, Tan Min shrugged and said, "Our family's doctor resigned 2 days ago, and we don't have a personal doctor anymore." Duong-du, irritated with his younger brother, retorted, "You keep reporting one bad news after another. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bothered saving you." Seeing Duong-du's resistance, Vong Tuyet threatened him by pulling out her phone with sensitive photos, saying, "Hee, what about this?" Duong-du, feeling helpless, reluctantly agreed, "Fine, go ahead and check. I feel like I'm the weak female lead in some movie being examined by someone else." The scene shifted to the living room inside Tan Min's house, where Vong Tuet and Duong Du entered the room. However, Tan Ka Tam walked up, knocked on the door, and barged in. Tuet, annoyed, said, "I'm checking his health, what are you doing here?" Tuet also looked at Tan Ka Tam's ample bosom and thought, Duong Du even praised her for developing well. That's the only thing he sees better in her, and when it comes to legs, my legs are much prettier. Tan Ka Tam tilted her head and asserted, "This is my house, I have every right to visit my brother's benefactor." Tuet, out of options, reluctantly gestured her to enter, saying, "Fine, go in then." She then turned to Duong Du and issued a command, "Hurry up, take off your clothes so I can check quickly." Duong Du, obediently, began to undress and protested, "I really am not injured, there's no need for you to examine me like this." Vong Tuet lightly touched Duong Du's well-built six-pack muscles and asked, "Does this hurt?" "I don't feel any pain." "Okay, examination's done, you can put your clothes back on." Suddenly, the fierce elder sister, Vong Tuet, boldly pinched Duong Du's buttocks, making him flinch, saying, "Hee, why are you trembling? We're not going to eat you, you know." Duong Du, sweating nervously, thought, "Oh, this shameless person thinks I'm an easy target. If Tan Ka Tam weren't here, I would have taught her a lesson and made her leave." Vong Tuet heard his inner thoughts and chuckled, "Hee, you dare to hit me? Well then, let's see you try now. I'll let you have your way." Vong Tuet began to play inappropriately, making Duong Du frightened. "Where are you touching me? Let go quickly." Tuet replied, "I accidentally touched, so you touch mine too." Tan Ka Tam, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, said, "I also want to touch." As for what they were touching, you can use your imagination. And so, a dangerous and lively day concluded in such a heated manner. As for Deep Tan, since the three families of Vong, Duong, and Tan had formed an alliance against him, he dared not show his face during this time. As for True Chow Tam, seeking revenge, Duong Du had already compensated him generously, even providing a round-trip plane ticket to the Antarctic to enjoy the company of some penguins. After successfully completing the intricate plot, Duong Du received a reward from the system. "Invincible Vong's defense has been infinitely enhanced, your defensive capabilities are now at the max level. From now on, you don't have to fear the punches of that Dragon King anymore, ha ha." Duong Du, contemplating, thought, "No, I need to find someone else to test its effectiveness. If this system deceives me again, it will be a problem. In this Duong family, the only one who can be ruthless with me is him alone." Switching scenes to the living room, the father was happily reading a book when his son came in to report, "Dad, the little guy here is so free without a job, he's going crazy, isn't he?" Duong Du approached and gently said to his father, "Old man Duong is investing in stocks. How's it been lately? Have you made any money?" The father, irritated by his son's teasing, clenched his fists. He angrily retorted, "Whether I've made money or not, you can go find out yourself. Isn't that what you want?" Duong Du didn't bother and displayed a mocking smile. "If you're that upset, quickly grab a belt and spank me, hee." The enraged father, using the belt, started hitting Duong Du's buttocks vigorously. Thanks to the invincible Vong's defense, Duong Du felt no pain and stood there laughing gleefully. After a while, he stood up, his face still radiant, and said, "Ha, old man Duong, keep hitting me. Why stop now? Did you forget to have lunch?" The exhausted father, secretly thinking, maybe there's an issue with this leather belt, or perhaps I'm just getting old. I can't handle this cheeky brat anymore. Duong Du, cheerfully, ran away, hee, if you're not going to hit me anymore, then I'll be on my way. This invincible Vong's defense is indeed quite useful. As Duong Du strolled along, humming joyfully, he exclaimed, "With this in hand, my father won't dare lay a finger on me anymore, hee." In the midst of his happiness, a girl suddenly called out, "Hello, Mr. Duong." Startled, Duong Du turned around to find a stunning girl in the attire of a maid. This situation seemed a bit tricky. The gentle introduction came, "I'm a new servant named Langham." Langham was under the service of Deep Tan, a close acquaintance of Duong Du. Duong Du greeted the charming maid with enthusiasm, thinking to himself, "Hee, finally, there's a beautiful maid in the house. This is the life a wealthy and handsome young master should have. However, Langham, with a slightly teasing expression, remarked, "It seems Mr. Duong has forgotten who I am." How sad. Duong-du, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered, this isn't the same Langham I met at the Celestial Fair before. According to the original plot, she should be trying to seduce Tan Min and another wealthy young man, provoking their relationship. But I advised Tan Min to stay away from her. After that, I heard nothing about her. Why is she here at my house? This is getting troublesome. Deep Tan must be seeking revenge for that small incident, not just causing me a minor nosebleed. Is it necessary to hold a grudge for so long over such a trivial matter? Langham, upon hearing this, silently thought, I indeed received news about Dragon King. He got injured while protecting some girl and was ambushed by skilled opponents. But what's the deal with the bleeding chrysanthemum? At this moment, Duong-du spoke up, asking, "Were you a maid before, Miss Lang?" Langham bowed and replied, "Yes, I have been. I can do everything: laundry, cleaning, cooking. I even attended a maid training class." Duong-du, assertively, stated, "Our Duong family is not like an ordinary household. You've seen that already. We are the leading clan among the 4 major clans in this area. Being a maid in our house is no easy task." Langham, with a cheerful expression, confidently said, "If Mr. Duong encounters any difficulties, just instruct me, and I will help you solve them all." Duong-du, pretending to stretch, said, "Recently, I haven't been sleeping well. Can you help me with a head massage?" As Duong-du turned away, he chuckled inwardly, "Hee, I used to be afraid of her, but not anymore. Now, things are different. I'm not afraid of being hit anymore. If I don't make her run away today, I'll hand over the notorious nickname Mischievous due to Deep Tan." Transitioning to Duong-du's bedroom, a lavish and opulent space. Currently, he lay on the smooth thighs of Langham, smiling with delight. Langham had begun to massage Duong-du's head, asking, "Is the pressure okay, sir?" "Perfect, perfect. But I have a question for you," Duong-du said. Langham, charming and beautiful, replied, "Mr. Duong, feel free to ask, and I'll answer." Duong-du glanced at Langham's ample bosom and remarked, "Playing soccer with just the ball can be exhausting. Carrying this around all day, aren't you tired?" Langham, initially expecting a light-hearted question, was surprised but relieved it was from her employer. Duong-du continued, "If you ever feel tired, just let me know. It's a small matter, and I'll handle it for you." Langham responded, "Thank you, Mr. Duong." However, in her thoughts, a burning desire emerged, maybe I should just send him away and admire the view. It would be more convenient. Despite her irritation, Langham managed to suppress it, saying, "Let go of the anger, it damages your beauty. It's better to hear news from him." Contentedly lying on the beautiful girl's thighs, Duong-du remarked, "This is truly a fairy tale life, and your massage technique is highly professional. Why would a beautiful girl like you choose to be an assassin? The world of assassins is full of danger, constant fighting and killing, all while hiding everywhere. A girl doing that must be exhausted beyond measure." Upon hearing Duong-du's heartfelt words, Langham couldn't help but feel surprised, even a bit touched. Knowing that I'm the enemy, yet he still thinks so much for me, she thought. Initiating her information-gathering mission, Langham gently inquired, "Mr. Duong, do you have any siblings?" Duong-du cheerfully replied, "I don't have a family. I'm the only son. As for cousins, I have a few." Duong-du silently pondered, "Talking about cousins, I remember that foolish Duong Nuok. He probably won't cause trouble lately, but it would be better if he did. After all, he's under 24/7 surveillance." Hearing this, Langham thought to herself, "This man is a bit capricious. No wonder Long Vang suffered at his hands. Even the foolish pawn Duong Nuok is firmly in his grip." Continuing her skillful massage for Duong-du, Langham asked, "Mr. Duong, is the pressure okay?" Suddenly, perhaps overwhelmed by the massage or for some other reason, Duong-du sat up, raised his hand, and said, "Hee, it's fine, it's fine. The massage has been good." Langham, looking somewhat helpless, remarked, "So does that mean I've passed the test? Can I stay and continue as your maid?" Duong-du looked at Langham with a cunning gaze and thought, "It seems I can't find any reason to dismiss her. If I intentionally let her go, it would be stirring up unnecessary trouble." After contemplating, Duong-du suddenly slapped Langham's thigh firmly and said, "You can adapt to this job. If you ever find it unsuitable, just let me know. You can resign anytime, and I won't withhold any of your salary." Duong-du, smirking in satisfaction, thought mischievously, "Hee, she wants to stay here on her own. Don't blame me for being shameless. If you can't stand it, then leave quickly. Don't let yourself endure long-lasting grievances." Duong-du further revealed another crucial piece of information, "But honestly, if your family hadn't been burned to ashes by Deep Tan's master, your status as a young lady wouldn't be any less than mine. From a young age, your parents and younger brother were murdered, and you were taken by enemies to be nurtured and trained into a cold-blooded female assassin. In a way, you're also a pitiable person." Although, in the end, in the novel, Langham discovers this shocking truth, it only increases her hatred towards Deep Tan's master. She still wholeheartedly loves him. Oh well, it's just a romantic novel. Even if the Dragon King wipes out the heroine's entire family, she still loves him as before. If you ask, he will say he has his own suffering, and she will surely forgive him. After sitting through Duong-du's story, Langham was heavily shocked and stunned. "I came here to find Duong-du mainly to get information about my younger brother. The old man from the organization told me that my parents were assassins and were killed by some mysterious organization. When he arrived, he only managed to save me, and as for my younger brother, that old man clearly wasn't clear about his whereabouts. I never expected the master I've always respected since childhood to be behind all this planning," she thought. Langham, emotionally shocked and on the verge of tears, couldn't cry. Duong-du, observing her pale face and lifeless body, asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Langham, with a melancholic tone, replied, "I need to go to the restroom for a moment." Duong-du, unaware of the situation, said, "Sure, take your time, and then come back for the massage." Duong-du luxuriously lay on the sofa. As Langham entered the restroom, she tried to calm her mind, saying to herself, "Stay calm, Langham. You're a top assassin. You can't afford to become weak like this. If that person truly is your enemy, starting from now on, I'll stand against that soul-stealing organization and seek revenge for my family." A little later, in the warm and bright sunlight, Duong-du was lying down, waiting for Langham when the foolish Duong-nuok came to Duong-du's house and knocked on the door, saying, "Hey, I'm here." Duong-du, startled, stood up and asked, "Why are you here?" The handsome Duong-nuok, with a radiant face, held a gift box and said, "Haven't you recently gotten engaged to Miss Tu? I came to give a gift to celebrate for both of you." Being quick to accept gifts, Duong-du took the box and said, "Thanks for this gift. You've gone through trouble." As Duong-du opened the gift box, he casually asked, "How's your recent work at the company? Any trouble or issues?" Duong-nuok scratched his head and replied, I still have a lot to learn. I feel my knowledge is quite limited. If I were half as talented as you, that would be great." Duong-du chuckled with a smug smile, "Haha, you're right. If you had half the talent I do, that would be great. Then you wouldn't have low grades anymore." Suddenly, Duong-du wondered, why does he seem different today? Why is the big brother not behaving like usual? Duong-nuok immediately asked, "That's right, big brother. After working at the company for a while, I discovered an issue: the company's accounts don't match. I suspect someone in a high-level management position is falsifying the accounts, so I want to invite you to take a look." Duong-du confidently replied, "Sure, let's go now or what?" Duong-nuok happily responded, "Not so fast, not so fast. Let's set a date for 2 more days. I need to prepare more evidence. I'm just here to inform you an hour in advance so you can get ready." In reality, someone mysterious had bribed Duong-nuok and instructed, "Arrange to meet Duong-du privately. We will find a way to eliminate him from this world." Upon hearing this, Duong Nuok was filled with excitement, thinking, as long as this kid dies, the Duong family won't have anyone to compete for power, and all this wealth will be mine. Ha ha ha. Duong Du, also in a good mood, agreed with his younger brother, okay, you arrange it like that. Duong Nuok, feeling everything was going smoothly, had a slight unease in his heart, but he shrugged it off. Duong Du flashed a triumphant smile, saying, now, we just wait for that kid to take the bait, After the conversation, Duong Nuok also left his meeting and headed home. As soon as he got into his car, he dialed a mysterious person to report, Duong Du has agreed. Filled with excitement, Duong Nuok thought, this time, that brat Duong Du is sure to die. At the same time, inside Duong Du's house, he used a listening device. The phone call revealed, so, the name behind it is Deep Tan, sending the 4 grandmasters of ancient martial arts to kill me. Just 4 rotten kids, Duong Du, feeling satisfied, commented, Dragon King Deep Tan, the renowned martial arts master, couldn't break through the impregnable defense of the Vong family. They wanted to team up with that foolish Duong Nuok to kill me, but they can only be trapped by my counterattack. However, not today, as it was the annual meeting of the trade association. Major companies in the trade industry would participate. Duong Du was obligated to represent the Duong Corporation. Upon arriving at the meeting venue, he encountered Tan Min's younger brother, accompanied by 4 stunning and fiery figures, who greeted him, hello, big brother, we've arrived. Tan Min quickly grabbed Duong Du's hand and said, hey, come with me for a moment. I want to take you to meet someone important. Duong Du felt uneasy and sensed that something was off, so he asked, meet who? Why is it so mysterious? A while later, Tan Min managed to convince Duong Du to follow him to a private room. Upon entering, Duong Du stopped in his tracks, saying, this is unexpected. It turned out that the mysterious person Tan Min wanted him to meet privately was Tan Ka Tam, who was busy painting. Seeing Duong Du, she exclaimed, would you like some tea? Duong Du, not knowing where to find it, pulled out a bottle of mineral water, saying, haha, I'll just have some plain water. Tan Ka Tam casually asked Duong Du, could you please open the bottle for me? Duong Du, puzzled, thought, she could easily open it herself. If she gets angry, she could even twist my head. Tan Ka Tam cheerfully said, I invited you here today to apologize. I misunderstood you before. I didn't know Tan Min deceived you. Duong Du, with an embarrassed expression, asked, what are you talking about? I also forgot about that. Suddenly, tears welled up in Tan Ka Tam's eyes. She asked, do you still paint now? Duong Du stepped closer to look at the painting and replied, it's been a while since I last painted. Ka Tam continued, back then, when you used to visit my house, the 3 of us often painted together like this. From a young age, Tan Ka Tam had a sensitive nature, and she appeared quite cold. Coupled with her special status as the daughter of the Tan family, her classmates knew that they were not on the same level as her. Outwardly friendly and flattering, she silently schemed behind people's backs. At that time, the only ones who played with her were her younger brother Tan Min and the eldest young master, Duong Du. The 3 of them enjoyed themselves everywhere and painted together. Observing the painting for a while, Duong Du spoke up, you've become much better than before. Your artistic talent is truly remarkable. Praised by Duong Du, Ka Tam brightened up and replied, I have to thank you for that. I remember you once painted a rainbow butterfly for me. At that time, she was suffering from severe depression, and it had even led to life-threatening situations due to emotional breakdowns. Consequently, when she painted, she preferred dark colors, especially black butterflies. It wasn't until one day when she couldn't paint anymore that she suddenly had to seek help. When she returned home, the black butterfly that she had painted had transformed from a dark and gloomy scene into a beautiful and radiant rainbow. What was once a scene of pitch-black darkness had turned into a vibrant sea of flowers. Just by looking at the skill level, she knew, certainly, it couldn't be her younger brother Tan Min who painted it, it must be Duong Du. The colors stirred emotions within her, and from then on, she gradually emerged from her depression to live a happier life. At this moment, Duong Du, holding his head, said, I just thought that the butterfly you painted was really ugly, truly unbearable to look at, so I wanted to give you a little guidance. Continue painting, I'll go downstairs for a stroll. Tan Ka Tam felt hurt, shouted loudly, Duong-du, stop there, do you hate me so much? Duong-du, seeing the upset girl almost crying, turned around and said, don't cry, otherwise, others might think I'm bullying you. Ka Tam, holding a brush, approached and said, if that's the case, then paint with me now. While walking over, she tripped over a dust particle and fell backward. Duong-du, surprised but unable to react in time, said, are you okay? Tan Ka Tam fell in a very graceful manner, turned back with a sparkling face, and said, it seems like my foot is seriously injured. I probably need to take off my socks to see if it's a severe sprain or not. Looking at this glittering appearance, Duong-du was stunned. What is she saying, taking off her socks right in front of me? Duong-du, with an awkward expression, asked, let me help you up onto the chair at least. Sitting on the floor like this will get you all dusty. Both Duong-du and Tan Ka Tam felt embarrassed as he awkwardly lifted her onto her sofa. After a bit of struggle, Tan Ka Tam finally settled on her sofa. Looking down at her feet, she sighed, oh no, the fall was just a little, but it hurts so much. How can I walk now? Tan Ka Tam then put on a pitiful expression and asked, Duong-du, can you help me apply some medicine? I can't go get it myself. Meanwhile, at the front entrance, the trio of beautiful ladies, 3 monsters with 3 heads, and the high-quality entourage of Duong-du had arrived at the door and were calling out, where's Duong-du? Speak up quickly. Tan Min, standing at the entrance, faced the interrogation of these 3 formidable ladies with a nervous and blushing face, saying, the boss said he had something to do outside, he might be back here in a little while. The 3 ladies stared at Tan Min with an intimidating expression, seemingly ready to devour him alive. Overwhelmed with fear, Tan Min had no choice but to spill the truth. My boss has his hand raised, probably talking to my sister. Alright, thanks for the tip, let's go, my dear sisters. Inside the room, sounds of sensitive nature were audible. A little gentle, please. Tumuk Noyet, hearing these sounds, couldn't help but think mischievously, no way, what are these 2 doing? Vong Tuyet frowned and waved her access card, saying, let's go in together, sisters, and see what they're up to inside. With a loud bang, the door swung open, and Duong-du, startled, turned to look, sweating profusely. Oh no, why are you 3 here too? I can't handle this, seriously. Duong-du, helpless, asked, are you here to settle the score or what? The 4 of you are quite the force to be reckoned with. Vong Tuyet smirked, Tan Min said you were here, so we came to find you. Oh Tan Miss, what happened? Where are you injured? Why are you sitting so casually like that? Tan Ka Tam flashed a smirk and said, just a slight misalignment, but thanks to Mr. Duong-du's massage session, I feel much better now. Provoked by this teasing remark, Vong Tuyet, Tumuk Noyet, and Jang Tuyet all felt their blood boil, casting accusatory glances at Duong-du like bullets. Duong-du, with a chill down his spine, spoke up, oh my, why are you all staring at me like that? You're just hearing her nonsense, I haven't done anything. Furious, Tumuk Noyet clenched her fists, thinking, Tan Ka Tam is trying to deceive us again. This isn't about provoking us. Jang Tuyet spoke up, if you're injured, let me take a look. I'm a professional doctor, there's no need for Duong-du to intervene. Vong Tuyet, with an annoyed expression, thought to herself, it's all just a trick from this scheming woman. Feeling the tense atmosphere, Duong-du decided to defuse the situation, saying, we're about to have an important meeting. How about I go downstairs to greet the guests first? Vong Tuyet quickly approached, linking arms, and said, sure, let's go together. It's the perfect time for me to escort you downstairs, as advised by your uncle. Tumuk Noyet, the fiancé, witnessed the scene and erupted in jealousy. Why are you holding his hand? Tumuk Noyet quickly reached for Duong-du's hand, competing for his attention. Please, Miss Vong, respect yourself and stop worrying about my soon-to-be husband. Vong Tuyet responded with equal vigor, oh, he's your fiancé? Then tell him to confess his love to you, let me see. How old are you, still thinking about arranged marriages? Let him marry whoever he loves. Vong Tuyet turned back and said, "Is that right, Sister Tuyet?" The gentle Tuyet replied, "Yes, it's true. Times have changed, and love is about freedom." Tham, initially uninterested in their marital affairs, found herself opposing it now. After resolving misunderstandings with Du, she didn't want to miss out on such a promising romantic relationship. Refusing to back down, she joined the tussle for a part of Du, competing with the other three. Du, helpless, remarked, "For the sake of fairness, each of you can have a piece of me." Although in the end no one actually harmed or did anything to Du, they all held onto him tightly as they walked out together. Everyone witnessing this scene was buzzing with speculation. What's happening here? Why are these people all accompanying Du? Is this Mr. Du the target of excessive greed? All three young ladies from the four major clans are sticking to him without letting go. Even the divine Dr. Jang Tuyet is following him. Is he planning to perform surgery on him or something? Seeing his son create this spectacle, Du's father stood there, visibly angry. Why is this kid so outrageous? Someone in the crowd praised him, saying, "Mr. Du, you're truly captivating." Du's father also erupted, "This stubborn kid." Canton, in a similar fashion as before, used his belt to whip someone, seemingly attempting to shake up their psychology. The father commented, "Oh, he's done for. Is he trying to find more daughters-in-law for the Duong family?" It's as if the Duong family's reputation has been completely ruined by this brat. This gathering brought together many formidable individuals. Even old Mr. Vong was curious. "Oh, my granddaughter, is it normal for you not to care about other men? Why are you clinging to Du today?" Grandfather Vong also asked Vong Tuyet, "Hey, Tuyet, what happened to you today, my child?" Tuyet confidently tossed her beautifully styled hair and replied, "I'm fine, Grandpa. Take good care of your health and don't bother with these trivial matters. If your granddaughter wants someone, she will definitely get him." On the other side, Tuyet's father whispered to his daughter, "Hey, Tuyet, you have to seize this opportunity for sure. Don't be as cold as you used to be. Men understand men. Dad is just looking out for you. Tonight, go find him and have a drink, you know?" Blushing, Tuyet hesitated and said, "Dad, that's a bit much. Why would I go drinking with him tonight?" Tuyet, with dreamy eyes, thought, "Dad makes sense, maybe it's not a bad idea after all." Meanwhile, Tam's brother, Min, hurriedly approached and teased his sister, "Hey, sis, what do you think of our big brother? Interested in him, huh?" "Ha ha." Tam hesitated before responding, "I also have some feelings for him." Hearing this, Min's eyes lit up with joy. "Hee, great, that's fantastic. From today onwards, Big Brother will be my brother-in-law, ha. He calls me his sister-in-law, and I call him Big Brother. Let's just go with whatever feels right for each of us." Min quickly took out his phone for a selfie, exclaiming, "We need to capture this memorable moment of my big brother and his new sister-in-law. My big brother is so impressive, having a few more sisters-in-law is just normal. I used to think I was the most charming guy in this town, but compared to my big brother, I'm still miles behind." So, Min recorded a video with the four beautiful sisters surrounding Du for a TikTok post. Immediately, the video started trending, with millions of likes and thousands of comments. "Oh my, this guy is seriously surrounded by girls, embracing all four of them on his own. Some of us single folks can't even find one. Life is unfair for him, even though he's struggling." Switching scenes to another part of the hospital, Deepton's internal injuries had nearly healed, but the external wounds on his hip would take at least another week to fully recover. At this moment, he was still sitting on the hospital bed, scrolling through TikTok to lift his spirits. However, unexpectedly, after scrolling for over 180 minutes without a break, he stumbled upon a viral clip featuring Du and the four beautiful sisters. He was shocked to the core, trembling as he watched the video. "What is this? How dare he do this? The woman I haven't even had a chance to touch, and this guy has already taken the lead in opening the harem." Deepton suffered a severe psychological shock, gritting his teeth in pain. Trembling, he reached down to check his own injuries, only to find a pile of fresh blood on his hand. The wound was truly unbearable. Deepton swore to himself in anger, "Duong-du, I must send you down to meet the king of hell. My squad of death gods must act swiftly." Changing the scene to the Duong family mansion, after a day exhausted by the antics of the four Dahang sisters, Duong-du returned home and sat on his beloved sofa. He flashed a satisfied smile and looked at his maid, saying, "Do you understand my intention?" The maid's younger sister, Langham, looked at Duong-du's face and understood his intentions without a word. Langham hesitantly sat down and said, "Young Master Duong, please lie down." Duong-du, with excitement, immediately pressed his face into Langham's lap, full of delight. Langham couldn't help but think, he's getting more and more presumptuous. Every day, he lies in my lap and talks endlessly. How come I haven't gotten tired of this yet? Langham looked at Duong-du and smirked, "It's really amusing. Whatever you do, I'm not going anywhere." Duong-du lay comfortably and relaxedly thought, so comfortable, still the most comfortable at home. The outside world is dangerously chaotic. Hearing the contented sigh, Langham startled, "What's so dangerous? Did Deepton send someone to deal with him? But it seems I haven't heard any disturbances." Duong-du spoke his thoughts, "These women are too dangerous. Each one of them is eager to possess me. They fight over holding my hand and embracing me in front of many people. Now even Dahang knows everything and is cursing me as a scoundrel. How can I go out and flirt with girls in the future?" Suddenly, Duong-du's phone vibrated incessantly. He quickly lifted his head and answered the phone. "Hello, what's going on? Is there something urgent?" On the other end of the line, Tan Min responded, "Hello, big brother, are you free? It's about the matter you talked to me about last time." Duong-du thought, this foolish kid is finally taking action. "Alright, wait for me at the company, I'll be there in a moment." Duong-du hung up the phone with an excited expression and quickly prepared to meet Tan Min. The beautiful Langham sat pensively, thinking, the strength of these little godly squad members, if the four of them collaborate, even I wouldn't be their match. Is young Master Du planning to take a big risk this time? Langham suddenly determined, "No, I can't let anything happen to young Master Du." Duong-du, not hastily meeting his foolish younger brother Duong Nhc who wanted to harm him, as Duong-du had no combat skills whatsoever, had to bring along a bit of support. Since his body was tough, he needed some backup to deal with those who might attack him. Duong-du walked towards the door, and there was a white-clad martial artist waiting since the afternoon. "Hello, young Master Duong." This person was a newly hired martial arts bodyguard of the Duong family, with the strength of Hong Tu-kan. Whether you remember him or have forgotten, the previous bodyguard had been dismissed by Duong-du, so this new one took his place. Duong-du looked at this bodyguard and silently thought, although Hong Tu-kan is a low-ranking existence, ranked last in the mythical hierarchy, those with martial arts skills are extremely rare. This person is like the underachieving student of Tan Hoa Bac University, outstanding on the outside but lacking true strength. Perhaps some of you don't know that Tan Hoa Bac University ranks first on a Chinese server. Duong-du spoke up, "In a while, I have to go on a trip, and there will be some experts causing trouble for me along the way. But you don't need to act hastily, let me deal with them first. When the time is ripe, I'll command you to take action against them." After hearing Duong-du, the martial artist with martial skills thought, "Expert? An expert, my foot. Someone who can only exchange a few moves with a rich kid like you, not necessarily a strong opponent." Duong-du displayed a nonchalant attitude and turned around, saying, "No more questions, let's set out quickly." Duong-du's face tensed in anger. "Let's go, let's find my well-behaved cousin first, that foolish Duong Nuok." In the silent and dark night, by the roadside, four young men dressed in faded black were huddled under a tree. "How much longer until the target arrives tonight?" A guy with a cap bearing the atom symbol replied, "Probably about 20 minutes. We can make some preparations. By the way, have you guys heard about Mr. Dragon's situation?" The other three, upon inquiry, chuckled slyly. "Of course, he's behind bars. Originally, he was a useless guy. Without grasping the thigh of DPTHN, what right does he have to be one of the 8 great generals of Dragon King? Deep Ton isn't much better either. He just returned not long ago and has already incurred losses of over 100 billion. The money we've worked hard to earn has all been wasted by him. Today's mission must be accomplished cleanly, not for that Deep Ton guy, but for the big brother Lu. If it weren't for Deep Ton's blood ties with the old Dragon King, the current position of Long Vying should rightfully belong to Lu. These individuals' expressions hardened with determination. Once we deal with this guy today, we'll hand over his turf to Brother Lu. The 4 immediately exclaimed together, "Brothers, we and Brother Lu have been laying low together for so long. Today, we must make a mark in our endeavors." In the current scene, under the misguided leadership of Duong Nuoc, the naive younger cousin, the Duong family members swiftly race towards the mountain in their high-end supercar. Meanwhile, 4 master assassins lay in wait, and the supercar carrying Duong Du entered the sightline of these formidable foes. Upon sighting their target, the assassins were poised for action, declaring, "The target has appeared, brothers, prepare to move." Without delay, the assassin wearing an A emblem on his cap sprinted forward with incredible speed, unleashing a sharp blade straight toward Duong Du. Startled by the approaching weapon, Duong Du, seated in the car, flinched, fortunate that it missed him entirely. Playing it off, Duong Nuoc, seated beside Duong Du, pretended, "Brother, it seems someone is causing trouble for us. Let me go down and negotiate with them." Duong Du, with a cheerful expression, replied, "Okay, go ahead. Check the situation." Inside his mind, Duong Du chuckled at his younger cousin, thinking, "Haha, still putting on a show at a time like this. Truly, he's my little brother." As Duong Nuoc opened the car door, he charged in, feigning a fair match with the assassins. In less than 10 seconds, one of the assassins circled behind him, delivering a powerful blow to the back of his head, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he pretended to fall asleep, making himself lighter for the assailants. Duong Du, still cheerful, stepped out and exclaimed, "Oh, my little friends, you guys play rough, huh? Are you members of the Deep Ton faction?" The assassin boldly approached, waving his hand, and retorted, "You're about to die, why bother asking so much? If you have questions, ask the King of Hell." These assassins were martial arts experts from the Vohong sect, considered top-notch in the martial arts world. In their eyes, the so-called second young master seemed like an easy target. One strike could be fatal. However, they were gravely mistaken. The assassin unleashed a powerful punch, but Duong Du, seemingly oblivious, took the blow head-on. The resounding impact echoed through the mountains, yet not a scratch could be found on him. The assassin stood there in stunned silence, perplexed, muttering, "What's this? A punch, and he's completely unscathed? Did he have a light meal today, or what?" Duong Du smirked and mockingly remarked, "Is that all you've got? Did you forget to eat your rice today?" The infuriated assassin, in a fit of rage, threw another powerful punch, exclaiming, "Quit the nonsense and taste my tiger's fist." Another resounding blow echoed through the mountains, yet Duong Du's face remained unscathed. At this point, the assassin's composure crumbled, and he urgently called his comrades, "Hey, come help me, don't just stand there. Laoang, use your dragon tiger fist to attack him." His companion rushed in, delivering a forceful punch alongside him towards Duong Du. Despite the additional impact, Duong Du showed no signs of damage. The bewildered assassin, Laoang, pondered, "We just executed a coordinated technique, and yet we can't land a hit on this guy? How is that possible?" Duong Du grinned and slapped both bewildered adversaries, remarking, "Oh, helping out your teammate, assassins? Here, let me use Dragon Fist on you, and then Tiger Fist on this one. 2 slaps for you both, ready to listen?" The 2 assassins, smarting from the slaps, with heads bowed, fled, muttering, "Duong, the renowned young reaper, shouldn't have to endure such humiliation. This grudge cannot be easily forgotten." Continuing the sequence from the previous confrontation, the death squad engaged with Duong Du. After one assailant, another retaliated with a slight injury. Yet, Duong Du managed to kick one away and swiftly evaded. Sensing the precarious situation, all 4 assailants simultaneously rushed in to beat Duong Du, but he stood firm like a stone statue, enduring the blows. Duongdu's bodyguard observed this and thought to himself, a master like him wouldn't bother dealing with these ants. He deliberately lets them attack for observational purposes. The bodyguard sighed, my attitude earlier was not as good as it should have been. But young Master Duong still teaches with generosity. Whatever he assigns me to do in the future, I will wholeheartedly carry out. A while later, the assassin team, exhausted from their efforts, commented, is this guy a monster or something? Except for the elder in the Longthan organization, no one has ever experienced pressure like this before. If he's called the Dragon King and just stands there like him, we'll be dead within 2 minutes of fighting. One frustrated assassin shouted angrily, why not face us head on? Come and kill us, that guy. Duongdu smirked and said, you're all too weak, I have no interest in dealing with trash like you. However, in reality, Duongdu was thinking differently, I'm afraid that once I make a move, I won't be able to finish them off. I'll just play defensive, ha 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 ha. The assassin, thoroughly provoked, asked with a bitter tone, what are you up to, that guy? Duongdu, exuding a fierce aura, responded, what am I up to? My intention is that all of you here are just a bunch of rubbish. Hearing these humiliating words left the assassin staggering. Duongdu felt triumphant within, very good, my strength relies entirely on your imagination. Duongdu then turned and called out to his bodyguard, hey, Hong Tuan Heap, come over here. Hong Tuan Heap, upon hearing the call, promptly responded, young Master Duong, let me handle this trash. In an instant, this bodyguard tied up the entire assassin team like a bundle of pigs. Tuan Heap turned and asked, young Master Duong, what should we do with them now? Duongdu immediately ordered, take them to the police station for processing. The bodyguard, as if enchanted by Duongdu, followed the command promptly and efficiently. From within the bushes, Langham silently followed and observed the situation. I know the strength of this assassin team very well. Even with a coordinated attack, the 4 of them couldn't harm Duongdu. This power, if not for the staged scene, would truly be laughable. Langham contemplated and wondered, young Master Duong, it would be easy for him to kill me, but he doesn't seem to have that intention. Could it be that he likes me? At the thought of this, Langham felt excited and eager to impress. At this moment, she felt that only in front of a powerful man like Duongdu could she become a normal girl, gentle and delicate, rather than a cold-blooded assassin from the Longtan organization. Blushing, she thought, if he asks me to dance with him next time, I'll happily agree. Ha ha ha. Switching scenes after Duongdu brought his troublesome younger brother to the hospital, this kid has also been taken to the emergency room. At this point, Duongdu made a phone call to inform his uncle's family about his brother's hospitalization, and then he leisurely headed home. In the car heading home, Duongdu summoned the system to inquire, hey, system, what's the situation now? Why are characters appearing before their designated plot points? The system immediately responded, the plot at this moment has been disrupted. Please be more careful, dear user. Anxious, Duongdu questioned, then why haven't I received my rewards yet? Isn't it supposed to be delivered already? Is this system waiting for a reminder or something? It was only then that the system announced that the rewards had been sent. Duongdu wondered, wait, sent where? To whom? Simultaneously, a package sent under Duongdu's name had arrived in Africa, containing a manual on martial arts techniques, and the recipient was Ha Tien. Switching scenes to the private hospital of the Ha family, Dragon King Deep Tan sat on the hospital bed, looking at his phone. 5 years ago, the death squad approached and acted against the target, but there's still no news until now. That Duong guy, I don't believe he has the capability to keep this death squad in check. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside, and Miss Ha from the Ha family, named Ha Hoyam, appeared and entered. Deep, do you need anything from me? Deep Tan immediately spoke, Miss Ha, I would like you to investigate a situation for me. The 4 subordinates I sent out are no longer in contact. Before he could finish his sentence with excitement, he was interrupted by another voice, you don't need to look for them anymore, they're in prison. Duongdu turned around and saw his junior disciple approaching. To provide more details, this was Deep Tan's junior disciple named Lu Quan Trak. At this moment, Deep Tan, who was sitting in the hospital, also received the news. The informant was his junior disciple, Lu Quan Trak. Deep Tan, surprised to see his junior disciple visiting him at the hospital, asked, "Junior, aren't you on a mission in France? Why are you here now?" Lu Quan Trak, cool and handsome, responded, "The death squad encountered an issue, and Master knew about it, so he asked me to come and help you." Deep Tan, processing the information, couldn't believe it. The death squad really had a problem, and to make it worse, Master even sent him here. "What is the intention behind all this?" Lu Quan Trak continued, "Master has already instructed me to take good care of your recovery. Once you're completely healed, you can return to Yen Kin. Leave to Hang's matter to me." Deep Tan, with a cold expression, asked, "Have you already achieved a breakthrough?" Lu Quan Trak smirked and thought, "My current strength has reached the pinnacle of the illusory realm." Meanwhile, Deep Tan's strength is still at the mid-level of the illusory realm. A failed mission, yet he has less power than me. Does he truly think he still has the qualification to be the Dragon King? How amusing. Deep Tan, now serious, thought, or does Lu Quan Trak, this junior of mine, want to seize my position as the Dragon King? He can wait until his realm breakthrough, then that kid can think about it. After conveying Master's message, Lu Quan Trak turned to leave, saying, "Senior, rest well. I have some matters to attend to." Lu Quan Trak, accompanied by Ha Hoi Am, walked out. Ha Hoi Am added, "So in the future, To Hang's affairs will be handled by him." Lu Quan Trak confidently replied, "Exactly, I will take care of everything from now on." Ha Hoi Am took a warning breath and said, "Well, I'm afraid it won't be as easy as you think." Lu Quan Trak, still confident, smiled and thought, "I must secure the position of the Dragon King. This time, with To Hang's disastrous move, I'll turn the tables for Deep Tan. His belongings and the woman he desires, I will definitely take them all away." Switching scenes to the office of the Duong family conglomerate, Secretary Tri-Am was diligently playing games following Duong Du's previous instructions. Truly a gamer girl who never gets bored. Duong Du returned to the company, entered his office, and found Tri-Am still playing. He felt a headache. "Oh my, don't tell me she's playing games all day. Playing until becoming foolish. I remember she wasn't originally that smart. A girl with a cup size A and not too bright. This girl is hopeless." Tri-Am, still playing, noticed Duong Du entering, quickly raised a chicken drumstick, and asked, "Young Master Duong, do you want to enjoy some delicious fried chicken?" Duong Du put on an annoyed expression and asked, "I don't eat. Do you know what day it is today?" Tri-Am hastily replied, "It's KFC's Crazy Wednesday, isn't it?" Hearing this, Duong Du sighed and said, "Today is your birthday, and you don't even remember." Tri-Am stood still. As an assassin, birthdays had no significance to her. Such concerns were like extravagant items beyond her reach. Duong Du's care made her feel a warmth in her heart. Duong Du approached and said, "The company has a rule that we must celebrate employees' birthdays. Since I have some free time today, let me organize a birthday celebration for you." Tri-Am, with an excited expression, said, "Young Master Duong, you want to organize a birthday celebration for me?" Duong Du blushed slightly and posed confidently, "First, I'll take you to buy a birthday gift, and then we'll go get you some new clothes." Duong Du thought to himself, "Ah, this silly girl. As an assassin, she has nothing to be criticized for, but as an ordinary girl, there's a bit of difference. Her dressing style is somewhat rustic. I've never seen her wear a beautiful short dress. Growing up with such a beautiful face, not wearing makeup and sparkling jewelry, it's truly a crime." Tri-Am, full of joy, said, "Yes, young Master Duong, I'll follow you to buy the birthday gift." She also heard Duong Du's inner thoughts and felt moved. "I've grown up all this time, and until now, only young Master Duong is the first one who hopes that I can be like a normal girl, not someone aspiring to be an outstanding female assassin." Switching scenes to the most upscale piano store in Da Hang, Duong Du brought Tri-Am here to buy her a gift. "Come on, Tri-Am, quickly go inside and take a look." Tri-Am, also surprised, asked gently, "Sir, how do you know that I like guitars?" Duongdu laughed and replied, "Come on, I may be a man, but I have a script in my hands." In the original story, Tri-Am is a deeply emotional girl who longs for a normal life. Her hobbies include music, and she enjoys playing the guitar. However, these interests have no place in her life. Therefore, Duongdu giving her a guitar as a birthday gift is the most fitting. As they approached the counter, a small staff member eagerly greeted them, "Do you both want a classical folk guitar or an electric guitar? Feel free to take a look." Duongdu lightly turned to Tri-Am and asked, "Which type of guitar do you like? Tell me, I'll take you to choose one." Tri-Am, full of excitement, smiled continuously as she gracefully approached a guitar. Then, she blossomed a sunny smile like a flower blooming in the sky. She lifted the guitar and said, "Well, this one, Duong." Duongdu stared at Tri-Am without blinking, his face blushing as he thought, "Oh heavens, this foolish guy, how can smiling make someone look so beautiful?" Tri-Am looked satisfied, saying, "The praise from the depths of Duongdu's heart is truly sincere, it's quite enjoyable." The salesgirl interjected, "Oh, beauty, your eyes are truly discerning. This is a classic Smartman guitar, the last one in our store because it's entirely handmade, so each guitar takes nearly 2 years to produce." Intrigued by its apparent value, Duongdu asked, "How much is it?" The sales staff replied, "This guitar costs a total of 37,000, sir." Suddenly, a female voice rang out. A glamorous and alluring lady approached, saying, "I am a black card member of your store. I heard you still have a Smartman guitar, right? Quickly bring it out for me to see." The petite salesgirl found it challenging to speak. "I'm sorry, Miss Tu, that guitar was just inquired about by someone else." Miss Tu frowned in anger. "Sold already? Refund them. I want this guitar, and if I want it, it must be mine." Duongdu, hearing the girl's words, frowned with irritation. "Who is this girl, daring to compete for a gift with me? Doesn't she know I'm the top young master in Dahang?" Tri-Am, sensing someone familiar with a sad expression, wondered if Miss Tu was part of Duongdu's entourage. At the same time, Duongdu had taken his beautiful secretary, Tri-Am, to buy a birthday gift. While choosing a guitar, an unfamiliar woman appeared and tried to take it. The small salesgirl also spoke up, "Apologies, dear customer, such behavior is truly not in line with our store's rules." Miss Tu, with red hair and revealing attire that highlighted her physical beauty but lacked elegance, angrily approached the salesgirl and slapped her on the face with a banknote. The salesgirl was left stunned, her expression twisted in confusion. Miss Tu glared, her ample bosom rising like a towering mountain, and said, "You, a black card member, want to lecture me on rules? Do you even know how much money I've spent in your store? A poor devil like you wouldn't earn enough in a lifetime." The pitiful salesgirl, covering her face, trembled in fear. "I'm sorry, I apologize, ma'am." Duongdu stood observing with a face full of anger, a grim expression on his face. The situation had a strong scent. "I remember now, this woman is the lover of some antagonist. Originally, she should have provoked Deep Tan here, and then Dragon King Deep Tan, in a fit of rage, attacked her. After that, her lover, the antagonist, came forward, and the conflict with Deep Tan escalated. So, the plot to pretend to slap her face to attract familiar hatred was revealed in just a moment. Seeing the chaotic scene outside the hall, the owner hurriedly ran out. "Apologies, esteemed guests, I am the manager here. May I inquire what has happened?" Miss Tu folded her arms and sarcastically said, "What kind of employees are you nurturing in your store? She dared to lecture me on rules." The store manager immediately scolded the unfortunate staff member. "Lu Tu Cam, has your brain been waterlogged? Who gave you the right to speak to customers like that? Apologize to the customer immediately." The employee Lu Tu Cam indignantly spoke up to explain, "Things didn't happen like that, sir. These 2 guests had already paid for that guitar. But Miss Tu insisted that I refund them and hand over the guitar to her. I found it unreasonable, so I..." The store manager ignored the explanation and continued to scold, "Do you understand human language? Apologize to this young lady immediately, or submit your resignation." Duongdu also stepped forward at this point, his eyes gleaming, exuding a strong aura. If you want her to apologize, from today onwards, all your guitar stores in Dahang don't need to open anymore. Duong-du presented himself confidently, but the store manager paid no attention whatsoever. Who do you think you are? Prohibiting our stores from opening in Dahang? Do you even know who our boss is to speak like that? Miss Tu turned to Duong-du and directly scolded, "It's ridiculous, what kind of trash are you, a poor devil, doing here? Is there room for you to speak here? How dare you say our store can't open its doors anymore? What makes you think you have the right?" Having already cursed Duong-du, the audacious girl turned to Tri-Am and scolded, "And you, give me that smart man guitar quickly. What are you wearing, looking like a country bumpkin just arrived in the city? Is this something you can play with?" Miss Tu, fierce and aggressive with a tiger's bite, rushed to snatch the guitar from Tri-Am, saying, "Quickly give it to me, you country girl." This girl really didn't know her limits, daring to approach an assassin. However, before Tri-Am could react, Duong-du stepped in as the hero to rescue the damsel in distress. Approaching with a cold demeanor, he swiftly raised his hand, delivering a powerful slap to Miss Tu, leaving her with a contorted face and sprawled backward, saving her from the impending clash with the antagonistic sidekick. Miss Tu, with a flushed and indignant face, exclaimed, "How dare you, hitting a woman? Are you even a man?" Duong-du, with a satisfied expression from the refreshing slap, chuckled, "Ha ha ha, it's quite awkward, but for me, men and women are equal. As long as you don't respect others, I'll hit you without discrimination." In his heart, Duong-du thought, although we are all antagonists in this literary work, someone of her lowly caliber is truly deserving of a slap. Tri-Am stood still for a while, deeply moved by Duong-du's intervention. She softly smiled at Duong-du's statement about gender equality. At this moment, a well-dressed young man, exuding an arrogant aura, entered accompanied by a subordinate. Miss Tu hurriedly shouted, "Master Han, please seek revenge for me. This wretch dared to hit me." Master Han, upon hearing his mistress, angrily approached and scolded, "Quite audacious, aren't you? You dare lay hands on a woman who belongs to Han Min Hien. Are you tired of living?" Duong-du, with a sly smile, thought, "Finally, the main antagonist has arrived. This guy isn't from Dahang, he is the second son of the Han family in Yenkin. The Han family is related to the massacre of the Deep family back then, originally being Deep Tan's enemies. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. So, I'll make a treacherous decision, pretend to be a disciple of Deep Tan, and declare war against the Han family." Had ha. Han Min Hien immediately ordered his subordinate, "Chow, quickly come and break both of his hands first. Then I'll have a talk with him. Chow, this old silver-haired man looks quite robust." He lunged forward, putting all his strength into punching and kicking Duong-du. Tri-Am, witnessing this, was alarmed and hurriedly approached. "Why would you dare to harm Mr. Duong? I have to deal with you." However, upon reaching the scene, she found Duong-du standing calmly, without a scratch. Tri-Am was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Duong-du confidently remarked, "Oh, so that's all you've got? Can't you punch and kick a bit harder?" Chow, sweating profusely, thought, "I delivered a series of 5 kicks just now, enough to cripple someone for life. But why is this kid standing still, as if nothing happened? Even his clothes don't have a single wrinkle, as if I haven't kicked him at all." Chow, now shocked and trembling, pondered, could he be a master of self-defense? Han Min Hien, also astonished, exclaimed, "This is self-defense." Miss Tu continued to whimper as she walked to Min Hien's side and asked, "Master Han, what is self-defense?" Despite this, Han Min Hien, full of frustration and regret, turned back to give Miss Tu a strong slap, saying, "Shut up. No need for beauties like this, let the single guys enjoy." Han Min Hien turned towards Duong-du with a soft tone, "Duong, today Han Min Hien is truly fortunate to witness this. I am from the Han family in Yenkin. If Mr. Duong..." Before he could finish, Duong-du interjected, "How about remembering the Deep family in Yenkin for a moment?" Hearing the mention of the Deep family, Han Min Hien thought, the Deep family was annihilated 20 years ago. Could it be that the bloodline of the Deep family is not entirely severed and they seek revenge? Duong-du, with a dark and cold expression, said, "Today, I'll spare your insignificant life. Just break your own two hands, and then go back and tell your people at the Han family that Deep Tan, my boss, will return and seek revenge against all the families involved in the tragedy of the Deep family back then." Will Han Min-hien choose to cripple his own hands to end the matter, and how will Duong-du use this pawn? The young master protecting Miss Tu has appeared. He is Han Min-hien from the Han family in Yen-kin, also an antagonist like Duong-du. However, facing Duong-du, this arrogant guy might have to kneel down and beg for mercy. Duong-du continued to pose as a disciple of the name Deep Tan, creating connections for him. After the threats, Duong-du boldly pointed and exclaimed, "The first family will seek revenge from starts with your Han family. Better prepare yourself for the afterlife." Fearful, Han Min-hien chose to cripple his own hands and then ordered his subordinate, "Chow, please deal with him a bit." Old Chow, sensing Duong-du's fierce aura, turned pale and thought, "Luckily, this kid wants to break Han's hands, not mine. Anyway, Han will die, not this old man." Thus, Chow went in, unleashing a series of punches and kicks on Duong-du. After a session of painful beating and exhaustion, Chow asked, "Duong, can I go now? I have no more involvement in this matter." Duong-du, with a calculating smile, said, "You want to leave that easily? You've already harmed my hand earlier, now, you must leave with both your hands broken." Chow, thunderstruck, stood motionless for 30 seconds. Realizing he had no choice but to cripple both hands to leave, he reluctantly accepted the fate. After a while, everything had been resolved. At this moment, Duong-du's disciple hastily approached, saying, "Duong, why are you here? I received a report from the merchant that there was trouble here." Annoyed, Duong-du frowned and replied, "I am causing trouble here. Quickly contact their shop owner. Tell him to fire that store manager immediately and let the girl become the new manager. If he doesn't comply, take all their goods away. Don't do business in Dahang anymore." Upon hearing the instructions, the disciple understood and said, "Yes, Duong. You can trust me. I will contact their owner and handle everything." Duong-du, pleased with his disciple's proactive attitude, felt a sense of satisfaction. The disciple lifted his phone and made the call, announcing, "Hey, the store manager with the last name Tran, you are fired. Within 5 minutes, get out of my store. Your salary for this month is also uncertain." In this way, Deep Tan's plot in Yen-kin became even more challenging. Since Duong-du had already sowed discord with Han Min-hien earlier, according to the original plot, after he arrived in Yen-kin, he would also face difficulties before eventually overcoming them. Now spreading fake news, he returns to Yen-kin, pretending to be weak before revealing his strength. Haha, Duong-du pondered further, even if the Han family wants to cause trouble for me now, it's no big deal. They will surely find their North Heavenly Father. What does it have to do with Duong-du here? Tri-Am stood watching Duong-du, listening to his inner thoughts, and couldn't help but admire Duong. Not only is he a top-ranked server expert, but his skills in causing trouble are also impressive. In the next scene, after taking Tri-Am out of the guitar store, Duong-du bought her new clothes, treated her to delicious food, and then took her for a gaming session at the mall to satisfy her gaming addiction. For Tri-Am, this was an unforgettable and beautiful memory in her life. In previous years, every birthday meant she was on an assassin mission. However, this year was exceptionally different. Duong-du, the handsome and charismatic CEO, looked at Tri-Am gently and asked, "Is there anything else you want to eat or play? I'll take you wherever you want." Tri-Am, with a joyful and appreciative expression, looked at Duong-du tenderly and replied, "It's enough, we should go home now." Duong-du said, "Okay, then I'll take you home." In a night filled with countless stars, Duong-du brought Tri-Am back to her house. Just as he was about to leave, Tri-Am, still lingering, poked her head out and called, "Duong, young master." Duong-du was about to leave, but hearing her call, he involuntarily turned back. "Oh, what's up? Is there anything you need to call me for?" With a sweet tone, Tri-Am expressed, "Today, I truly appreciate Duong, young master. I've never had such a joyful birthday before." Seeing the girl so moved, Duong-du gently stroked Tri-Am's hair and said, "Haha, what's with the formalities between a guest and the host? Just something I should do. Tri-Am smiled contentedly without saying more. After that, Duong-du turned to leave. Goodbye, see you. Watching Duong-du's figure getting farther and farther away, Tri-Am raised her phone to review the pictures taken today with Duong-du. She smiled with happiness, feeling completely trapped by Mr. Duong. Just as she stepped out into the parking lot, got into her car, Duong-du immediately scolded his own system. Hey system, where's the romance reward? Haven't seen it yet. The system immediately displayed a notification. The soul-stirring reward has been transferred. Please check, dear user. The activation effect and mind control of the target character are unstable due to the current mental state. Upon receiving the new skill, Duong-du was amazed, thinking, this mind control skill seems like the gadget for creating fools. Excitedly, Duong-du remarked, finally, I can create a fool in the opposite house. Suddenly, he lifted his phone and called Detective Bak Yuyan to inquire. On the other end, Bak Yuyan answered, why are you calling me? Duong-du cheerfully said, didn't I send 4 people over there last time? Can I visit them today? The troubles at the guitar shop were quickly resolved by Duong-du, dismantling all difficulties. Furthermore, he intensified his grudge against Deep Tan. Later, Duong-du took Tri-Am on a memorable day, exploring various places, excluding lodging. During this time, Duong-du contacted the policewoman Bak Yuyan to arrange a meeting. The scene shifted to the police station, where the beautiful policewoman Bak Yuyan was at work. Upon Duong-du's arrival, he saw Bak Yuyan, clad in her police uniform, dismounting from a cool and powerful motorcycle. Everything about the bike was large, drawing attention from everyone. Duong-du cheerfully approached to greet her, saying, hello, beautiful lady, it's been a while. On her imposing motorcycle, Bak Yuyan heard Duong-du and hesitantly responded, hey, don't tease me. I could arrest you right now. Duong-du, with a mischievous smile, said, hehe, praising you as a beauty, and you still want to arrest me? Is there any other method now? Ignoring Duong-du's playful banter, Bak Yuyan, with a cold demeanor, turned away and said, stop talking so much. Let's go quickly. Bak Yuyan guided Duong-du into the police station and directed him to the detention room where 4 assassin team members were temporarily held. However, as Duong-du began to move, Bak Yuyan followed every step, making him uncomfortable. Duong-du thought to himself, she should go somewhere else and leave me alone. I still have to brainwash those 4, arrange for them to return as pawns for Deep Tan. With a confident expression, Bak Yuyan replied, okay then, go ahead. Duong-du sarcastically thought, if you don't follow, then fine, what am I afraid of? I'm going to brainwash these guys and organize them to become pawns for Deep Tan. Entering the detention room alone, the assassins were surprised to see him. They said, aren't you the big shot who spared us? Why are you here again? Duong-du gave a threatening look and started using his brainwashing ability. Then he asked, are you satisfied with your current job? All 4 shook their heads vigorously, indicating their dissatisfaction with their current employer. Duong-du continued with a stern look, are you satisfied with your current income? All 4 individuals nodded their heads in agreement, expressing their dissatisfaction. We want to slack off during the day and enjoy the nightlife, earning hundreds of thousands per month, with a lavish 4-course meal every day. Hearing this, they all nodded in approval, the 4 assassins behaving like obedient dogs. Duong-du concluded with a few final questions, so, what's holding you back? Join my Duong family clan. We'll rescue the anti-heroes oppressed by the world, eliminate all inequalities. Starting today, we are brothers bound by life and death. Duong-du's persuasive words sparked interest in the souls of the 4 assassins, their eyes showing enthusiasm. Believing he had successfully lured them, Duong-du pointed and said, now you know what to do, right? Of course, you do. Enjoy the nightlife, go to bars, clubs. Hit the bars, party with some long-legged beauties. The 4 assassins celebrated joyously, but Duong-du looked at them with disdain, thinking, unbelievable, have I successfully brainwashed them too much? This sorry bunch calls themselves a death squad. More like a party squad now. Duong-du interrupted the excessive excitement of the group. Wrong, you all need to rectify your mistakes first, reflect and repent, be good people before hitting the bars and clubs, got it? The four assassins now behaved like obedient dogs, hanging on to every word. They chorused, okay, boss, we'll follow Duong Jr.'s lead. Duong-du continued, good, my little ones, easy to teach. Now, tell me everything you know. The four assassins spilled all the information to Duong-du. Although he could hear them, he pretended not to. After grasping the details, Duong-du pondered, Deep Tan's disciples are vying for his Dragon King position, and he wants to take over to hang. I'm definitely his number one target. Before leaving, Duong-du cautioned, from now on, you four focus on hiding around him. Report to me in case of any situation, understand? Clear, Duong Jr. Leaving the police station, Duong-du walked alongside Bak Yuyan. She hinted, let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. Try the thrill of riding my motorcycle, it's parked over there. Duong-du, seemingly unaware, turned and said, I have a car too, I can drive. Going for some roadside barbecue. Why make a big deal out of your modest little bike? After we eat, I'll give you a ride back. I still have some unfinished business. Duong-du, upon hearing her suggestion, cheerfully agreed, okay, sure, let's take your bike. On Bak Yuyan's conservative motorcycle, she was speeding down the road without wearing a helmet. Remember, it's essential to wear a helmet while riding. Due to the high speed, Duong-du accidentally touched Bak Yuyan's waist, causing her to startle, hey, where do you think you're putting your hand? Duong-du, a bit embarrassed, explained, I just accidentally hugged your waist a bit, didn't mean anything. It's your fault for driving too fast. I'll raise my hand a bit higher, there's no other place to hold on to. I didn't mean to put my hand there, my sister. Bak Yuyan, uncomfortable, scolded Duong-du, are you intentionally causing trouble? You can hold on to the bike seat. Feeling the tension from the police officer, Duong-du reluctantly said, all right, I'm sorry. Let me lower my hand a bit more. Although Duong-du's touch on Bak Yuyan's waist was subtle, he could feel it and thought to himself, indeed, her waist is exquisite. Besides her slightly hot and fiery temperament, everything else about her is perfect. She's truly impressive. On the side of the road, an unfamiliar young man sat on a dark-colored motorcycle. He raised his phone and captured this moment between the two. It was unclear who sent this mysterious person. Meanwhile, in another part of the story, Lu Quan-trak and Ha Quan were playing cards in an underground casino. Ha Quan, originally a top-class card cheat, now found himself losing to Lu Quan-trak, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Despite being a seasoned card player, he couldn't stay calm after losing 15 consecutive rounds. Ha Quan stood up and said, young Master Lu, you truly have great tricks. Confidently holding his cards, Lu Quan-trak replied, it's just a little trickery. Cheating is simple, just a quick hand and a small sleight of hand. It doesn't mean much. Lu Quan-trak lightly flicked his hand, and the cards simultaneously pierced into the table, sinking deep like sharp knives. Witnessing this scene, everyone here became even more awestruck by the newly arrived young master, Lu Quan-trak. Suddenly, Lu Quan-trak's phone received a message. Upon opening it, he saw a picture of Duong-du embracing the beautiful policewoman while riding on a motorcycle. Lu Quan-trak darkened his face with anger and thought, this isn't from the wealthy Duong family. I heard that Deep Tan took this loser's girl. Why is he not confronting Deep Tan but instead riding with Bak Yuyan? An unknown fact was that after entering to hang, the first girl that Lu Quan-trak laid eyes on was the policewoman Bak Yuyan. It's quite ironic that Duong-du ended up with the one he liked. Lu Quan-trak, furious, cracked a sinister smile, perfect timing, the fire has arrived. Let's conveniently eliminate it. The scene shifted to an elegant restaurant where Duong-du and Bak Yuyan were enjoying a romantic dinner. Suddenly, Bak Yuyan's phone received a notification from the department underground casino on the second floor of the Hong Tui Hotel. Bak Yuyan quickly glanced over the mission and understood her task. She stood up and exclaimed, Boss, how much for a quick payment for me? Du, savoring his meal, was taken by surprise. You're not eating anymore? Why leave so soon? Bak Yuyan replied, I need to check out a nearby underground casino. You keep eating, I have to leave now. Hearing this, Du suddenly recalled, in the original plot, when Bak Yuyan was having dinner with me, she received a message informing her about an illegal underground casino. After obtaining the address, she sneaked in alone without prior notice. This unannounced visit caused a major incident, leading to her capture after her identity was exposed. Sensing something amiss, Du stood up and chased after her. Wait, I want to go with you. As Du followed, he thought, in the original story, it was mentioned that Deep Tan would orchestrate this incident, but he's no longer here. Someone else must have taken over. Well, let's deal with that later. The priority is to ensure nothing happens to Bak Yuyan. Bak Yuyan had been listening to Du's inner thoughts all this time and secretly felt pleased. This guy seems quite interested in me. She then said, Alright, you can come along, let's go together. Meanwhile, at the casino, the atmosphere was lively with people gambling. Bak Yuyan, wrapping her arm around Du affectionately, entered the venue, saying, In a little while, let's pretend to be a couple, okay? I know it, but we could also pretend to be father and daughter if you prefer. Hearing this, Bak Yuyan wanted to punch him for being so dense. Having a beautiful girl as a pretend girlfriend, and he was still hesitant, truly clueless. Lu Quan Trak was in the surveillance room watching them through the cameras, able to observe every move they made. He smirked, thinking, if this idiot took the bait, today's harvest will be substantial. Order someone to kill him, then I'll swoop in as the hero to rescue the beauty, earning her favor. The plan is indeed perfect. After wandering around the casino for a while, Du and Bak Yuyan seemed to have gathered enough information. Bak Yuyan held Du's hand, swaying back and forth, and said, Now let's go, shall we? Du was filled with worry, thinking, why haven't the people who are supposed to attack us arrived at the scene yet? Something seems a bit off with the storyline. Just as he finished pondering, dozens of robust figures appeared in front of Du, wielding menacing weapons, and approached aggressively. One of them shouted, We found him. Let's rush in and send him away from this world. Without any delay, a gang of fierce fighters charged forward. Seeing the overwhelming force of the bald-headed gangsters, Du quickly grabbed Bak Yuyan's hand and pulled her away to escape, saying, Handling their attacks alone is one thing, but with a beautiful lady like you, I can't handle it. Run quickly. The two rushed into a restroom, closed and locked the door. Du instructed, Hurry and contact your people, I'll hold them off. Bak Yuyan quickly took out her phone and called her colleagues. The gangsters kicked open the restroom door, a bald-headed guy wielding a fierce weapon charged forward to strike. Du saw it and startled for a moment, but the knife broke into two upon impact with his head. He recoiled a bit, not much, just enough to make the attacker pause and exclaim, What the heck? Du glared at him, saying, Baldy still wants to stab me, huh? Keep dreaming, punk. After finishing his words, Du swiftly swung his fist towards the smaller guy, landing a punch squarely on his face. The smaller guy fell backward, exclaiming, You dare to hit me? Bak Yuyan finished the call and quickly approached Du, asking, The police will be here immediately. Are you okay after that leap? Any injuries? Du, with an air of confidence, turned around and replied, I'm fine, no need to worry. Now that the lone assailant was joined by the entire group, they started rushing in. One of them shouted, Two of you, hold the legs of that girl. Everyone else, let's beat this guy up before he goes home to meet his daddy. After a sweat-soaked battle, the gangsters were left lying on the ground. Du, regaining his composure, shouted, From now on, this casino will be called Du's Casino. Amused, Du thought to himself, suddenly, finding joy in bullying the weak. I've stepped into the role of the antagonist now. With my invincibility cheat code, I have nothing to fear from these guys. Seeing the gangsters beaten and scared, Du chuckled, Run, my friends. This guy is insane, it's not fun anymore. I'm sure it's not okay now. Du chuckled as he looked at them. Ha ha, you weaklings still wanna run. Considering giving them another beating for fun, Du was suddenly interrupted when Bak Yuyan rushed over to restrain him, saying, "Stop messing around, you're bleeding." Bak Yuyan thought to herself, if it weren't for protecting me, he wouldn't have been injured like this. At this moment, Bak Yuyan deeply regretted, I shouldn't have taken the risk and brought Du here with me. Seeing Bak Yuyan's concern, Du quickly reassured her, I'm fine, don't worry. Bak Yuyan gently touched Du and said, you say you're fine, but look at all these injuries. Let me check where you're hurt. Bak Yuyan briefly examined him and found no visible wounds on the upper body, so she shifted her attention below, saying, how come there are no injuries up here? Maybe you got hurt in the lower half. Du's injured hand started to act up, and despite his resistance, Bak Yuyan cheerfully began checking below. Oh my, I'm perfectly fine. Please don't do this, everyone is watching. In a critical situation, the system announced, congratulations, the host has survived the casino scenario, and is rewarded with a set of special exportable cornfield skills, usable up to 5 times. Du, after reading it, had a darkened expression, oh, damn the system playing tricks again. Recently, I've noticed that the system is becoming increasingly unusual. The plot is collapsing, but now the rewards are getting deceivingly tempting, making it feel like it's pushing me to surrender. The 2 legendary skill rewards I used before, if it weren't for utilizing both, I would have been killed by that deep ton already. This strange set of exportable cornfield skills, according to the system's description, is not even a traditional martial art anymore. It claims to enhance the power of attack, completely different from any known martial arts. Switching to the surveillance room through the cameras, Lu Quan-trak, witnessing the recent events, was furious. What the hell is going on? Over 30 people can't deal with this rich kid. Lu Quan-trak's boiling blood fueled his decision, these useless underlings, if they can't handle this, I'll take matters into my own hands. Lu Quan-trak began to employ a secret technique, and after his body trembled for a while, he transformed into another man, saying, use this disguise to eliminate the Duong guy first, then let the others deal with Bak Yuyan. After the transformation, Lu Quan-trak was full of confidence. Once Bak Yuyan is captured, I'll restore my identity as a hero saving the beauty, hee. Approaching Du, Lu Quan-trak noticed a stranger rushing to stab Du, but to no avail. He immediately recognized the martial art, so, this is the immovable king's technique. Well, even if you've mastered it, I'm not afraid of you. Lu Quan-trak charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Du. The impactful kick forced Du to retreat, and he frowned, thinking, my immovable king's technique is about to be shattered. Lu Quan-trak looked triumphant and said, immortal king's technique, useless against someone like you. I'm not afraid of you. Du, sweating, thought, this guy is indeed Lu Quan-trak. If Deep Ton doesn't come, then it must be him. Lu Quan-trak smirked, full of confidence, today, you'll likely meet your end here. Let's plan for your memorial next year, hee. In the previous episode, a group of bald-headed gang members surrounded and attacked Du but failed, and the whole gang suffered. Unexpectedly, Lu Quan-trak finally used his disguise technique to confront Du. Despite having the immovable king's technique, Du was sweating profusely. Now, relying on the immovable king's technique is no longer feasible. The special skill set the system recently provided me, which can only be used 5 times, and I don't even know its damage output. It's better to switch to the infinite yin-yang power for myself. Indeed, there is some genuine fear. This is the first time I've survived for so long in a sandbox story. Don't succeed and end up being here, only to receive rewards like a loser. After contemplating for a while and running out of options, Du reluctantly started using his linguistic martial arts technique for the first time. He recalled his past life when he had lived longer in some novels, but he couldn't remember the exact details. Seeing Du sweating, Lu Quan-trak chuckled triumphantly, facing death, you finally know fear, huh? After using his ultimate move, Du shouted loudly. He exerted all his strength to throw a punch straight at Lu Quan-trak, saying, the special skill set the system provided seems to have some effect. Surprised, Lu Quan-trak thought, the sudden counterattack just now seems to be the true power of the supreme self-realization state, but that's about it. Lu Quantrak immediately unleashed his own ultimate technique. Even with this guy's immovable king's technique, at most, it can only withstand another minute. If that minute passes, the kid will probably die from my ultimate move. Afterward, Lu Quantrak fervently rushed into a barrage of punches and kicks, shouting, "Die, you little punk!" Du, struggling to defend against the powerful strikes, thought seriously to himself, "This is a mess. I'm almost unable to hold on, and my counterattack seems futile." He pondered, what exactly is the dialogue that can unleash a critical hit with maximum strength? I won't really die here, right? Could it be? Seemingly realizing the truth, Du stood his ground. Lu Quantrak, humiliated, yelled, "You useless fool! What are you still trying to resist for? Do you think you can win against me?" Du didn't bother paying attention. He smirked cunningly, "Just wait, straight blondie." Ignoring the truth, isn't the man wrong in some way? Without another word, Du unleashed his ultimate move on him. This time, he took the full force of the strike and was thrown backward. Lu Quantrak Winston said, "You useless thing. Giving you a chance to strike, and you think you can actually hurt me." With confidence, he clenched his abdomen, blood oozing out. Lu Quantrak, in pain, questioned, "What technique is this? Why is the power so terrifying? I've never encountered it before." Du, with a confident expression, said, "This technique requires at least 30 years of cultivation. Even if you hit the vital energy in my body, it can't be transported anymore." The onlookers were dumbfounded. One punch has turned him into this. This guy is a real monster. A man this strong, this terrifying, we definitely can't defeat him. At this moment, a group of police officers called by Bak Yuyan rushed in. Armed with batons and cold stares, they shouted, "Everyone sit down, hands on your heads. Resist, and you'll have a potbelly instantly." The arrival of the police to disperse the crowd eased Du's tension. He quickly ran over to Bak Yuyan. When they saw each other, they simultaneously asked, "Are you okay?" "Am I okay?" Bak Yuyan hesitated, I'm fine." Du also hesitated, "I'm fine too." As he finished speaking, Du suddenly closed his eyes and fainted straight into Bak Yuyan's arms. Yes, he fainted, collapsing right onto the soft mounds of Bak Yuyan. Feeling him exhausted, she gently cradled his head. Du had a blissful expression, "Oh, so soft, so elastic." Have you ever experienced this feeling? Lu Quantrak, with a face as crinkled as a piece of paper, remarked, "Fortunately, I intentionally restrained my bones. This way, no one will recognize the man who went after Du. If caught, at most, it'll be charged with gambling offenses. A trivial matter." With determination, Bak Yuyan took Du away. "I'll take him to the hospital. Please handle detaining those people. If the investigation reveals someone named Lu Quantrak, be sure to carefully check his identity, don't neglect anything." Lu Quantrak turned pale upon hearing that. What on earth, how did she find out my identity? Unbelievable. Continuing from the previous episode, after the impressive display of skills injuring Lu Quantrak, the police raided the underground casino, apprehending the entire gang and taking them to the police station for processing. In the current scene at the police station, after Lu Quantrak was brought in, various investigations were conducted throughout the evening. However, despite questioning and interrogation, they couldn't uncover any significant information. His mouth remained as sealed as a vault, so they had to use the pretext of catching him for participating in gambling to bring him to the temporary detention facility. As he was being led into the prison, coincidentally, he encountered 4 familiar faces, the members of the death squad. Observing this elite force, Lu Quantrak genuinely felt confident. Gathering the agents he personally trained, he called them over and whispered his plans. The 4 of them listened attentively, their eyes flickering with an eerie light. It was a common occurrence since they had already been mentally manipulated by Du into appearing foolish by Lu Quantrak's side. The scene shifts to the hospital where Du is being brought in for treatment. At this moment, the doctor comes out to meet Bak Yuyan and says, "Miss Bak, your boyfriend is fine, just exhausted. With proper rest, he should recover soon." Bak Yuyan startles and hastily denies, "He's not my boyfriend." Though she says so, her heart blooms with mixed emotions. The doctor, hearing Bak Yuyan's words, thinks, "Not a boyfriend, huh? They were clearly embracing just now. Things are really chaotic." The doctor shrugs, turning away, and says, "All right then, I'll leave first. You seem to be quite busy, bothering the doctor a lot." After the doctor's departure, Bak Yuyan enters the hospital room. Seeing Du in a state of unconsciousness, she thinks, "I still can't feel entirely at ease. He took so many blows, how can he not be injured? I should check Du's body to see if there are any wounds for peace of mind." As she begins to lift Du's clothes, she is suddenly confronted by a chiseled physique, a muscular body emitting a radiant strength. Staring at these sensual muscles, Bak Yuyan's face turns red, and she becomes entranced, her face flushing with embarrassment and her mouth salivating slightly. Bak Yuyan also takes advantage of Du's unconsciousness to explore and feel his muscles, saying, "Firm and strong, indeed." Despite being skilled in fighting, Chen is yet to inspect below. "This guy shouldn't hide any injuries from me. To ensure his safety, I should still check a bit." Bak Yuyan's soft hands are about to get mischievous when suddenly Du jerks awake and exclaims loudly, "Oh my goodness!" Bak Yuyan startles and hastily withdraws her hand. Du, breathing heavily, thinks, "Thank heavens it wasn't a man touching me. The world has gone crazy. I heard about someone passing out drunk on the street, and not only did they lose their phone to a thief, but they also. This world is truly chaotic. Handsome men like me are indeed too dangerous." Du regains composure and asks, "What are you doing to me?" Bak Yuyan, looking embarrassed, responds, I was just checking, making sure you're not injured anywhere." Du, frustrated, grumbles, "Checking what? Clearly, you're craving my body. If I hadn't woken up, you might have taken advantage of the fact that I was unconscious." Then suddenly, an electric shock surged from the ground up to Du's head, making him grimace and grit his teeth. Du began to tremble, his face flushing red. Concerned, Bak Yuyan asked, "What's wrong with you?" Du hesitated and stammered, I need to use the bathroom." Bak Yuyan calmly responded, "Well then, go ahead. Why are you still sitting here?" Bak Yuyan, sharp-witted, thought to herself, "Does he want me to assist him with personal hygiene?" Considering this, Bak Yuyan, with a blushing face, admitted, "I used to take care of children, so I guess I know how to assist with personal hygiene." With determination, Bak Yuyan declared, "All right, I'll help you." For Bak Yuyan, engaging in a conversation and playfully touching Du's muscles had already pushed her psychological boundaries. Now, helping Du with personal hygiene somewhat breached her emotional limits. While assisting Du, Bak Yuyan pondered, "This guy did save me, which led to this situation. I should lower my psychological boundaries a bit to help him." After a while, they finally arrived at the restroom. Du's face remained red as he hesitated. "You've already done so much for me. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal as a gesture of gratitude." Du thought to himself, "Rest assured, I understand principles. I've never taken advantage of others' facilities. Borrowing something, you should return more. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I won't refuse to help, otherwise, I'm no better than a dog. Don't hesitate, hurry up. I'm about to undress, and mine is quite big, so bear with it a little. The scene about to unfold involves explicit content. Viewers under 18, please refrain from reading." Bak Yuyan reluctantly made up her mind, "There's no other choice. I'll just have to let it go and help him." Before and after Bak Yuyan took advantage of Du's unconscious state to examine his body, the bed seemed to wake up and needed tidying. Out of gratitude, Bak Yuyan indulged him and assisted him for a while. Bak Yuyan, determined, began the intimate action. If it's an intimate act too, sorry, but you won't be able to see it, use your imagination. After a while, everything was completed. At the same time, upon receiving the news about Duongdu's incident in the underground casino and his unconscious state, Muk Noyet rushed to the hospital as fast as she could. Filled with worry, Muk Noyet opened the door and called out, "Duongdu, are you okay? Where are you?" In response to this concern, there was Duongdu, holding another girl intimately, just stepping out of the restroom. Both Duongdu and Bak Yuyan were startled. Bak Yuyan and Muk Noyet locked eyes, standing frozen, both feeling awkward. Muk Noyet furrowed her brows and thought, why are they coming out together from the restroom? That's really strange. Bak Yuyan quickly spoke up, "Hello, Ms. Muk Noyet, you finally arrived. It's just in time. Please come over and help him a bit, he's been exhausted." Duongdu's face was pale, sweat dripping down. Muk Noyet, with a bullet-like gaze, replied, "All right, let him go with me." Muk Noyet thought, this guy is worn out, can't even stand properly, and they were just in the restroom together. What did Bak Yuyan help him with? Muk Noyet clenched her teeth in frustration. Seriously, I missed the chance. I should have come here earlier. Meanwhile, Duongdu silently chuckled, thinking, why did she come here so quickly? Seems like she cares about me a lot. This woman is becoming less like her old self day by day. Hearing the inner thoughts, Muk Noyet also pondered, indeed, he was right. I've changed compared to before. If it were me in the past, I wouldn't have paid him much attention. On the other side, Bak Yuyan yawned and waved her hand, saying, "You two talk, I'm going to bed for a while, struggling all night, I'm so sleepy." After speaking, Bak Yuyan left. As soon as Duongdu lay down on the bed, he complained, "Could you pour me a glass of water? I'm really thirsty." Seeing him unwell, Muk Noyet reluctantly agreed, "All right, wait for me to pour you a drink." Muk Noyet poured a glass of water and said, "It seems like you can't drink on your own. Let me feed you." Duongdu was taken aback, looking at Muk Noyet's sparkling face, with eager, wide-open eyes. Duongdu, feeling helpless, said, "Well, if that's okay. I've troubled you enough." He lay down, pondering, I should drink less water until I recover. If I need to go to the restroom again, it would be a disaster. At that point, Muk Noyet won't be able to help. But I should think positively, at least I can go to the bathroom without assistance. Muk Noyet stood there, feeling powerless. What is this guy thinking about all day? Suddenly, Muk Noyet's face turned gloomy as she realized, according to what he said earlier, Bak Yuyan has actually helped him with personal hygiene by now. After a while, Muk Noyet finished pouring water for Duongdu. She began to inquire about today's events. "Duongdu, what happened today that you're here lying like this?" Duongdu quickly explained, "I went for a late-night meal with her, and then we decided to check the underground casino suddenly. Faced with some trouble, but nothing significant." After speaking, Duongdu suddenly didn't know what else to say, his face full of embarrassment as he turned away. When he was with Muk Noyet, he indeed couldn't find common ground to talk about, mainly reminiscing about the past few years. Being a phone sim all those days, he was often ignored, with both sides not having a normal conversation lasting more than 3 minutes. Similar to Duongdu, Muk Noyet also felt awkward and couldn't think of anything to continue the conversation. "If you're tired, then just lie down and rest for a bit." Hearing this, Duongdu was pleased. He lay down comfortably. Watching Duongdu lying comfortably, Muk Noyet also thought, back then, when offered for free, it was not wanted. Now, chasing after someone to the point of living in dire straits. Well, staying by his side, even just to hear his heartbeat, is good enough. The scene shifted after a bustling morning. Duongdu, who was now awake, received a notification from the system, level up reward system activated, triggering the plot reminder function. Regardless of plot collapses, it won't affect the protagonist. Please predict the next plot twist. Duongdu immediately inquired, will the next auction plot proceed as usual? The announcement will proceed as normal, the plot reminder has been completed. The system quickly reminded Duongdu of the plot for the upcoming auction. After getting familiar with the details, Duongdu made plans in his mind. Once fully recovered in the evening, he left the hospital and went back to his resting place. Upon arriving home, Langham, the maid, was sitting in the room. Seeing Duong-du, she eagerly ran over. "Young Master Duong, you're back. Are you completely recovered?" Duong-du, with a pleased expression, gently asked, "Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Planning to spend the night in my room tonight?" In Duong-du's room, Langham is rearranging clothes. She says, "During the day, I had some errands to run, so I can only come in now to tidy up the room for you." Although she says so, in reality, the young lady is trying to find an excuse. Because she is concerned that Duong-du is so late coming back, Langham seems quite worried and has entered the room to wait. Duong-du acknowledges Langham's diligence and suggests, "You work so diligently. I should reward you with something tomorrow, or perhaps take a cosplay portrait for you?" Langham declines, shaking her head, silently thinking, "Last time I played games with him, I lost, and now he's talking about taking a cosplay portrait. But that size is quite overwhelming." He continues, "When women are still young, they should capture beautiful moments of themselves so that they can easily look back on their youth. But forget it, let's not make it seem like I'm a lascivious pervert, constantly trying to seduce innocent girls. I should quickly find evidence about her parents' matter and then find an opportunity to let her know." Langham, surprised, hears this and says, "Young Master Duong, he's still thinking about his own matters." It is precisely because of this that her favorability towards Duong-du increases. She looks at him differently, and beautiful girls begin to appear in Langham's mood. Transitioning to the scene at the Deng Corporation, Vong Tuyet is attentively looking at a photo placed on the table. Her face beams with a smile, capturing a moment with Duong-du from before. Observing this, her assistant approaches and remarks, "Fate has smiled upon you." Upon hearing this, Vong Tuyet becomes even more excited and promptly gives a raise to her secretary, saying, "Your response was excellent, let's add an extra 10,000 to your salary." Just a sincere comment, yet receiving such a substantial reward, I feel a bit embarrassed. But it's true, the heiress, Chairman Lai of the Tuyet Corporation, wishes to invite you for a business discussion. Do you need to inform Chairman Duong? Tuyet ponders silently, then proceeds to inform Duong-du about the invitation. He feels extremely irritated upon hearing the news. Tuyet Corporation? That chubby woman? But hold on, it seems there's a plot point. Tuyet goes for a business meeting with a partner and then gets drugged or something. Duong-du thinks to himself, after Tuyet gets drugged and humiliated, Dragon King Deepton appears and kills all the antagonists. Afterward, of course, he is the one who detoxifies her. These stories often have such cliché elements. The system message also pops up, plot details have been altered. He looked a bit surprised. Indeed, Deepton's plot element has been changed to Lu Quan track. After contemplating for a while, Duong-du decided to send a message to the Special Forces team in advance. This decision was made because, in the current situation, the significance of this group would be highlighted. The scene shifts to the airport, and while Duong-du is on his way, Tuyet arrives a step ahead. With her radiant and glamorous beauty, she stands at the airport entrance, attracting all eyes from the surrounding gentlemen. Among those glances, an elderly man steps forward to introduce himself. "Miss, may I have the pleasure of getting to know you? I am Mr. Liu, the owner of the Nine Harmony Corporation." As soon as she sees him, she feels a bit irritated and uncomfortable. Tuyet bluntly and harshly rejects, "Hurry away, you look like an old hippopotamus, your age matches my grandfather's. And you dare to come here to make acquaintance with me? An old buffalo liking to nibble on young grass, is that it? A tiny company with a few billion and boasting about what?" Her criticism leaves him speechless and unable to respond. Unexpectedly, Tuyet turns back, changing her attitude. With an extremely enthusiastic face, she waves gently at Duong-du and calls out, "My dear husband." This action leaves him stunned and feeling extremely astonished. Why is her attitude so strange today? Subsequently, Duong-du, along with Tuyet, arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel to meet their business partner. Here, the plump woman, Chairman Lai of the Tuyet Corporation, had previously arranged to meet Lu Quan track. "I've heard that your medical skills are excellent. My shoulders are currently very tired. How about giving me a shoulder massage? Lu Quan Trak hesitantly agreed and complied, saying, sure, but about what we discussed earlier. Trak, rest assured, I've already sorted everything out. Just let me know what you like, and I'll give it all to you. At the same time, Jang Tuyet and Duong Du had arrived at the entrance. Chairman Lai, Chairman Vong has arrived, please invite her in. In her heart, she joyfully thought, today, she comes here with such a handsome guy, even more handsome than Lu Quan Trak. This man is truly refined and elegant. Lai Tuet Phi, I must win him over today. Afterward, both parties entered and exchanged greetings. President Vong, you've had a tough journey. Conveniently, she looked toward Duong Du, and who is this? Seeing the alluring beauty of the woman, he felt extremely disgusted. Jang Tuyet introduced, this is Duong Du, he is my boyfriend and also in charge of the Duong Family Corporation. His family holds up to 50% of the shares in the electronics sector of the Han Group. Jang Tuyet with a contemptuous expression, this fat woman, her dilapidated company is just waiting to go bankrupt. After learning about his identity, Lai Tuet Phi happily approached to introduce herself, so, you're the young master of the Duong Family Corporation. They say you are very handsome, indeed, seeing is believing. Duong Du used an excuse to decline, it's quite embarrassing, Chairman Lai. I just finished cleaning up and forgot to wash my hands. Shaking hands with you would be impolite. No worries, after I wash my hands, we can shake hands without any delay. Please follow me to this side, we can chat while having a meal. As the woman couldn't wait any longer, wanting to expedite the plan to assist Lu Quan Trak in executing his scheme. According to his plan, shortly, he would arrange for someone to tamper with Jang Tuyet's drink. Once she takes a sip, even just one, she would lose complete control. His target this time was Jang Tuyet. Following Lu Quan Trak's plan, she also intended to turn Duong Du into her own prey. He was surprised to see Duong Du here, unexpectedly, that wretched Duong Er is here too. I should be a bit more cautious. It would be better. Afterward, Lu Quan Trak sent a message commanding the Special Forces team, in a while, you all must prepare well. Arrange the drugging carefully. After she faints, instruct someone to take Vong Jang Tuyet away, but absolutely do not let Duong Du touch her, not even a finger. Do you understand? As for that brat Duong Du, once he falls for the trap shortly, arrange for him to be surrounded by a few ugly girls for his enjoyment. Then we'll take photos and post them online to disgrace and tarnish him. He felt triumphant within, if this guy has willingly walked into this, I don't need to be a guest anymore. He not only has to die but also has to lose his reputation spectacularly. Ha 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 ha. The mind-controlled Special Forces team wholeheartedly served Duong Du. They were furious upon seeing the given order, this crafty scoundrel Lu Quan Trak wants to stab our young master Duong in the back. We absolutely cannot let this plan succeed. Subsequently, the four of them convened and devised an alternative plan, in a while, we'll execute it like this. Later, Duong Du also received a message from the Special Forces team. He was deeply annoyed, this despicable scoundrel Lu Quan Trak not only wants to drug me but also plans to arrange some ugly women around me? Then take pictures and post them online. Truly lacking ethics, utterly disgraceful. Fortunately, I already have a prepared defense plan. Duong Du's thoughts were all clearly heard by Jang Tuyet, and she knew all about his plan. This plump woman initiated her own plan by raising her wineglass and saying, there's no better opportunity than this when both of you visit Min Chao. On this occasion, let's celebrate together by having a few drinks and chatting while dining. As she couldn't wait any longer, she very much wanted to see the pitiful and submissive demeanor of the handsome man in front of her. This was because she was well aware of the intentions behind her plan. Jang Tuyet immediately declined, saying, it's truly embarrassing, Chairman Lai, I don't know how to drink. Her response surprised and stunned the woman. She continued to taunt, it's strange to do business without knowing how to drink. Chairman Vong is just joking. Today, let's have a little toast to celebrate. The girl was infuriated by this mocking attitude. UC Tuyet slammed her hand on the table, shouting loudly, "Everyone should cooperate with each other. Please show a bit of respect. With just a bit of investigation, one can find out whether I have an allergy to alcohol or not. Yet you still advise me to drink. What exactly are you intending to do?" Due to the unexpected and abrupt reaction, the woman was startled. She then lowered her voice and apologized. "I'm truly sorry, Chairman Vong. It was my mistake. I sincerely apologize." Then, she shifted her target to Duong Du. "If Chairman Vong can't drink, then how about Chairman Duong? Let's have a drink together." In her heart, she was happy but secretly thought, although I didn't get a chance to deal with Vong UC Tuyet, it's okay. Being able to charm this handsome guy is already great. Duong Du bluntly replied, "I'm sorry, I'm also allergic to alcohol." He said with satisfaction, "I happen to be allergic to fools like you. Please don't talk to me." Her face changed color with disappointment. I didn't expect the first step of the plan to fail. At the same time, Lu Quantrak was still in his room, waiting for good news to come. Since returning to China, he had never succeeded in his plans. Thinking about the imminent enjoyment made him extremely happy. Just as he was reveling in it, suddenly, Lu Quantrak felt dizzy and his head spun. He suspected, could it be that someone has done something to my drink? Before he could figure out what to do, there was a knock on the door. The plump lady cheerfully entered and softly called out, "Beloved Quantrak, your sweetheart is here." Then, a loud noise came from inside Lu Quantrak's room. People around heard the strange commotion and wondered, what's that noise? Not long after, in the corridor outside the room, there was a gathering of people eagerly waiting for gossip, as the noise was too loud, making them uncomfortable. A loud voice from a waiter exclaimed, "Excuse me, could you please keep it down a bit?" From inside the room came the sounds of Lu Quantrak cursing, "Get out of here, why are you undressing me?" The death squad was proud of their plan. "We want to trap our young Duong. Today we'll show him how it feels to play with fire." "But boss, how do we talk to him now?" "Don't worry, if Lu Quantrak asks about us later, just blame it on this woman." Others chimed in with praise, "Boss, you're really smart." "Alright, let's move in quickly now and let everyone know what's happening inside." On the other hand, Duong Du was pleased and relieved. "I didn't expect these fools to be so competent, saving me a lot of effort. But it's regrettable, killing Lu Quantrak won't be easy. He's got luck on his side, but today, we might just turn the tables in front of everyone." With the objective achieved, Duong Du happily departed. Due to the loud noises emanating from the room, many famous streamers gathered here to eavesdrop. They engaged in lively discussions. In recent years, streamers have had a significant impact. "We've been waiting for 2 hours, and soon we'll be able to see how our fellow comrades in the room slaughter the pig. Remember to watch my live stream and send gifts. I've been live streaming here for over 3 hours already." Meanwhile, Lu Quantrak was struggling with the fat woman and feeling panicked. What? There are streamers outside live streaming? If they manage to capture and upload it online, the whole country will know. Then there's no hiding for me anymore. It's infuriating. Do I have to jump down from here now? After contemplating jumping down, Lu Quantrak reconsiders because this is the 40th floor. Even if I have great martial arts skills, jumping from here is nothing but suicide. However, the continuous knocking on the door outside urges him further, increasing his fear. "Sir, please open the door and come out, I know you're in there." Unable to think much, Lu Quantrak takes a risky leap. Fortunately, relying on his profound internal energy, he manages to jump down to the emergency staircase on the 20th floor. Although he only suffers a broken leg and some fractures, he survives and then struggles away. He had just stepped inside the 20th floor, breathing a sigh of relief, when suddenly ambushed by the Death Squad Special Forces. They knew him as Lu Quantrak, but amidst the onslaught, they called him by another name, Duong Du. "Where do you think you're running off to? Today's your day of reckoning, Duong Sion." Subsequently, the entire Death Squad stormed in, delivering a memorable beating. After enduring for a while, Lu Quantrak, bruised and battered, roared out, "You fools, it's me. The four of them then began to show deference. Apologies for the mistake, we thought Duong-du was jumping down here to escape, hence we laid an ambush. He was furious but helpless. Can't blame you for this, there was a slight hiccup in the plan, but you've shown utmost loyalty. Secretly admiring the death squad, he thought, well, at least they're loyal and obedient to their assigned tasks, can't fault them for that. In the midst of the brutal thrashing, Lu Quan-trak, in pain, departed. I'm not in good shape now, I have to leave first, you guys stay at the hotel, see if there's a chance to catch Duong-du off guard. If successful, inform me immediately. In unison, all four shouted, understood, Duong-sion, your days are numbered. If we get a chance to catch you, you'll meet your end, and we'll scatter you to the winds. However, what came as a surprise was that as soon as he left the room, he ran into the bodyguards of Vong Tuyet. They had a grim demeanor, with orders to kill Lu Quan-trak on the spot. Soon, all that could be heard was his desperate cry for help, save me, save me. Switching scenes to Duong-du's house, he was lounging comfortably on the sofa, cursing, damn system, where's my reward? The system panel popped up, notification, reward successfully transferred to the host. Upon seeing the reward, Duong-du sat up in astonishment. What kind of reward is this? It's so grotesque, what is this? His whole body emitted a foul odor, making him extremely uncomfortable. The system panel immediately explained, this is the marrow cleansing technique from Buddhist scriptures, capable of increasing the host's strength and refining their latent potential by one level. Duong-du felt immensely delighted. If that's the case, then I'm not just an ordinary person anymore, suddenly turned into a martial arts master, but with this level of strength, I still can't defeat Deep Tan with just one move. Nevertheless, it has significantly enhanced my power threshold. He grew even more astonished. I've become a martial arts master, so in the future, if I encounter someone I don't like, just one punch can take them down. This damn system finally gave me something good, but why do I feel like something's not quite right? Today, I only cornered Lu Quan-trak to a dead end, so where did this big reward come from? While pondering, he suddenly received a call from the death squad. Mr. Duong, we're here to report the situation to you. Hearing what they had accomplished, Duong-du became even more excited. These fools really know what they're doing, so professional. I can take advantage of this opportunity to give Lu Quan-trak a memorable beating. He chuckled with satisfaction. If they've done well, then it's time to give each of them a VIP membership card for the new headquarters. Lost in his self-satisfaction, he heard a knock on the door downstairs. He went down to check, who's there at this late hour? It was none other than Vong Tuyet, who called out, Duong-du, please open the door, I need to talk to you. Curious, he wondered, why is Vong Tuyet here at this hour? Opening the door, Duong-du scratched his head in confusion and asked, what do you want from me? She hurriedly ran over and hugged him tightly. I'm here to get a massage from you today, to have my shoulders and legs rubbed. I'm feeling really tired. He asked seriously, are your shoulders hurting? Can't sleep? She replied softly, not really, it's mainly because of my beautiful figure, carrying too many things on my shoulders makes me tired. As Tuyet spoke, she pressed her chest against him, making it impossible for him to look away. Indeed, they're quite large. If they can be so full like this, then it's natural for the shoulders to feel tired. Delighted to have a beautiful woman come to him, Duong-du happily agreed, sure, I'll massage your shoulders. After that, Tuyet sat down on the chair, enjoying the comfort as Duong-du massaged her shoulders. Feeling exceedingly relaxed and indulged, she let out soft moans, causing Duong-du to blush and feel embarrassed. Could you please keep it down a bit? Tuyet coyly replied, but it's irresistible. Just a little whimper from me, is that okay? Please continue, don't stop. He gritted his teeth and endured, restraining himself. You're comfortable now, but if I continue massaging like this, blood in my body will rush somewhere, making me unable to bear it. After a while of massage, Duong-du stopped. That's enough. She softly thanked, you've been so kind to me today, is there something you want to be rewarded with? Duong-du was quite surprised and excited. Another reward? Today is indeed my lucky day. Right, come here quickly. I'm just a pitiful proud flower now. Come and enjoy me. Then, she also stepped out of the door and left. Alright then, wait a bit to check your phone, my love. Du was puzzled, not understanding what Tuyet intended to do. After a while, he received a message from her. Couldn't sleep tonight? Well, I can help you sleep better, just need you to beg me. He finished reading the message and smiled contentedly. She underestimates a man's dignity too much. Daring to ask me to beg her for such a thing, it's not that easy. Though outwardly strong, Du does not heed. Later, he replied, I beg of you. Suddenly, Tuyet sent a picture wearing an incredibly alluring, sexy, and enticing bunny outfit for Du to see. Quickly grab it and savor it slowly. Before heading to Du's room, she intended to wear this cute bunny outfit to show him. However, she suddenly felt a bit hesitant, thinking as a girl she shouldn't be too proactive. Sending a message along with this image, surely he would understand and come here. But contrary to her thoughts, even after waiting for 10 minutes, Du didn't show up. Then one sigh, then two, with a disappointed and frustrated look in her heart. He really is a fool. Finally, the next morning, Du couldn't sleep all night thinking Tuyet would come to find him again, making him eagerly await all night. She stepped in and teased, someone couldn't sleep last night, it's all because of you. I've already messaged, but you still don't understand. Angry and annoyed, he retorted, next time, don't expect me to massage your shoulders. She said, I have business at the branch office to attend to now. Whether you wait here for a few days for me or not, today I'll leave first. I have some matters to handle these 2 days, so I can't stay. Because in 2 days, there will be an auction, and according to the plot, there will be some antiques like a jade lion. By opening the mechanism on the jade lion, one can obtain the 9 transformation pellet and the ancient martial arts scripture, the 8 extremes frozen power, hidden inside, which few know about. Deep Tan's absence in this plotline indicates that Lu Quan Trak will replace Deep Tan here. Who says that good things have to belong to the main character? I've seized it, so I'll say. Shifting scenes to the airport, Du is sitting in the VIP lounge at the airport, waiting. The father and son of the Van Nan clan have just landed. They're here to seek Lu Quan Trak for treatment, knowing his medical skills are exceptional. The one in the wheelchair is Van Nan Vien's son, the head of the Van Nan clan, the top martial arts family in Tahan. Because he was treated by Lu Quan Trak before, one of his toes can now move. This time they've come to him hoping he can help him stand up. The white-haired girl pushing the wheelchair is his daughter, the eldest daughter of the Van Nan clan, named Van Nan on Na. Although she has just turned 20, she is a martial arts prodigy, having reached the mystical scene level. She has full confidence in Lu Quan Trak's medical skills. Du also overhears their conversation, quietly thinking to himself, his medical skills are indeed remarkable, he can treat such severe injuries, but his methods are extremely cruel, deliberately draining this man's life. After treatment, he may only live for another year at most. Anna also hears and wonders, whose voice is that? In this VIP lounge, besides me and Dad, who else is there? She glances towards Du, could it be him speaking? Upon seeing Mr. Na, Du couldn't help but wonder, what is this foolish girl looking at me for? Could it be that she's enchanted by her own beauty? Mr. Na, in turn, harbored even more suspicions. How does he know about Lu Quan Trak's affair, and what's the significance of probing into his life? Having met Du several times before, both he and Du were familiar with each other. Therefore, Mr. Na took a deep breath and approached, about to inquire, young Master my father. Before he could finish his question, unexpectedly, she couldn't speak any longer. There was a sensation that compelled her to pause, leaving him even more perplexed. Miss Van Nan, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Du contemplated deeply, what's wrong with this woman? Why does she keep hesitating and then stopping abruptly? It's quite amusing. No need to be so tense. In fact, I know I'm handsome and approachable. Observing his daughter's unusual demeanor, Mr. Van Nan Vien's son became slightly suspicious. It was the first time he had seen her tense up like this upon seeing Du. In his eyes, someone as wealthy yet useless as Du would fundamentally be unsuitable for his daughter. He inquired, Mr. Na, is my daughter all right? After a brief hesitation, she finally spoke up, I'm fine. Though young, She was a highly talented martial artist with a keen intellect. I can't let my father know about this conversation, as I just heard the sincerity in his heart. Mr. Na suggested to Do, with your family's wealth, you must have connections with many skilled doctors, right? I want to heal my father's legs, could you recommend a few for me? Van Nan Vien's son, not wanting to owe any favors, immediately refused. Mr. Na, there's no need to trouble Duong, young master, like this. Lu Quan Trak has already treated my father, and that should be sufficient. Hearing a hint of frustration, Mr. Na retorted, Brother, oh brother, what's with the arrogance? I don't owe you any debts. You don't even bother to look at me. And relying on Lu Quan Trak for treatment? After a few sessions, your father might recover, but it might as well mean leaving this world altogether. Despite this, he still suggested to Mr. Na, there's also Mr. Jang, a skilled divine doctor, you could consult him. We've approached Mr. Jang for an assessment, but it seems not very effective. I've already hinted enough, and if you still don't think deeply about it, go find Mr. Jang for help. For a minor ailment like this, he can diagnose and treat it right away. Don't wait until you have to turn to Lu Quan Trak and regret not seeking Mr. Jang. He criticized Duong Du for his lack of knowledge. There are many wise and hidden experts in the world. Go out and explore more. It's like a frog at the bottom of a well, only seeing the sky through a small opening. Blushing with anger, Mr. Na remains silent. I genuinely don't want to get involved with you. I don't want to see the Van Nan family become a pawn of Lu Quan Trak. So, you go ahead and die. Give away your daughter, and your family can be a gift for someone else. The fate of people like you is even worse than villains like me. Mr. Na also spoke up in defense, Dad, please stop. Duong is just trying to help us with good intentions. Furious, he turned back and shouted, What? Is our daughter really blind or something, that she values this useless rich young man? I've advised enough, but he just doesn't understand. Fine, I've tried my best. If it doesn't work, I'll sit down and feast with his daughter. Out of extreme frustration, facing the ignorant Duong, he spoke up and left, Mr. Na, it's time for us to board the plane. However, life doesn't always go as planned. He and Duong end up sharing the same flight back to Dahan. Seeing him sitting alone, Mr. Na approached and greeted, Mr. Duong, my father was a bit harsh earlier, trespassing on your goodwill. I couldn't say anything in front of him. I'm here now to apologize on his behalf. Please forgive and don't hold it against us. Duong Du was surprised by her behavior. I didn't expect a girl like you to be so understanding. It's okay, just a little misunderstanding, and it has been cleared. Impressed by Mr. Na's polite and kind attitude towards him, Duong decided to step in and offer medical assistance to Van Nan Vien's son. I assure you, after the treatment, he will be pain-free and able to walk comfortably within a month. Hearing this thought, Mr. Na was astonished. What? He also has a way to heal my father's legs? Is Duong really more skilled in medicine than others like that? Seeing an opportunity, Mr. Na quickly handed over her business card. Mr. Duong, you can connect with me through WeChat. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. I'll excuse myself now, so as not to disturb your rest. The scene shifts to Mr. Zhang's Divine Doctor Clinic. After landing, Mr. Na and his father visit him based on Duong's recommendation. Van Nan Vien's son expresses displeasure. Is it because you listened to that foolish Duong that we're here? He questions his daughter. Why do you believe in his nonsensical and vulgar words? We're just here for a little examination, nothing will happen. Go ahead and see for yourself. Entering inside, Mr. Zhang, the divine doctor, meticulously examines the health condition of Mr. Van Nan Vien's son. Anxiously, the daughter speaks up. How is it, Mr. Zhang? Is my father okay? Mr. Vien's son believes his health is excellent, but his daughter insists on bringing him here for a checkup. Mr. Zhang, the divine doctor, calmly says, this person's medical skills are indeed remarkable, even surpassing me by a degree. After Mr. Zhang, the divine doctor, checks Mr. Van Nan Vien's son's pulse and examines his condition, Mr. Vien's son angrily slams his hand on the table. His medical skills are truly excellent, even higher than mine, but his methods are extremely ruthless. With his acupuncture technique, enduring half a month of patience and undergoing the treatment for about a year would completely heal your father's legs. However, due to his malicious intentions, wanting to cure quickly without any scruples, he sequentially uses acupuncture on the huiyin and yuji points. Through this treatment method, it will cause severe damage to the original energy in the body. Even if it can heal your father's legs, he cannot live for more than a year. Van Nan Vien's son, now astonished, realizes, unexpectedly, the young man I trusted conceals such a sinister plot. Fortunately, I encountered the reminder from that young man Duong earlier today, otherwise, I fear I wouldn't have much time left. Concerned for her father's health, Ms. Na speaks up, Mr. Jang, is there a way to cure my father? If there is, I'll perform acupuncture and prescribe medicine shortly. After taking it, he can rest and recover. It's fortunate that both of them came here early. If that person had treated him once more, my father would be beyond salvation. Hearing this, she seems to release all the worry in her heart. Thank you very much, Mr. Jang, for this life-saving grace. The Van Nan family will never forget this kindness. In Mr. Na's heart, anger tightens his grip. Damn Lu Quan Trak. I never thought he would humiliate my Van Nan family like this. If I don't seek revenge, Van Nan on Na vows not to be human. The scene shifts to the Van Nan family. After being severely beaten by Vong Tuyet's bodyguards, Lu Quan Trak was on the verge of death and had to be urgently treated in the hospital for several days. Upon recovery, he returns to Da Han and stops at the Van Nan family to rest, planning to take over their entire family. During this auction, he also identified a treasure and asked someone to take a photo to show him. Lu Quan Trak is confident, inside this lion-shaped jade is the 9 transformation elixir, an elixir lost for 1,000 years. He laughed deviously and triumphantly, just relying on the power of this item, I can break through to the earthly death realm. By then, that wretched Duong Du will meet his doom, ha ha. Once Duong Du dies, his beautiful fiancée will be mine. I'm determined to get this item, no matter how expensive it is, I must obtain it. However, what Lu Quan Trak's scheme didn't go as planned, as Duong Du anticipated and played a smarter move. The scene shifts to an antique shop, where Duong Du, with a super cool demeanor, calls out, Mr. Bon, how's the lion-shaped jade I asked you to work on last time? The shop owner steps out, welcoming him with a smile, oh, that one. I've almost finished it. Duong young master, take a look. This antique shop was previously managed by Tru Chao Tham. After he was transferred to the South Pole to work as the ice production director, an elderly man took over, a person with extensive knowledge and expertise in antiques. Duong Du is confident in his plan, I won't directly compete for the lion-shaped jade and the 9 transformation elixir anymore. I will mix gold and lead to confuse everyone. Oh, Mr. Bon, here, I have a bag of powder. Could you do me a favor and turn it into pills for me? In the pills, you can add something disgusting. When it's done, deliver it to the VNBO tower, so they prioritize auctioning this item first. If following the plot, when Deep Tan first sees the 9 transformation elixir, now replaced by Lu Quan Trak, it will surely be the same. I specially prepared this bag of powder myself. Relying only on the taste, no one can distinguish between the real and the fake. If they don't take it themselves, they will never know it's poison. After hearing it, Mr. Bond scratched his head and thought, putting into that disgusting thing, those immoral things we used to play as kids. Now that I'm this old, I can still recall those old memories, it's really exciting. And so, for the next 2 days, at the auction held in the suburban area of Sun Trang Tu Tui, the handsome Duong Du naturally made an appearance. As he walked in, he immediately saw Na, the big brother, chatting with Lu Quan Trak. Seeing him, Duong Du expressed annoyance inwardly, this despicable guy, his laughter is no different from that of Deep Tan, a wide mouth and squinting eyes, truly a classic handsome guy. Because Na, the big brother, knew about Lu Quan Trak's plan for his father, she found his smile to be enchanting and malicious. Over the past 2 days, she pondered and decided not to hastily seek revenge, allowing time for him to let go of his guard. Then, she would use a clever trick to catch him off guard, this foolish girl, probably a teammate of the pig with reduced memory, still smiling at this Lu Quan Trak. I've made it clear, and she still doesn't understand. If not, I'll have Joan, the medical deity, come and serve her father at home. His thoughts were audible, leaving Na, the big brother, extremely puzzled. Why can I hear Duong's inner thoughts? Could it be that we have a psychic connection? The presiding figure stood at the podium and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is an incredibly intricate piece of art, a jade lion sculpture. Unfortunately, I lack the knowledge to trace its creator, but I believe its artistic value is exceptionally high. Therefore, the starting bid will be 5 million, and anyone interested is welcome to give it a try." Bids were promptly made. 550,000, I offer 600,000. Lu Quan Trak silently chuckled to himself, I'm definitely securing this jade lion today. After I finish drinking the 9 transformation elixir, the first thing I need to do is kill that miserable Duong young master. With this determination, he didn't hesitate to bid 9 million for the first time. Does anyone bid higher? 9 million for the second time. However, Duong Du surprised everyone by boldly stating, 50 million. Duong Du's decisive spending left the crowd in awe, spending so much money on a non-functional jade lion. Indeed, Mr. Duong is different. Seeing Duong Du investing a considerable amount, Lu Quan Trak was confident that he had discovered the secret within the jade lion. What I've identified, no one else is worthy of competing for. Determined to win, Lu Quan Trak confidently raised the bid, 100 million. He even glanced at Duong Du with disdain. Want to measure wealth? You're no match for me. Our organization, the Long Soul Sect, has nothing but money, relying solely on a few companies on paper, at least assets exceeding 500 billion, not to mention the underground businesses that could amount to tens of trillions. Duong Du remained composed and handsome as he responded, 2 billion. Enraged, Lu Quan Trak gritted his teeth and increased the bid to 3.3 billion. It escalated to 8 billion, and finally, without hesitation, Lu Quan Trak sealed the deal with a bid of 10 billion, causing the auction hall to erupt. Oh my, 10 billion just for a jade statue. Duong Du confidently chuckled with hidden meaning, I won't continue. Since the bid was too high for anyone to follow, the auctioneer announced, congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on the jade lion. Lu Quan Trak loudly scorned Duong Du as useless. Is this all you've got? Want to compete with me? Feeling humiliated, Duong Du requested to the auctioneer, please have the staff handle this person without consciousness of education, daring to humiliate me in front of everyone. The auctioneer also stepped down to remind Lu Quan Trak, please pay attention to your words. The auction does not permit disorder or insulting others to elevate oneself. He was scolded angrily but could do nothing. The item has been bought, this miserable kid can wait. Later, you'll be lucky to live another minute. After the successful auction, the jade lion was delivered into Lu Quan Trak's hands. He promptly dismissed the auctioneer and warned, without my permission, no one is allowed to disturb. As predicted, after receiving the jade lion, Lu Quan Trak opened it and found the 9 transformation elixir. Unfortunately for him, it turned out to be fake. Without hesitation, Lu Quan Trak swallowed it to taste. He immediately sensed the fragrance of medicine, accompanied by a faint putrid smell. He even rejoiced that the blend of this pleasant and foul odor was harmonious. This pill refinement technique is truly exquisite, unbelievably crafted by a human. It can be compared to water and fire sharing the same alchemical furnace, truly the legendary 9 transformation elixir. After this recognition, he put it into his mouth and consumed the entire pill. Only then did he suddenly realize that it was not the 9 transformation elixir but excrement. Moreover, the excrement contained poisonous substances, making Lu Quan Trak shudder with a spine-chilling sensation. Due to the disgust, he vomited out everything he had just swallowed. Switching scenes to the auction hall, after Lu Quan Trak left, the auction for the jade lion truly commenced. The first bidder was none other than the handsome Duong Du. With his wealth and willingness to spend, no one could compete. The jade lion fell into Duong Du's hands. Infuriated, Lu Quan Trak returned to settle the score. Damn Duong young master, daring to mock me, not only stealing the elixir, but also crafting a fake to deceive me into buying, and even adding poison to it. However, Lu Quan Trak was also quite puzzled. Duong Du, it shouldn't be possible to unlock the jade lion. In this world, only a few people know about the hidden 9 transformation elixir, and how could this wretched guy know? Without hesitation, as soon as he saw Duong-du, he rushed towards him, intending to take his life. Duong young master, today you must die. Seeing his rage, Duong young master hastily opened the door and fled, not only poisoned, but also coming here. He ran as fast as he could, while Lu Quan-trak fiercely chased from behind. His speed was quite impressive. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Duong-du and delivered a powerful kick to his back, causing Duong-du to stumble and lose his balance. Consequently, the jade lion slipped out of his hands. Seizing the opportunity as Duong-du dropped the jade lion, Lu Quan-trak quickly picked it up and turned back to taunt. Damn Duong young master, daring to steal my things, today you're definitely dead. Lu Quan-trak opened the box containing the 9 transformation elixir, then sniffed it and detected the fragrance of medicine, without the foul smell. He was elated, thinking it was genuine. Today, I'll break through right here, then beat Duong-du to the point of disability and throw him in the trash. Contrary to expectations, Duong-du was not frightened. Instead, he smiled arrogantly. He was also quite curious. Why are you grinning like a monkey? Later, the sensation that had occurred in Lu Quan-trak's stomach reappeared. What, could this be poison? He was increasingly astonished and disbelieving. How could that wretched Duong young master know how to unlock the 9 celestial gates? This is confidential information known only by the Long Soul sect. However, the authentic 9 transformation elixir had already been consumed by Duong-du right after obtaining the jade lion. Moreover, he cunningly placed a dose of poison inside it. Duong-du speculated, with the dosage of this poison, it might not kill Lu Quan-trak, but it will cause intense pain, significantly affecting his combat capability. If his combat strength is on par with mine and I have the immovable king's tactic, then my chances of winning are high. As Lu Quan-trak increasingly felt the poison seeping and spreading in his body, he became extremely frightened. Taking advantage of his superiority, Duong-du lunged forward and landed a powerful punch, causing Lu Quan-trak to be thrown backward in pain. The poison I ingested earlier hasn't been fully neutralized. Now, with this additional poison, engaging in a fight with that wretched Duong young master would only result in death. I must quickly escape. As he was about to flee, he saw Na, the big sister, rushing towards him from behind at a rapid pace, and in his heart, he secretly thought, she's coming to support me. Lu Quan-trak turned his face towards her and shouted loudly, Big sister Na, you've arrived just in time, deal with that wretched Duong young master along with me. He felt confident within himself. With her pride, she will surely exert all efforts to team up with me and kill Duong-du. The assertive young woman responded briefly, alright, let me see how long this useless guy like you can enjoy yourself. Unexpectedly, the one Na attacked was Lu Quan-trak himself. Still bewildered and trying to comprehend what had happened, he was struck by Duong-du, who swiftly delivered a painful blow to his abdomen. Due to the sudden and forceful attack, he crumpled to the ground without a chance to defend himself. What's happening? Clearly, this woman was interested in me. Why would she betray me like this? The young woman, with a serious and vengeful expression, spoke, because you're despicable. Don't think I'm a fool. You wanted to harm my father and still pretend to be here. Seeing this, Duong-du looked at her differently. She's smarter now, well done. I like people like that. Big sister Na pointed coldly towards him. Today, I'll give you an unforgettable beating. For Lu Quan-trak, in a situation where heaven didn't respond to his calls and the earth didn't yield, he deeply sensed that death was approaching, quickly deciding to flee. As he dashed outside, he spotted a passing truck, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He quickly sprinted and clung onto the cargo bed, escaping swiftly. Before leaving, he couldn't resist turning back and throwing a challenging taunt at Duong-du. You two idiots, this is my escape route. Did you expect this? Accompanying this was the frustration of Big Sister Na, unable to do anything. As she was about to pursue him, Duong-du intervened, asking, Do you already know about your father's situation? She nodded, expressing gratitude. Once again, I appreciate Duong young master's reminder. I will never forget this favor. It's just a small matter, please rest assured, I will have someone investigate the news about Lu Quan-trak. If there's an opportunity, we will deal with him together. Big Sister Na spoke up, suggesting, I hope Duong young master can take her home to talk to her father and convey our apologies from earlier. With no other choice, Duong Du agreed, that's fine. Transitioning to a remote and desolate suburban area. After latching onto the back of the truck, Lu Quan Trak successfully managed to flee a considerable distance. Mockingly, he laughed at Duong Du and Big Sister Na, calling them two fools, letting me escape, this will be the thing you regret most in your lives. Due to the lingering effects of the earlier poison, Lu Quan Trak's body felt hot and dizzy. Seeking a place to rest, he arrived at a nearby park and lay down, falling asleep without knowing when. A while later, two sophisticated African-American thieves spotted Lu Quan Trak sleeping here, thinking that he was drunk and of no use to society. They ridiculed him, saying, "This guy is drunk, lying down in the middle of the day, contributing nothing to life. Truly the scum of society, we can't learn anything from him. We need to change our mentality, both male and female, to stand firm again. Therefore, from today onwards, we must elevate the spirit of theft. We cannot use classical methods, instead, we have to steal with modern sophistication to become stronger and bring glory to our profession." Of course, this modern approach to theft was applied to Lu Quan Trak. The thieves were also quite compassionate, taking a few tens of thousands in cash from him but leaving him with some pocket change. The next morning, Lu Quan Trak woke up to find that he had lost a few tens of thousands in cash. However, surprisingly, despite being poisoned, his spiritual situation remained relaxed. He had never successfully opened any acupuncture points through previous training. Lu Quan Trak was overjoyed and triumphant, even without the 9 transformation elixir, the spiritual situation is within reach. That miserable Duong Du, wait for your death. Switching scenes to the private Ha family hospital, during the recovery period here, Deep Tan diligently practiced cultivation every day. Accompanied by deep concern, under his efforts, he finally broke through to the peak of spiritual realms. Following this summons, Tri-Am and Langham arrived to meet Deep Tan exactly as planned. Both of them appeared right on time, and during this period, they diligently immersed themselves in their tasks. Upon arrival, the two reported, "We have successfully infiltrated the internal circles of the Duong family, gaining their trust. Additionally, I have collected crucial confidential information from the Duong family conglomerate." Deep Tan, hearing the good news, expressed excitement, "Both of you did exceptionally well. Indeed, you have never disappointed me. With the support of both of you, I feel as strong as a tiger equipped with wings." Regarding the members of the death squad who betrayed us and followed Lu Quan Trak, Long Na, they are currently facing consequences within the confines of the stone quarry. Fortunately, we still have the trust of these two. Deep Tan proudly informed the two ladies, "After being surrounded by a group of skilled attackers, I successfully broke through my limits, reaching the peak. Therefore, there will be some changes in the plan. For now, we will not proceed to Yen Kin but instead stay in Dahan." The two ladies were also surprised by Deep Tan's capabilities. He unexpectedly encountered luck in adversity, breaking through his limits? Deep Tan, with an angry and vengeful expression, declared, "It's time for us to counterattack. Both Duong Du and Lu Quan Trak must die." Afterward, orders were given to two girls, Tri-Am and Langham. Tri-Am was assigned the task of continuing to gather crucial information, ensuring there was enough data to launch an attack capable of overthrowing the Duong family conglomerate. The goal was to render them helpless and unable to respond promptly. As for Langham, her mission was to find a way to push the Duong family into a severe crisis, causing them to disappear from Mohan. Upon receiving the orders, both Tri-Am and Langham left the hospital in silence. Although their relationship was not friendly, at this moment, their attitudes became different. Suddenly, Tri-Am discreetly drew an extremely sharp dagger and did not hesitate to use it to attack Langham. Langham, another skilled assassin, reacted quickly by swiftly disarming Tri-Am of the dagger. Subsequently, both engaged in a solo face-off, showcasing nimble hand techniques, making it impossible for either to gain the upper hand. Langham posed a curious question, "What do you intend by doing this?" Tri-Am responded without hesitation, "I am Deep Tan's hunting dog, and you belong to Duong Du. Killing her hunting dog is a routine matter." She determinedly added, "All for Master Duong, that fake sisterly relationship is not worth mentioning." Langham was surprised and asked, "What?" You belong to Master Duong? Tri-Am firmly affirmed, she's correct. My father used to be the captain of the Duong family's bodyguards, and Master Duong holds great significance for me. At that moment, Langham understood and didn't hide it anymore. She immediately informed Tri-Am, I also belong to Master Duong. However, Tri-Am, with a skeptical and incredulous expression, thought that she was being deceived. Langham tried to explain, doesn't Master Duong often compare the sizes of the pomelos you and I receive? He even wonders if our dietary regimes differ, which might explain the distinction. Tri-Am, infuriated and unable to say anything, listened in silence. The scene shifted to the Van Nan family, where Duong Du, at the invitation of Sister Na, met her father. As he entered the gate, the bodyguards mocked and ridiculed him relentlessly, believing he wasn't worthy of their young mistress, contrary to their thoughts. Sister Na approached Duong Du, perplexing and bewildering the bodyguards even more. Duong Du, however, paid no attention to the looks or words of those around him. At this moment, he was only contemplating the reward the system had just granted him. After surviving the plot, the system gave him an acceleration technique. With this reward, he could quickly comprehend any object he held. Unfortunately, it could only be used 3 times. Duong Du had already used it once when obtaining the North Pole Ice Fist technique from the Jade Lion craftsman. He used the acceleration technique to perfect his martial arts, significantly boosting his combat power. While Mr. Duong was contemplating, Sister Na invited him into her father's room. Upon meeting, Van Nan Vien's son spoke up, I apologize for the slight disrespect a few days ago. It's a minor matter, don't keep it in your heart. Mr. Van Nan doesn't need such formalities. Van Nan Vien's son was extremely grateful to Duong for saving his life. He added, if you ever need assistance from the Van Nan family, just speak up. I shouldn't have been so rude. Duong Du graciously accepted this goodwill, saying, all right, I won't stand on ceremony then. I'll remember that. And, don't blame yourself, it's my fault. Van Nan family mightily appreciates Duong Du's help, especially because he has offended Lu Quan Trak and Deep Tan. In the future, he will face unpredictable dangers. Sister Na sought his assistance, explaining, I brought my father to seek the renowned healer, Mr. Zhang. While the issues left by Lu Quan Trak have been resolved, Mr. Zhang's medical skills are insufficient to heal my father's legs. So, I hope you can help. If there's any way to cure my father's legs. The Van Nan family is willing to agree to all of Duong Du's conditions. Duong Du responded, I can try to treat Mr. Van Nan's illness, but I have one condition. If our family needs it, I hope the Van Nan family can ensure our safety. However, I must warn you, our enemies are formidable. Both Deep Tan and Lu Quan Trak are trained by the organization Lon Honorable. This organization is extremely mysterious, like a dragon deity hiding within the clouds, only seen in part. The organization's strength and power are beyond anyone's understanding. Duong Du admitted that, based on this information alone, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the Van Nan family. The next developments might be challenging to handle. Boss Na is extremely firm in her words. She is willing to swear that as long as young Master Duong can heal her father's legs, the Van Nan family will live and die with the Duong family. Van Nan Vien's son is very confident in the strength of the family, as long as I can stand up, restore the power of the geographical self-defense, I can protect the Duong family. Upon hearing these words, Duong Du immediately agrees to help, requesting them to bring paper and pen for him to write a prescription and find precious medicinal ingredients for treatment. At the same time, a lower-ranked guard of the Van Nan family hurriedly runs in to announce, Boss, the people from the Lu family have come to cause trouble. Just hearing the Lu family's name, Duong Du recalls, this is the second-ranked family in the ancient martial arts world of Tahan. The relationship between this family and the Van Nan family has always been adversarial, always being oppressed by the Van Nan family. They always seek opportunities to regain their status. The way to determine superiority and inferiority between the two is very simple, that is the Ancient Martial Arts Assembly. This assembly is held once a year, and various ancient martial arts forces in Dahan participate. The Van Nan family can maintain its position at the top because they always win absolutely. After the unexpected incident with Van Nan Vien's son, the most skilled fighter of the Van Nan family is Sister Na. Although she is still young, her strength is still slightly inferior to the old fox of the Lu family, despite her young age. Upon learning about the family's situation, Na, the elder brother, stepped forward and declared, "Father, rest assured, I will handle this matter. Let me go and find out what's going on." Deep inside, Duong-du couldn't help but wonder. According to the plot this time, Lu Quan Trak is supposed to replace Deep Tan to resolve issues for the Van Nan family. But now, Lu Quan Trak is not here. How will this storyline unfold? At that moment, a system notification appeared. Plot details cannot be revealed to the host. Please pay attention to your safety. Angrily, he muttered to himself, the system is really frustrating, hiding everything like it's some big secret. The scene shifted to the grand hall of the Van Nan family, where the patriarch of the Lu family arrived with determination, sending a challenge to them: stop bullying the poor middle-aged folks. Today, I'm here to reclaim justice for the Lu family. Upon seeing him, Duong-du was greatly surprised as he noticed that the man had been implanted with insect control. Duong-du pondered, if Lu Quan Trak is critically injured and someone else has control over him, this can't be his scheme. If not Lu Quan Trak, the only possibility is Deep Tan. Despite being injured, Deep Tan has managed to recover, indicating a breakthrough. If Deep Tan wins this ancient martial arts tournament, gaining influence for the family, our Duong family will be in danger. After deeply contemplating what would happen next, Duong-du bid farewell to his elder brother Na and left with a complex state of mind to return home. As he stepped into his house, a big question mark arose in his mind. Duong-du was puzzled, wondering, why are Tri-Am and Langham together? They are undercover agents, they should conceal their identities. He was extremely angry, believing that Deep Tan had given them some orders that were against the interests of his Duong family. Let it be, confront them directly. Anyway, we've gathered enough evidence, he thought. Tri-Am heard his thoughts and spoke up, young Master Duong, I am here to confide in you about matters related to my father. Upon hearing this, Duong-du's attitude immediately changed. I have misjudged, thinking she was just not smart enough. Langham also spoke up truthfully, I am in the same situation. I have investigated the organization responsible for the heinous act that took the lives of my family members. To seek revenge against the organization, I implore young Master Duong to accept my loyalty. After Deep Tan eliminates Lu Quan Trak, he intends to turn his attention to the Duong family and aims to acquire the ancient martial arts power of Tahan as well. However, the influence of the ancient martial arts power in Tahang is substantial, with roughly 30 formidable martial artists already identified. Even if Deep Tan achieves a breakthrough in personal strength, he cannot withstand a collective attack from so many skilled individuals. Moreover, he has already severed the neck veins of the head of the Lu family. Unless Deep Tan has managed to incapacitate all members of the major ancient martial arts families, he cannot be confident enough to execute such a daring plan. This plan is ambitious, and he seems prepared to risk everything for its success. After gaining allegiance from the two female assassins of the Long Soul organization, Duong-du became more confident, saying, you may leave the rest to me. If Deep Tan makes any move, report to me immediately. Once the ancient martial arts assembly begins, I need both of you to act. This time, we cannot let Deep Tan escape. Duong-du's determination grew stronger. We must focus all our forces this time, seize this opportunity to kill Deep Tan, and let him control Tahan's ancient martial arts power. The unlucky one will be him. The scene shifts to the arena of the ancient martial arts assembly on the day it takes place. Elder brother now remains calm as usual, leading the clan leaders to their seats. As Duong-du speculated, all the clan leaders had been secretly poisoned, sipping tea while awaiting news from Deep Tan. After a while, receiving no updates, they found today's tea surprisingly delicious, feeling remarkably comfortable after drinking it. Subsequently, the ancient martial arts assembly began. After his breakthrough, Deep Tan easily defeated the remaining opponents single-handedly and successfully subdued the Grandmaster of ancient martial arts. Naturally, he became the prominent figure and the most outstanding candidate in this ancient martial arts assembly. After passing through the preliminary rounds, Deep Tan's next opponent was elder brother Na Van Nan, but compared to Deep Tan, Na Van Nan's condition was not as favorable. Upon seeing her, Deep Tan boldly inquired, "Where is that useless Lu Quan Trak hiding?" She, however, paid no attention to Deep Tan's words, saying, "You figure that out yourself." Deep Tan, brimming with confidence and arrogance, declared, "Wait until I beat you black and blue, and he will naturally show up. Come on, let's get started, I'll go easy on you." Elder brother Na did not hesitate and rushed forward with a fist aimed at Deep Tan. In Deep Tan's mind, he believed, after knocking elder brother Na out of the ring, Lu Quan Trak will appear as the heroic savior of the damsel. Later, Deep Tan retaliated with a powerful punch, and the two strong attacks collided. However, surprisingly, after the recent exchange, Deep Tan staggered and inexplicably retreated. The watching clan leaders were astonished. What just happened? Could it be that Deep Tan is not a match for elder brother Na? That's impossible. Suddenly, Deep Tan noticed his arm had been poisoned, and he became extremely angry. "This damned woman dares to use such tricks on me." Fuming, Deep Tan commanded the clan leaders, "Charge together." At that moment, Jang Tuyet appeared and clarified the situation. "Clan leaders, please rest assured. The poison in Deep Tan's body, I have already dealt with it for you. The herbal tea you just drank is capable of inducing a temporary coma in the internal parasites, so there is no need to follow his orders. Once Deep Tan dies, the parasites inside will naturally perish." At that moment, everyone finally understood. No wonder after drinking the tea, the body feels much more comfortable. The rage within the clan leaders ignited. "We cannot easily overlook this debt." This left Deep Tan in extreme fear and anxiety, wondering, how did this happen? The clan leaders, furious and ready to attack, approached aggressively. Deep Tan, realizing there was no retreat, took out a strength-enhancing pill from his pocket and swallowed it. With the effects of the pill, his power would momentarily increase, allowing him to resist all the opponents here. Despite the boosted strength, facing overwhelming numbers, Deep Tan knew he was not a match for them. He sought a way to escape. As he planned to flee, suddenly Lu Quan Trak appeared out of nowhere, launching a powerful strike directly at Deep Tan. The attack was so unexpected and forceful that Deep Tan couldn't react in time to dodge, resulting in bleeding and a backward stumble. Deep Tan then recognized the person in front of him as Lu Quan Trak. Subsequently, both engaged in a fierce and brutal battle. The combatants showed no mercy. Deep Tan had taken a strength-enhancing pill, pushing his strength to the limits of the stage, but his body already bore numerous external wounds. As for Lu Quan Trak, his true strength was only as thick as a piece of paper in terms of the stage, yet the fighting capabilities of both sides were evenly matched. After a prolonged battle, both sides were battered and bleeding, with no one capable of continuing the fight. Lu Quan Trak taunted, "How much longer can you endure?" Following that, he delivered a powerful punch straight towards Deep Tan. Just as the two were on the brink of determining victory and defeat, unexpectedly, Duong Du appeared, exuding confidence as he addressed them, "With your current strength, even if you brothers unite, you still cannot defeat me." Surprising, isn't it? Deep Tan gritted his teeth in anger. "Today's events are orchestrated by you." Deep Tan and Lu Quan Trak both understood the situation. No longer engaging in combat, they joined forces to confront Duong Du. Deep Tan realized clearly that he was no longer Duong Du's match and focused his inner strength on escaping. Relying on the final effects of the enhancing pill, Deep Tan endured the pain, risking his life to flee. However, his internal injuries were severe, continuously coughing up blood. He warned Duong Du, "Remember well, Duong Du. I'll make sure you have no place to rest in peace. Next time, I'll personally deal with your parents." As for Duong Du, he remained composed, knowing full well that Deep Tan couldn't escape. He exerted all his internal strength, delivering a powerful punch straight towards Deep Tan, saying, "Hurry up and die." Hit by the blow, Deep Tan had no strength left to resist, extremely feeble. Just as Duong Du was preparing to end his life, suddenly the surroundings around Duong Du turned into a void, as if entering another world. He was greatly puzzled. What is this? Seeing the tree in front of him, Duong Du felt an inexplicably familiar sensation, as if this were a part of his own body. Mentally connecting, he thought, could this be the will of the antagonist? Duong Du tightly grasped the hand. The antagonist is someone who goes against fate, that's the antagonist. Whoever opposes fate will undoubtedly become a stepping stone for destiny's pets, a significant source of their nourishment. Duong Du was furious, unleashing a burst of internal force to tear through this illusory space. If fate dictates, then disappear quickly. Simultaneously, that burst of internal force attacked directly towards Deep Tan. I'm dead, and you'll quickly join me. My old man will avenge me. After the recent attack, Deep Tan had also died with a sense of resentment. Duong Du approached his body, saying, "The Dragon King is just a pawn, raised and brainwashed since childhood. In this world, any pawn can be easily replaced.